Steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there coming from Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh. Gapahala with an aid around the side, spots the player, goes even as the blue zone puts a hurry on things. Around the side, Beast is there, looks for the spray, goes low and goes down. Gapahala.
This has definitely been the most exciting weekend when it's come to PUBGMOBILE Pro League Western Europe Season 2, as we've had LMV with the massive step up over the course of these last 2 days. But so has Unicorns of Love, able to get themselves on the board and slowly start to climb up those leaderboards. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host yet again. They have not gotten rid of me just yet. And also, like me, they haven't gotten rid of our 2 analysts, even though one of them seems to keep cursing constantly all the teams that we're watching. We got Colars, we got Max Men here. My first time seeing them. You know what? Max, I like the shirt. I dig it.
Thank you. I cleaned it. It's back once again. But yeah, I'm ready for today, man. Let's go.
Does it come in adult sizes?
Okay. We're starting real quick today, aren't we? Okay, yeah. Thank you.
I'm more concerned about the fact that you had to specify that you cleaned it. Like, what's happening over there?
Wait, what kind of shirt
I'm independent.
Are you wearing?
What?
Have they been clean? Do you need to clarify that every time you're wearing a shirt? Yes, this is a clean shirt.
Yeah, this is indeed a clean shirt. Yeah, that's how it is.
That's, can we restart this whole thing again? Can we
It's
really awkward. Let's just take a look at overall stands. We'll just move on past it. We'll edit and post, We're doing it live right now, but we'll see what's going to happen. But we do have, again, Gamelord able to maintain the lead here in first place. If you missed out on our matches yesterday, holding steady, 283 points, looking pretty confident. And I'd say pretty secure, Kalaris. I think every team here in our top 8 is secure going into the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. They've put up enough performance to the point where it's going to be very difficult for any of said bottom 4 to really kind of ramp things up. And I mean, everybody would have to overtake them, right? It would be insane. But yeah, so good stuff by Gamelord, Eastern Stars, of course, Exquisite Décode. I mean, Big, even without themselves actually getting a chicken dinner just yet, is still looking absolutely steady and true. Great stuff coming out from them here. As we... I can only agree.
I mean, yeah, the aim for the teams at the top here, as you said already, Jason, right? Their spot in the finals is pretty much 100% secure. But here you're aiming to get yourself those chicken dinners and especially a little bit more experience heading into the finals. And you want to try and get that extra $1,000 every single win. Except for Big, they just don't want the money, apparently. They get to the late game, they're like, we've done enough. We don't want the money. You guys can take it. And hopefully they can get themselves a few buckaroos under their pocket at some point. But that will be the goal for Big, I believe, hopefully today. We'll see how that works out. As we see Conqueror, they dropped from around 4th, 5th down to 7th. I think that today might be the last day where well, it's not even I think it, I'm pretty much sure that this is the last day we see Conqueror actually on this first page. So, bye-bye.
But even still, on that regard, though, I don't know if they're that concerned, right? 181 points. I think they put up so much, so much performance. For me, the big threat lies in 11th through 16th, because you see that big divide between 10th and 11th. I was trying to, kind of illustrate it at the end of yesterday before we'd actually even moved on from this, and I couldn't see the numbers. But yeah, 11th and downwards, those are the teams that need to make up a bit more points here, especially if for some reason that they would then avoid that next super weekend coming up.
Yeah, you can see here, though, Unicorns of Love, only 10 matches played, and they're still ahead of Destiny at 15, ChasMac at 25, Deus at 25. I mean, they did a fantastic job. I feel like we've kind of been underestimating them, but also kind of talking down the results so far, but they've kind of been quiet in terms of able to put up the most points we've seen yesterday. They put up 112 in total over the course of 2 days. Like, they are doing well. It's just, it's funny because we always expect them to be dominating every team, basically, Eastern Stars, Gamelord type style, where they have 5 chicken dinners and they're at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love definitely had a very strong performance. Yeah. I mean, even Flu's not feeling good about it. Though, one thing I want to highlight for Unicorns of Love, right, is the kill points are still at 62, so still relatively high, but they've increased the placement points quite a bit, so there's not that big disparity we saw before. So it goes to show, I believe internally, they've maybe worked a little bit more on the macro and how they rotate into the late game and actually make it to the late game as a full crew, which is a very strong improvement from Unicorns of Love, what we saw from them in week 1. But yeah, Vodafone Giants, as you saw yesterday, right, kicked out of the top 16. They have no option in this. They need to requalify for the third and final Super Weekend. Otherwise, imagine not having Vodafone Giants in the finals. That would be a very big upset coming into this.
I mean, we didn't have them in week 1 when it came to last season of the Super Weekend. We're not having week 2 here in this Super Weekend. Who knows what's going to happen this coming week? They definitely haven't looked like the same team that we started things off with. But either way, TSC also looking like a completely different team yesterday, putting up a chicken dinner, able to put up quite a few points as well. I think they were right behind Unicorns of Love, but overall, they put up the most points here in the Super Weekend. So not only are Unicorns of Love stepping up, but we got other teams in there as well.
I mean, you could draw that comparison with LMV as well. They got themselves their chicken dinner yesterday. I mean, this whole Super Weekend has just been a step up from them from previous states of this league as a whole. You see TSC's victory coming in there, and as kind of things narrowed down on Sanhok, it was very obvious that, you know, maybe Exquisite Décode finds themselves some really good positions on this battleground to be able to stage it from. It's been multiple wins on Sanhok now, so the UK boys putting it up in the jungle.
Yeah, some very interesting games yesterday in the late game circles. Maybe not the easiest to play. We had an urban finish on Miramar. We had that Sanhok game that ended on top of the road. Of course, sometimes teams are just going to have the better position. So at that point, it's just to understand we're not going to aim for the win. We're going to aim for extra positioning points, potentially. Aim for top 3 or top 2 or as many kills as possible. So I think that their game lord understood we're not going to win with a position like that. Let's just survive and snatch away a second place, which ended up working out.
And just to round things out here, Jason, those last 2 fights that we looked back for Unicorns of Love in that victory, we looked back at those battles, and the one alongside the trenches was super important, extremely well executed from Unicorns of Love, arguably the most important fight of that game. And then when they were going up against Excuse Me towards the end, as much as there were some smokes here and there and stuff like that, they just had better firepower. Unicorns of Love just was able to shoot better compared to Excuse Me.
Oh, GK first, they had what, like 11, 12, or like I think 1100 damage about that, and overall Unicorns of Love had like 1600 damage on that final Erangel. So we did get to definitely see GK first sport what he can do. But what's really interesting is that, you know, again, we're criticizing Unicorns of Love quite a bit, but if we compare, you know, Game Lord in all Super Weekend days, who's currently #1 overall, compared to Unicorns of Love, as we saw there towards the bottom of the table, the stats are actually pretty damn close.
Yeah, if you just take this Super Weekend alone, they would be in the top 3 currently. Unicorns of Love would be around where Eastern Stars currently stand and very closely competing with Game Lord, that was our top team from Super Weekend 1. Of course, a little bit more of a struggle in the second week. Also followed up with Eastern Stars having a little bit of a rough time, but it goes to show that this is way, way closer to the Unicorns of Love we expected to see entering the second season of PMPL Western Europe. Of course, I still think there's maybe a few things to be worked upon, especially when it comes down to synergy. We see a lot of players sometimes setting it 1 by 1, but when you have stats like this and there's still potential room to improve, it goes to show that heading into the finals, they keep going like this. This could be the team to make into EMEA and to actually just qualify to PMGC backed on the points.
The question is for Unicorns of Love, are they back to form? And I think, yeah, 50%. I think if we get this on a second day, like rounding things out the way they have been yesterday, then I think absolutely we're going to be seeing Unicorns of Love flying through this. I mean, yesterday really was truly a highlight reel for them. There was a lot coming out from Unicorns of Love. And again, I especially like how they were able to take that trench position. Basically, they crossed the T, which is a military term where you kind of like, you know, you don't charge straight into a line of your opponents effectively. And that was very, very important and impressive for them to get the win.
And we talked about this entire roster, how it's like a 4-man, 5-man fragger team, right? I had the impression that Lin's been taking more of a supportive role. Don't know if that was maybe intentional inside of things, but especially when I go back to that Miramar game, it seemed like he was there to actually try and set up his team into a good rotation to get into the circle. So I think that Lin potentially trying to lean into the supportive role actually helps out the team a lot more than just having, you know, 4 or 5 fraggers in the team.
You know what, Max? I'm going to get your back here because I just noticed something that I don't think you caught. Colaris said, you know, Unicorn is about 50%, you know, of their performance. So, Colaris, do you think they're going to do over 2,400 damage a game and get over 10 kills a game as well?
No.
That was
I just, I like what they put up yesterday in terms of what they can do, but for me, it's until I see 2 days back-to-back of consistency compared to like, an up and down. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's why I think the 50% is there. Maybe today.
There we go. You got the voice out of you. Don't worry, I'm just bringing up stuff just to help Max out, to not only make fun of him. We're gonna head to a short little break to learn a little bit more about Unicorns Love. We talked to XT yesterday. We're gonna learn a little bit more about their favorite and most hated drop locations when it comes to our maps. We'll see you in a few. So it's time to check in with XT from Unicorns of Love about his area that they like to play in when it comes to PUBG Mobile. So to start things off on Erangel, forget Erangel. In general, when it comes to any map you're playing here, Erangel, Sanhok, and Miramar, what's your favorite drop zone and why?
My favorite area of all maps is from Miramar, the Valle del Mar drop. So the reason of that is that we have the control of the main highways, you can say, up to north and towards the east. And there's no big cities around where teams is dropping in EU West, so it's kind of a free area for us, free to rotate, free to do anything we want, to split, to take control, to do whatever we want in the area. And that is, I would say, one of the points where one of the reasons why we are getting so many points in Miramar last season.
Is there any disadvantages to this place that you drop?
Of course, it has its disadvantages. One of them is if the playing path is really north, you don't have a lot of time to go there, especially in this setting where you have really fast zone 1. So sometimes you have to adapt yourself. You have to go to your second drop spot, or you have to think, can I just loot a little shorter, or do I have to take a longer blue zone?
Okay, well then let's make this a little bit easier then. Top 3 drop spots in Erangel. What's your 3 favorite?
So top 3 spots of Erangel for me are Novo, Drogopol, and Pochinki.
Okay, least favorite?
Least favorite? I would say Military Island. The military base.
Okay. What's your favorite 3 in Miramar?
I'll have to go with San Martin, Hacienda, and El Pozo.
Okay, least favorite?
Ooh, that's a hard one. Los Leones, I would say.
Okay, what about your favorites when it comes to Sanhok?
Sanhok, of course, it has to be Bootcamp and Paradise. But also I would go with Ruins as well.
Okay, what about least favorite?
Oof, least favorite. I'll have to go with Camp Bravo. Yes.
Okay. Do you guys typically change your drop zones when it comes to what teams you're playing against? Or do you just typically like to play where you want to play from?
Well, typically we're not changing our spots, but for before the matches in scrims and stuff, we like to chase other teams away from that, so we keep our area free of enemies.
Okay. So then let's test your knowledge of the other teams right now. Can you name a couple of different teams' drop locations on, let's say, Erangel?
So 70, in 70, the Destiny is landing there. Vodafone Giants are landing in Pochinki, and Xtreme Slayers, I think they're landing in Watertown, the Water City.
Well, now we know where XT would drop, though it seems his team likes to go in some different locations. But hey, maybe you guys share some of the locations that some of our pro players drop in as well. And speaking of pro players, we got a team we got to talk about now out of LMV. Somehow, this team came out of nowhere here in week 2, has put up the most points so far, and of course have been able to get a ridiculous day 2 in our day 1 in our super weekend with 3 second place finishes, a 3rd place, and a 5th. But we can see just the averages have completely spiked up here from their league play to super weekend.
Yeah, league play really served the purpose to heat them up and get themselves ready for the Super Weekend. And the first Super Weekend, of course, a little bit silent for LMV. They were middle of the table with a lot of the other teams, such as TSC, such and such. They definitely eased into it pretty slowly. But this second Super Weekend is when this team just absolutely flew up the rankings. Currently looking extremely comfortable and might be one of the championship caliber teams that will be trying to compete at the top into the finals. But LMV, of course, this is their best Super Weekend so far. We're just hoping that they can continue in that kind of initial launch and remain consistent like that. If they do, they can easily contest with the teams such as Gamelord, Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love towards the top. This will be the team to compete with them.
Yeah, for sure. If LMV was a Batman villain, they'd be the Riddler. For the first couple of days, everyone was, question marks above their head. Where are they? What are they doing? Are they laying down traps for us? Who knows? The answer was no. But then in this Super Weekend, the answer is very much yes. Traps everywhere. And again, there was question marks over what Dehan was doing over on that bridge with that circle finish. But overall, it's been a brilliant Super Weekend for them. I mean, this Super Weekend performance has effectively secured them a position in the finals, so it's been amazing to watch.
Yeah, they're kind of similar to like oatmeal, they sustain you and sustain themselves over the course of the day, and of course they're delicious. No, I don't know how that makes sense. I'm not sure how the Riddler one makes sense either, to be honest, but I get you. Setting out traps, like you're talking about getting the compounds early and letting people rotate into them. But also, if we talk about LMV and their step up, what about someone who's been consistent throughout the entire event so far on a team that Kalaris would be very proud of, as well as John and Blank? Alicio from Exquisite Décode. This guy, MVP last season, and he's proven to be MVP yet again.
And he was MVP from the first Super Weekend, of course. Alicio is just always on board. It comes down to it. These are his stats from overall all the days in the Super Weekend. And he is on top of almost everything. Damage almost going to be first. Kills almost first. 2 is 46. He just needs a little bit of an extra push to push himself above the edge. And that will be him in first place above the rest of the competition. So Alicio here able to potentially secure himself another MVP slot 2 seasons in a row. I said it yesterday. I'm saying it again. If that really happens for Alicio, he's just created himself a history of being potentially the best player in the EU region right now in terms of overall stats, which will be really mental when it comes down to it. And I just cannot wait to see what Alicio could potentially do in an event such as the EMEA Championship Season 2 to see if it's really on par with what the international scene really has to offer.
Did you see that well-groomed man? Is that Johnny Depp? No, it's Alicio. You've seen his gunplay. You've seen his nades. You've seen the opportunity for him to get long-distance spray downs as well when it needs be. I know we just saw a clip of Daddy. That was weird. But Alicio here, just being able to constantly put up the numbers. Like, we might not sometimes see teams constantly be consistent, but guys like Alicio, even when a team, sometimes might not be consistent, this play is from time and time again. Brilliant stuff.
I think Kalaris, it's a contractual obligation for Daddy that whenever his teammate gets highlighted, he has to have at least one clip in the highlight reel.
Maybe.
Otherwise, they owe him a lump sum of money. But my question to you two is, and it's going to be a very difficult question, I feel like, to really answer, but you're talking about Max, how Alicio, if he can do MVP again, he can really prove to be one of the most dominating players in Western Europe. But my question is, if you put him on a different team, would he even be nearly as close as dominant as he's been here in these last 2 seasons of PMPL?
I mean, that's the thing, right? We talked about this many times, how keeping the same team helps you get yourself built up, especially on an individual level. We saw teams like Gamelord do really well, coming into the second season doing really well. This was the old Laco Nostra MVP, now Exquisite Décode UK. I think you put Alicio on another team without players that can't set you up in such a same way. I don't think Alicio would be able to do something similar, but that is, of course, down to the team. We'll have to see how roster changes could potentially happen, but I think that if you take Alicio away from the team, he might be able to perform that well when it comes to fragging, but in terms of getting yourself into the late game and being consistent, you need teammates around you. So I think it will definitely change how he approaches the game quite a bit.
I have a slight differing opinion. I do think some of his plays have come off of some raw individual skill as well. So there is the potential that he could on other rosters, but, we differ in that.
I think James is starting to believe that it's coming home then. I didn't expect that kind of answer. You can see... Oh, man, what did I just start? You can see here our schedule for today: Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. Same time every single Super weekend. And of course, we get to Elite Play. Things will change up. I believe we're going to Sanhok Miramar this coming week, if I'm not mistaken. But you all at home, as you get excited to see what will happen next week. And of course, today, you got to remind you guys once again that the Esports Awards are still going on, where you can vote for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Game of the Year and the Mobile Esports Game of the Year if you head over to esportsawards.com/vote and get those votes in, because together we can be #1. Well, right now, it's time to kick off our first round here of our final day of our second Super Weekend. And we're going to bring our commentators in to join me. Clarus and Max, thank you so much. But let's get John and Blink about PUBG Mobile and how exciting today can be. This has definitely been one of the most exciting Super Weekends we've had in any PMPL Western Europe season.
Yeah, it's been ups and downs. I feel like it's been one of the most competitive that we've seen so far, so I'm really glad to see that develop.
Yeah, 100%, dude. I think it's been extremely exciting, to say the least. I think we've had some incredible plays come through. A lot of these players, and I only can hope that that would continue. I think the guys touched on some really good points on the desk. I think for Unicorns of Love, for us to really have a lot of faith in them, need to kind of replicate that kind of performance today. Though I do think yesterday, you know, that last game was really a return to power for those guys. And it was weird for me because it was almost as if Rollkiss, Lin, as well as GK First are kind of like leading. The First being at the head of that pack, of course, the guy's a nutter. But Fresh, who we really saw as kind of the poster boy for Western Europe, to be honest with you, back in Season 1. Just has fallen off just a little bit. The aggressive plays aren't working. The support isn't there for him. And I think he's used to playing on a team where a lot of things not necessarily revolve around him, but everyone else props him up. When he's playing now with a team that are all individually insane in their own rights and can make those plays on their own. So I think he needs to become more comfortable in playing that position and pop off when he needs to. But I think that Unicorns of Love, yes, I would love to see a replication of that performance today. And Alicia, of course, 46 kills, a little bit behind Narvalo at the moment with 49, but it is weird. Narvalo is really dragging Game Lord at the moment because the rest of them, they're not. It just doesn't feel like Game Lord are back to where we saw them at the beginning of the tournament, John.
No, it's not quite what we've come to. We haven't seen those big games, those massive performances that we came to expect from them a little bit. But that hasn't stopped them from just posting seemingly very consistent results. They're still sat, you know, what is that, 28 points above Eastern Stars, right? They are still very much clearly in the lead at this stage, and it's going to take something to change for that to be knocked off. And I mean, maybe it's this Exquisite Décode UK resurgence that's coming through that's going to do that, right? You can see they're pretty close on those standings. They're pretty close up there. Of course, Unicorns of Love, the team that we talked about really starting to pop off, they are further down, but that's only because they've only played 10 games in these Super Weekends as opposed to everybody else who's been in both Super Weekends playing 25. So they are really batting out the park right now with 112 on 10.
Yeah, they absolutely need to keep going with it. LMV, again, another team that has really struck us all by surprise. 206 points there. Fantastic stuff from them. And Big's just still swinging by. I think for Big, there hasn't been anything big about them at the moment. They've been a very middling-sized man for the time being in terms of that team.
Average.
They've been very average, middling-sized man. Okay, that's the technical term. All right, John.
Okay.
Just
yeah.
allow it to happen.
Look, I don't know. We'll have to
yeah.
consult with some middle-sized people. I mean, we're both over 6 foot, so we don't know what that life's like.
That is true. I'm over 6'5", so you know I'm a very large man.
I'm 6'7" and jacked, so like don't even.
Yeah, so it's kind of not even a big deal. All right, I only look small on camera because you know in real life I'm actually huge, but the proportions make it look weird. Big though, I think that they can do better. I think that they can do better, and I don't think this is me saying that they're doing badly, but a want for them to almost not show their true colors, but I think there's a little bit more in the tank that they can give each day. I'm not sure what it is about them. I think sometimes it's the over-aggressive rotations, sometimes it's getting caught up outside the blue, and I don't think the dropping in Severny helps that cause, to be quite frank with you, because obviously they have to move down quite frequently, past Rozok, past the river, and a lot of times teams are already in position. So I'm not sure if a change of drop spot is in order for them. But they seem pretty comfortable up in Severny, so you know I'm not going to force them to do anything. It's their prerogative.
True, it's true. I mean, to be fair, we were talking yesterday about teams that could potentially challenge for Pachinki, and I mean, we sort of settled on Eastern Stars might be wanted to do it, but I feel like Big could also be right at the top of it because Eastern Stars don't necessarily need to change from Melter. I mean, they've done pretty well from there. I feel like over the last couple of games. Big, as you say, something does need to change for them, and that might be what they can look towards if they want to go for that. But maybe they've figured something out about Severny. Maybe it's just a rotational issue. Maybe it's user error rather than an issue with the spot itself.
Yeah, perhaps. It's so weird that we're using words like user error as well as improvements when they are fourth in the leaderboard right now. But I think that's because we do see this team so highly, John, that we believe that they can do more. And I think that a team that could perhaps do more on their hand is probably someone like Eastern Stars. I think that for them, it feels like sometimes their games are so off, and then other times their games are so on, it's unbelievable.
Backing up. Put it out, duking around with Rana from Nexus Gaming. Nexus Gaming are having backup sail on in, so it's looking a bit more shaky for Ex Machina. Still, yet to take damage. The squad rolls up. 3 players now to deal with. 4 Romanian Boys, not yet on the move, not quite close enough to do anything about this. Do able to jump out the window, get the flush. 4 Romanian Boys, they lose a player early.
You know, I'm starting to see a bit of a trend forming with Nexus, is that they take a team that feels relatively comfortable within their position and then capitalize on that. I think they've done that a few times now, and this time it's 4 Romanian Boys, and we've been saying a long time that no one drops Gatka Fields, no one heads west side other than 4 Romanian Boys, and they have the pick of the litter when it comes to looting in the early game. And this time Nexus just swings out, takes some shots, gets 1 kill, provides himself with a little bit more room to breathe on that western side, whilst also striking the fear of God in 4 Romanian Boys before just heading out. I think this is great from Nexus, and if you can identify some good positions around the map which are not very defensible, go for it, just take them down. I think 4 Romanian Boys certainly have got a little bit too comfortable in their split towards Gatka at the moment, and you can see them there, they're all just unified, just deciding, you know what, there are a couple of people about, we can't keep splitting up as a 4-man.
All right, we've just had word that there is going to come in a rehost for the lobby, which means at the start of this game, you know, it looked a little bit even, but Nexus Gaming, unfortunately, that kill isn't going to matter. We're going to be heading back to the studio. We're going to get this game rehosted to start things off, making sure everything's all sorted out. But, I mean, not really too much was gained or lost there. Maybe 4 Romanian Boys are going to be a little bit more comfortable in their split, though.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, they'll be like, oh, no split at all. It'll be a case of just group up, form a wall type of deal. So, interesting. I don't think we don't know why the rehost came through, unfortunately. So, I can't give you any information on that time. Sorry, guys at home. But, yeah, we will have a rehost and we'll see what happens going forward. I think Erangel, fairly fair map regardless. People will be dropping in their usual spots. I think the only difference here is that, you know, that even circle that we got towards the center, and then a very kind playing path might not be the same for our next map that we get through. So slightly unfortunate for us there, but I'm sure that there was a good reason behind this, John.
Yeah, and I mean, I believe it looks like it was Exquisite Décode UK who were having a couple of issues there, maybe. We'll have to double check though with production, but what we do know is that we have a little bit of an interview to cover the downtime here. We've got Bazzy from the Eastern Stars telling us a little bit about his gameplay.
Hey everyone, we are back for another player interview, and this time around we're going to be joined by someone from Eastern Stars, and it's going to be none other than the man, the myth, the legend himself of Bazzy. Bazzy, before we go into the questions, how you doing, man?
I'm very good. What about you?
I'm doing good, man. Doing amazing. Feels good to see you smiling out there. I think especially after your first week, you can definitely be all smiles about it. You guys did absolutely amazing. But I wanted to know, before you actually entered this PMPL, what expectations did you have with Eastern Stars before beginning this PMPL?
Before beginning, we are just hoping to achieve the qualification to the global tournament.
Oh, for EMEA Championship, you want to make it there?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I mean, talking about EMEA Championship, if Eastern Stars make it that far, what would be your aim? What would be your objectives for the EMEA Championship?
The first 3 places.
Top 3. With teams like Na'Vi, Canina Power, such and such, I think that is a very big aim. So hopefully it'll work out for you. I wish you best of luck on that side. But now, when it comes to the rest of 2021, you've still got quite a few events to happen. Do you and Eastern Star have any wishes, goals, and hopes for the rest of 2021?
So we are hoping to go far as possible at PMPL and stick together.
Okay, I like that. Able to build a little bit more synergy. I mean, you guys definitely have really strong synergy. We'll see if it can go even further and beyond. But to wrap up this quick little interview here, I wanted to know, what will you do differently from the first season of PMPL now into the second season? What's been happening that's different for you guys?
It's almost the same thing, but we improved our strategy.
Okay, I mean, it definitely feels like you guys improved that strategy, getting 3 wins in a row. Absolutely insane. Well, Bazzi, thank you very much for answering all of these questions, and I just wanted to wish you best of luck to you and the rest of Eastern Stars heading into PMPL.
Thank you, Martin.
Hey guys, we're back for another interview here, and today I'm going to be joined by the one and only Beast from Team Big, this time around from Germany. And after an absolutely fantastic first week of Super Weekend, I do have to ask you here, Beast, what was your main expectation / objective for yourself and the team that you set up before entering this event?
We were expecting to obviously go to EMEA at the end, but first of all, like, finishing on the top 3 in PMPL this season.
Definitely getting real close to the top 3. We'll have to see in the next Super Weekend here, Beast. But talked about EMEA Championship Season 2, and I want to ask, if you do make it to that event, do you have any inherent goals in mind you would like to potentially achieve in that event?
Yeah, also in that event, EMEA, we want to reach the top 3. Perfectly would be the top 1, and we're fully trying to get the best we can.
Okay. I have the impression number 3 is like your lucky number, so you guys are continuously aiming for that. I mean, top 3 is definitely good. Put yourself on the podium, you'll be real comfortable. But I want to know, especially for you and Team Big now, that this newly formed roster after splitting away from Destiny, do you have any new maybe goals, hopes and dreams you would like to achieve by the end of the year?
Oh, but the end of the year, we definitely want to increase our communication and also our team play, and make it to PMGC.
That's going to be it for me. Thank you so much, Beast, for this quick interview, for the insight you've been able to give me today, and I wish you best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you very much to the guys for jumping in on the interviews there. Some good, insightful stuff.
All
Hopefully Big are going to be able to... Sorry?
They're all done live.
Yeah, absolutely. Right then, immediately, between the games, excellently eloquent, all of these players. But no, we are going to be getting into game number 1 of the day after a little bit of a false start. I imagine that 4 Romanian boys are going to keep themselves a little bit safer at the start of this game, obviously losing a player in that first attempt, but being saved out there. It was just a few issues with a player from, it was ChasMac Gaming, who had a couple of issues there, but they've been resolved now, and we're going to be getting into game very shortly.
We resolve things quickly here. I like that interview with Beast, to be honest with you, in the case of just like, so where do you want to finish here? Probably top 3. So EMEA Championships, where do you want to, top 3. PMGC? It's the top 3. So what are you thinking of doing for the rest? You know, just want to get that top 3. But it's like, okay then, that's his main goal, and that's fair play. If that's what he wants to do, he's going to make it happen. You know, that's a goal, that's an achievable goal. Guys at home, you know, got to set yourself some achievable goals. If you can go above and beyond those goals, great. But set yourself some achievable goals. Achievable goal for me this morning was get dressed. Difficult for me sometimes, but this morning I made it happen. Extra proud of myself today.
You know what? I'm proud of you too, man.
Thanks, man.
Really well.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I know.
Great.
I know. So, straight into game again. And this time we have our playing pair from the southeast side heading up towards the northwest, towards Zaki. So a lot of areas available. Obviously, Eastern Stars getting out very nice and early here, with Deus Sirens also going straight down into Novo. Exquisite Décode UK, straight to Lipovka as well. So there is a lot of benefits to this playing path, especially the direction that it's flowing. With so many teams on the eastern side, I mentioned this before. A lot of easy spots for a lot of players. I think Romanian Boys could be slightly late to their Gatka drop, which might give Nexus a bit more time to be like, oh, you're going to come across there.
Maybe we'll. Maybe. Oh,
Watch out.
Yeah, they got to.
Watch out.
They do have to be careful. It looks like they've dropped a little bit further north than maybe they would have done before. You can see Doran out a little bit late there, almost over Everest at that stage. And I imagine the one thing that they would change is the speed at which they would come to back up their team, because you know Nexus likes to have this really fast backup style, especially in these early scraps. You get into a fight, 2 of your players rock up, and immediately you have an advantage. You're basically guaranteed to get that kill. If you can get that kill before there's a response from the team that you're crashing on, there's no way that they can have any response. You just go, you leave. That's exactly what they did last time around. The circle, though, it's pretty different to the last attempt, and it's going to pop down southwest.
Yeah, so this time we have a bit of a different circle where Romanian Boys could be far more comfortable with this one, right? And Nexus similarly the same. LMV picking up some vehicles, going to head down towards Primos, have that looted up, this time in the blue no longer, as they will be calmly in the circle for the time being. Primos can be a nice little bit of sanctuary for them going forward. Eastern Stars, however, it goes in roundabouts. Now Eastern Stars are in a rough position. I genuinely think that at this point in time, John, for Eastern Stars, I'm not sure I like the Milta power drop anymore. I know it's one they're comfortable with, but just looking at the lobby, like every single time, it would be fine if you had only Exquisite Décode up in Lipovka, possibly a team of Milta, and then one in Yasnaya. But the fact that you've got inhabitants towards Shelter as well as Mansion, it makes this like leaving of Milta power so much more difficult than it needs to be. So it's a bit confusing for me at the moment. I think Eastern Stars are also having a rough time because of it.
I'm surprised that nobody's on the farm split right now. It's just an open area of the map. Team Doom, they're in Milta main. They're sort of playing in that city position, but there's no one around farm at all at this stage. So maybe that's where Eastern Stars could turn their attention to if, you know, when it comes to the next Erangel games, when it comes to this specific lobby as well. So we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, they are stuck in a traffic jam.
Stuck in a traffic jam. I think it's one of those cases where if you get into that scenario, you've got to really think quickly, but also at the same time, you begin to worry, right, John? You're like, when am I going to get in? When am I going to get in? And the game's slowly slipping out of your hands. So it's a little bit of a scary one to be part of. I think for Deus Sirens... Sorry, go on. Go on, buddy, go on.
I mean, I was going to say, although they are going to be used to making a westward rotation, right? Because they're on the far east of the island. So, I mean, their westward rotations, they should know how to do them.
Yeah, they should. They really should. I think that obviously it's an easy enough rotation to make. I think when you get trapped in that traffic jam, it becomes a little bit difficult. But that's when, you know, you have to be able to think on the fly. Like, you need to be able to change up tactic whenever and wherever on the map. And I think that when we have only Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok, like, you should really know all these maps like the back of your hand at that point.
Oh, for sure. And those paths that they have available to them, they'll be pretty numerous at this stage. I mean, there's going to be a lot of teams ahead of them, sure, but they'll have had to make these decisions time and time again from this spot, right? So they should know the options available to them in pretty much every scenario. One would hope so, anyway.
Yeah, one would hope so. Deus Sirens down towards Novo. Slightly... I think it's a good spot. I think Novo is a good spot. it's a place where you want to loot up, head into the circle and towards the late game. And I think Deus Sirens have been finding success because of that reason. Where if we're going to field finish, usually Deus Sirens are the last to rock up into it. Usually you can find a spot on the other side of the circle, have a great little compound setup, if not with an actual compound, but rather set up with vehicles that they've been able to preserve for the majority of the game. So I think Deus Sirens have a clear shot at this game, that's for sure, if we do head towards the field, if they play it out right. I think that, you know, their worst trait is probably impatience. And I think that sometimes they will just immediately send it in with lack of scouting. But yesterday they got that chicken dinner on board. You know, everyone was excited to see that one. We're happy for them. I think that, you know, they're a good team in the making. It does need a lot of work here and there, though. But it's not like they're a lost cause, if that makes sense.
Exquisite Décode UK, I mean, we spoke about how Eastern Stars might have been in a little bit of a jam, but they're also kind of in a similar spot, right? They have a couple of paths available to them, but they've got TSC to their north. They've got a lot of teams already out to their west. Eastern Stars as well, who will struggle getting past them. They'll struggle to get past Eastern Stars. So it's not necessarily the easiest path for Exquisite Décode UK. A move down south for 4 Romanian Boys, and now they're pretty close to Nexus once more.
Oh yeah, bit of revenge in order, and why not serve it down towards the coastal side? If you're going to eat out, make it pretty. Eat and drink by the beach. I think for Nexus, they are slightly ahead of 4 Romanian Boys at the moment. And if they move down to Sosnovka, I don't know about this play. This might not be the play for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. I mean, Nexus Gaming, we speak a lot about this hill and about, you know, this bunker at the top as well. I feel like this is a really solid spot for this sort of a circle. I feel like you can't go wrong playing from it as long as you can hold off a crash. It's just such a solid point of overlook as well as rotational strength away from it. If it shifts up north or south, you've got a lot of options here.
Yeah, I think that for these teams, it wouldn't be the worst idea in the world to head down towards Sosnovka, John. But at the same time, like the way it is, that's a scenario where you lose a few players and you're like, okay, Sosnovka is probably one of the safest places for you to be because no team's going to be going down there because they're not certain it's going to drop there anyway. Like there's going to be very low chance of it happening. I think 4 Romanian Boys are posted around Lighthouse though, John, which is not. In fact, I don't mind that play, especially with it being so central. Like, the chances are is that they're going to remain towards Lighthouse in terms of the circle, where teams like TSC, Exquisite Décode UK, or Eastern Stars, they might want to wrap underneath Sosnovka. And again, they can get themselves a few cheeky kills on that western bridge. So I think it works out. I think it works out well.
I mean, if Deus Sirens need to cross at some point, they're going to be the first to know about it. Oh. Got a car alarm going off in my road. I mean, it seems like everyone's getting excited.
Oh,
about
that's you. Oh, I see. Yeah. I actually thought that was just a new sound from the vehicle. I was like, what is that? But I just accepted it for what it was. I didn't even realize it was coming from you. I kind of have my game feed quite low, so you know I hear the bullets, but they're not deafening. But usually, sometimes it feels like someone off in the distance is calling to me. So yeah, it blended in. It blended in nicely, John. I think it went well. As soon as we switched to the cars, you had the car alarm. It was an intended purpose from you, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and they sorted it out really fast as well. So it was really on point. Honestly, I have to double their fee. But Deus Sirens playing up close to the bridge. This might just going to pay off here. Look at this. The circle pops. TSC head of the coastline. Are they going to make the big swim early again?
I mean, this is the scenario I was talking about yesterday, and I'm glad that it's happened in this game because now I get to talk about it, and I love talking. Unicorns I love. Basically, one of the issues I find with this team is that, yes, the rotations are slow in the beginning, and it worked out yesterday in Erangel because they didn't have to move too far down the coastals, from South George right into the circle itself. But I was saying that, what if that circle did hit Sosnovka and that slow rotation came through? They would be doomed in a sense because most of the few compounds that are available will already been taken. It's going to be difficult to get onto Sosnovka. There are going to be already teams holding out. Basically, Unicorns will almost sign themselves themselves a death sentence by making this slow play. And I think when you have so much of Sosnovka military base in the circle, you can't be hesitant in those areas. You have to be like, there is a chance, therefore we need to start moving down the western coast soon. Either we can post up as a 4-man split along the yellows on the western side of the map, or we can head to Gatka, but we can't stay in North George for any longer. It's kind of ridiculous in my opinion, John.
TSC are making this swim as well. I mean, I agree with that, but I just want to talk about TSC.
No, it's fine. Yeah,
because they're making the same sort of crossing that they did the other day. The difference here is that Team Doom have full knowledge and vision of this movement. TSC now really under pressure. You can see Buho took a couple of shots, really needs to try and surface at whatever point he can and get to that beach. It's an open beach as well, and they need to be careful. The fast cross came through from 4 Romanian Boys. Deus Sirens didn't go at the bridge.
No, they absolutely didn't. I think they were more concerned at preserving their lives than taking the lives of others there. LMV take a boat, head down towards the south side of Sosnovka. Similarly, Exquisite Décode UK take the advice of the greatest analyst alive, Mr. Maximan, and they're going to take a boat from Lipovka and head towards Sosnovka military base. They're going to be out in the blue for a fair bit though, so they will have to be healing up when they do arrive, but most of the eastern side of the map is pretty clear, with LMV coming in over on the western side anyway, so I think Exquisite Décode UK should remain fairly unhindered by this.
The question is, how fast can Unicorns of Love get into this fight? Because right now, Super Young roster, Game Lord, and ChasMac Gaming all fighting it out on this hillside, on this strip of forested hill. And Unicorns of Love potentially looking to crash on in. Teams taking knocks both sides. Game Lord, at the moment, 2 down. Super Young roster, they've lost 1 or 2. Narvalo has been flushed. Ali has been flushed as well for Super Young roster. Game Lord want to keep as many alive as possible. Only Spicy standing.
I think for Game Lord, it's going to be very difficult to get out of this one, to be honest with you, John. Wait a minute. I'm getting a transmission from the greatest analyst alive, Kalaris. He said that Team Doom's played this position a few times now, and once they played it where they were on the beach side, and the second where it ended up on top of them. So I think Team Doom, this is a great little circle for them, and they tend to perform very well on it. We'll see where this next circle heads or to, and it's not comfortable. But this is the exact same circle we've pretty much seen before. So Team Doom is very comfortable with this one. They know what to do in this scenario. So thank you for that transmission, Mr. Kalaris. We really do appreciate you. But could you not interrupt me during my show? Come on.
Goodness me, what a rude analyst. Second best analyst in the world must be now. You're going to be bumped down the rankings there. Rollkiss drives out into the open, gets sprayed down. I mean, I don't know what you expect there, but Unicorns of Love got to follow it up with a crash onto Super Young roster's position. GK first, breaching through the door. Faker takes care of Lin in the meantime, and that's a flush. Unicorns of Love suffering here, but GK first wins out his fight. With Rollkiss down in the open, it's really down to GK First and Fresh here. The duo for Unicorns of Love. Alush low. Needs to get this res up onto Faker. A long-range nade there. Is it going to hit through the window? Not quite going too far there, but Fresh putting the skates on him. Pushes Alush up on high and an excellent coordinated nade, but it's not going to find the damage. Not going to tickle just yet. Fresh down below, wants to put one up as well. That could be good, but it's a little bit too high. They do confirm the kill, however, and leave Alush last standing for Super Young roster. And around the back, he goes with a nice long-range nade, and Fresh places it perfectly.
I think that you could see how quickly that fight was progressing, right? And then there's a very clear reason for that, is because, again, it's this late bloody rotation, John. And they're like, we must finish this fight as soon as possible. Look at this time, the fight they take with Super Young roster, who they seem to be coming against every single time. And no doubt, you know, you've got the North George and the South George team. It makes sense that those two guys would be going against each other a lot. But instead of the guys from Super Young roster being left out in the blue where they can't loot them, this time Unicorns of Love should get a little bit of supplies to go forward with.
A little bit, but they have got a lot of teams in front of them. Will be tricky terrain. Do they stick on that northern side? Do they try and head down south? I mean, the bridge is treacherous as ever right now. A lot of teams have moved down to the southern island right now. Obviously, Deus Sirens, the only team that started there. For Romanian Boys went there pretty sharpish. LMV, they beached up on the southwest. Exquisite Décode UK actually beached up around Novo. They're currently making their way across that military island, but there's still scraps going on around the bridge entrance.
Yeah, and I think that for Nexus at the moment, there are so many players here do really could not have got knocked in that position. It's like probably the most important position to be playing inside the Harry Potter Tower. Luckily, Nexus do have oversight and have sent in the reinforcements, so really, really well played to those two.
Wood goes down as well. Really nice to hold that position to potentially still resable here. Creator pretty close by and goes straight on up for it. Doesn't want to even take care of Rasho at this stage. Very nice hold there for Nexus Gaming. I feel like this is good stuff from Nexus Gaming right now. Rasho sends for the water, maybe wanting to swim underneath the bridge. I mean, all the players in this lobby are going to be used to swimming under bridges now after all the practice they got the other day.
Oh yeah, and again with new circle, we've seen this before. We'll see it again. Unicorns of Love opt to head up towards the northern side. Again, to be fair, they really have no options for themselves. Like I couldn't even suggest them to make a better rotation, because all the rotations is just go into the circle, find a position, and then fight someone for it. There really aren't many options now ahead of you. Unicorns of Love, fresh, has to throw himself into the water. Now Nexus as well as SKP is starting to move across, and you know what? Nexus feels like they've got a great atmosphere around them at the moment. They just seem so much more composed, and the teamwork is really there. I love to see it. Exquisite Décode UK are dying off in the blue though.
That's not ideal. I would say that's the opposite of, but excuse me, they're trying to stop ChasMac Gaming going, but there ain't no way in hell you're stopping these guys flying off the edge of this cliff. The headland, though, will be occupied ahead of them, because Big made this rotation just a split second earlier. You can see Mihi's going to be first to land. Beast is there as well. The difficulty will come is if Xtreme Slayers are going to let them up. Are TSC going to let them up? Are 4 Romanian Boys, who are now moving across the side of the coastline, going to let them up? It's such a difficult place to go, and this is why TSC's early crossings have generally paid off for them in these situations, because they don't have people gatekeeping them when they try to move up the beaches.
Yeah, I think that Doom tried to certainly give them what form in that situation. Excuse me, haven't made their way across this time, so the Kryptonite TSC haven't been able to get in, but 4 Romanian Boys, they're converging on TSC's position, and Jar Jar's off in the distance. So again, TSC suffer because they're trying to hold a few places at once. A little bit rough for themselves. Exquisite Décode UK went out in the blue. TSC now down. Great stuff from 4 Romanian Boys to hold that one. I was confused by that play because it had a long time to get down from Lipovka, so uncertain what happened in that situation. I'm sure there is a valid reason, but again, that will really hurt them in the long run. This is one where you could have come down from Lipovka, entered from the eastern side, and with so many teams being over to the west here, it would have been an optimal rotation too.
Yeah, I don't even think they were really guarded out. I don't know if they even took a fight during that game, so it was sort of just fully self-inflicted almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will have to review that. But Mihi, Beast, they're up on the coastline, and they should spot a couple of players down the way. You've got holes to worry about as the smoke start to bloom. They're trying to make this progression up. This is probably one of the trickiest maneuvers you'll see in PUBG Mobile, making this cross on an open beach when there's teams there waiting for you who know where you're going to be coming on up. So Beast and Suave now leading the charge up the beach side. But Big, who are doing this well. They're playing this discipline.
Yeah, to be fair, it really is Normandy over here, because it is just so difficult to even get anywhere up this beach before some people start shooting at you and you're stopped in your tracks. By the time you start shooting back at someone else, another team starts to shoot you in the back here. It's very difficult. Team Doom, though, I like their approach to this circle, which is we're going to stay well out of the way, you guys. You can almost see a clear cut down the middle of that circle on the top right of your screen, where, you know, you've got all the teams in the middle, and then the western side is mainly inhabited by all the teams, but it's just Team Doom on the eastern side, all on their lonesome, but they're not too unhappy with that.
I mean, that's a shift and a half, though. Really hard south. Deus Sirens, Eastern Stars, and LMV currently in the circle. Team Doom, they waste no time getting on up there. But all these teams on the northwest might struggle just a little bit to keep on going. They have each other to worry about, and they've got that guard, and the road crossing is never going to be easy. Nexus Gaming need to get into a good position now. They mount up, and they're going to look for one.
Yeah, it's one of those positions where... Oh, dear. Take shots. No, doesn't want to take a look. Big has to drop the floor. It's one of those locations where you're desperate for the circle to come your way so you can just breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief, right? And then set up tent and recuperate. But again, you have to keep on moving, as if it wasn't enough to just go up onto the beach, sorry. Now you have to make your way through the forest. It really is a hellish terrain and a hellish journey you have to make. But Big has managed to do it with almost 4 players. 1 player did go down on knocked knees, so we'll have to be brought back up again. But so far, Big's making it look nice.
ChasMac Gaming as well, managing to mount the beach side there. They've had to go a little bit further out. Xtreme Slayers get dealt with. Excuse me, go down as well. Xtreme Slayers, the beach side component did get dealt with, but they do have 2 players a little bit further inland, although they're not without their own trials and tribulations. The move down south for Nexus went well. They now have a foothold in the circle. And Big, they are looking to spearhead straight down in here past Deus Sirens' position.
It would be decent movement as well. I think for Big, this is fantastic. Oh dear.
In they come. In comes the crash. The first knock goes through over to Deus Sirens, and Linu's position completely unknown, but Yatsum goes down. How do you cross that open path? Linu dropping the ball a little bit there. Now 2 Romanian boys left in the shack. 3 Deus Sirens left on the inside. Diavala nowhere near this. Was that a smoke that was dropped inside?
I really hope so.
I really hope so as well. Oh my goodness me, that was a little bit squeaky bum time there. But either way, both Deus Sirens are live and kicking on the inside. However, Big are waiting in the wings. A lovely nade from Linu though to pop out the window, and Sarah gets flushed on out. 4 Romanian boys, they're down to 1.
Yeah, still 3 players for Deus Sirens, but this is a perfect opportunity for Big to hit this massive third party. They have been struggling for a long time to get into the circle, and now they can pick up a lot of loot, resupply themselves off a fight that has both teams, you know, on bended knee. So really well played there.
Very nice, nicely done. 4 Romanian boys are dealt with. They know that they're just going down in that shack. They don't want to take any chances, though, completely bombing it out. Deus Sirens are wondering if they can get away here. If they can get away, if they can get out. Linu didn't manage to hop into the car, but there's the regroup with Diavala. They're going to know exactly where they're playing in this shack as well. They really want this res, though, for the Deus Sirens. Beast, they drop 1, and actually Linu still doing work, playing Secret Agent there in the smokes.
Just on the floor. Mickey loves to play that kind of position. And so Big, they're very aware of this kind of thing. So it's nice to see that. It's like, you can't fool Big when they have to deal with the Smoke Lord himself. So Mickey commands the rest of the team to start bombing the hell out of that one. And Linu's like, I will just crawl my way out of here. This is not cool. They're using a lot of smokes to get this 1 player across the road, though, which I don't personally like. I think smokes are great for the late game. God, I don't know. Maybe it was worth it.
Maybe. Big, though. They're up to 5 kills. They're starting off pretty well. Already guaranteed 6th place. Look at the nades. This is, you're right, this is a lot of ability being poured in here to take care of Deus Sirens. And I mean, sure, you're going to get the kills here. And I don't think Diavala's going to survive this one. Yeah, there they go. But that is a lot. You're right. How many smokes were used? How many nades were popped in there? And they just used loads of smokes on the beach side as well.
Yeah, but they can resupply. This is the big thing for the guys from Big, is that they've resupplied off 2 teams, because obviously their Sirens weren't quite able to loot up the 4 Romanian boys because that fight hadn't concluded yet. Ex Machina just kind of explodes himself in the shack for some strange reason. I was ready for the greatest nade of his life, and then it just tears his hand off in the process, so that was a bit of an odd one. Team Doom, once again, very calm. Not complacent, though, on Erangel. They are making it happen on the eastern side of the map. Quick rotation, smart thinking puts them in a very solid position for the rest of the game. LMV drops the smokes. They want to make sure they can get up. You know, Eastern Stars have been in their way for a long time.
Central, very central as well for the Eastern Stars, but they're under pressure now. Nades out towards LMV there on their southern flank. Perk's trying to lead them forwards as well. LMV, 3 players alive. Talon went down earlier. From the southern side, they're a little bit diminished. Big, 4 players alive. Team Doom, 4 players alive. Eastern Stars on 3, Nexus Gaming on 3 as well.
Yeah. Looking to get these points in the upward numbers for Big at the moment, with 8 on the board so far, with 4 players alive. Not an easy feat to make it across that water with 4 players alive and then storm your way down the beach as well and get a couple of kills. That's a lovely shift for Big, though. They'll be really happy with that one. Nexus also sitting in a good position, but Eastern Stars now open for assault, and they understand that, where they have a couple of players in rough positions at the moment. So Eastern Stars just make themselves safe around this crate.
I mean, Big, sure, they might be happy with how close it is, but Nexus Gaming, they have oversight on them and a really, really good angle. At the moment, Big are hiding in a shack at this stage. Eastern Stars, the question for me is, do they stand tall and try and guard out both Team Doom and LMV in these scenarios? It's going to be a tricky decision, and I think already they're taking a couple of knocks their way.
This is good, actually. Eastern Stars actually push down towards the south side and attempt to clear LMV. They're sick of waiting and allowing this team to be at their back. So if they can clear space that way, then it makes it so much easier for them to deal with Nexus. Creator takes some shots, but times zigzags his way up the hill.
They fought their way across the beaches. They've been in open ground before and they've won out the day. LMV get run on down, though. In the meantime, on the south side, they will get eliminated. Eastern Stars happy about that. That's 1 threat eliminated times. Again, pushing up. Open ground runner suffering. There's a nade up close as well. Need to be careful. Oh dear, that's some team damage, but they do manage to get the white. Nexus Gaming eliminated, and now the fight continues. Needs to move through towards Eastern Stars. Team Doom as well struggling to move across here, and Big move on forwards, finally cut down.
That'll be Molotov as well, and Bazzi definitely going to suffer because of that one now. Beast attempts to move up towards this hillside. They have a much better position now with the hillside ahead of them. Really good timing from their part, and Times just massive bravado in that last fight there, just running his way up the hill and taking down 3. That's Bazzi down, now just Octavian alive, and Nade heads on his way, will tick him for half HP. Beast going to send another one, and Octavian might just fall to that.
Oh, a little bit far away there. Does take damage from it, but looking to heal up, pop those bandages. No first aids available for Octavian. It's going to really struggle there. Team Doom down the hill, 4 players alive. The main threat for Big right now, but 12 kills on the board, and they keep it on going. They find Zesh. Really good start to proceedings. They have the downhill cover. The circle goes up to Big.
Yeah, no, this is almost certainly Big's game right now, and I know I said at the beginning, you know, there was more left in the tank for Big, and there certainly is. I feel like they've given themselves a full tank this morning. Octavian, though, takes a couple of shots. Jeez Louise.
Hang on a minute. Big just all of a sudden down to 2. I mean, you said they had more in the tank, but now Doom have the numbers advantage. The hill's short, goes over to Big. Octavian managed to get a flank onto 1, and Doom managed to pick up a flush onto the other flank as well for the players on Big. And now they're down to 2. It's unfortunate. Really unfortunate.
This is very unfortunate indeed. God, now Unreal starts to throw some nades behind the trees. Sure, they still have to move up towards that position, but can Big even hold them off at this point in time? Octavian, God, this man is the stealth master. He will take you from a position that you didn't even know it was possible to shoot you from. Crazy, and they have no idea where he is either.
A crucial pick there, though, onto Team Doom, and another as well. Big do not want to let this one slip. Doom being pressured out by the blue zone to boot, and it's just so hard to move through here. Doom down to 1, almost at the blue there is Unreal, holding down behind a tree. I think everybody knows the deal. Octavian, though, still a spanner in the works here.
He's causing so many problems. I think Eastern Stars in these final game circles, one of the things they're so good at is causing chaos and disruption. Swave drops up. I think he has spotted Octavian possibly. No, it's Unreal instead. God, they're still both making it in at the moment. Octavian's biding his time with the MK14.
Oh, he definitely knows something's up there in the grass. He should have spotted something, and Octavian finally goes down. Now Big can turn all of their attention over towards the last player from Team Doom. Unreal looks to try and hold off against 2. Suave jumping up Mihi all this time, crawling ever closer. Doom from the grass rises up across the beach, across the forest. They reign supreme here, and Big have plenty in the tank.
That is a huge game from Big. Massive game. They've got sand on their feet, sand on their bums, and water in their boots. But to be honest with you, regardless of what happened that game, they made it look good. Yes, they might be covered in all sorts that we don't want to know about, but to be honest, that was a fantastic game for Big. I'm really happy to see it. Also, wait a second. Oh, I'm getting another transmission. It's from the president. He's wanting me to present Kalaris with the greatest analyst award. Oh my God! Congratulations, Kalaris. Honestly, yeah, the Team Doom have played fantastic that game. I think that they're approaching that circle, their understanding of where people played to set themselves up for that end game success. Fantastic stuff overall, and you love to see it. I think that that's a team that really understands that one particular position. That's so weird.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the compound that they took the third-party fight with, I think we've seen that compound. I remember a specific instance of that compound, right? I think it was Panda who did an excellent crash on towards that compound. It might have been a different team. I can't quite remember, but I remember there was a telestration about it. So maybe one of our fantastic analysts can recall better than I can. But it felt like people have really taken that situation to heart. I mean, the Romanian Boys, they sent in their Vanguard, and that dropped immediately. There was a good recovery crash onto that position, but it felt like it was just a little bit too slow in terms of overwhelming the Deus Sirens in that position. So the Romanian Boys may be missing a trick there, and actually it was Big in the end who did come back, using a lot of utility there though, and maybe could have come back to bite them. However, lucky them, it didn't matter.
Yeah, I think for Big in that situation, I don't think they cared they were using so much utility. Their bags are probably so weighed down by the belongings of Deus Sirens as well as Romanian Boys that they're pretty happy to just lob everything out there so that they could at least pick up their feet when they walk. So not the worst thing in the world. I think the smokes coming through from Deus Sirens were almost didn't work in their own favor because I think that if you left Lanu in the smoke and then just kept blooming one or two, then the two guys were able to fight from the shack. I think as soon as you retreat to the shack on the other side and go inside the shack, you are doomed regardless what happens, right? Like, there's no way you get out of this situation. If the enemy team has nades, it's over.
Yeah, they just pop them in, they spray the door, so even if you run out, you are going to go down. Yeah, it's kind of signing your own death warrant there, which is unfortunate for Deus Sirens. It felt like they had some pretty decent spots, pretty decent rotations. They were a little bit maybe too split to be able to hold down that compound, but either way, they go down to the winners of the game. Big, able to stand tall and with it put their first chicken dinner on the board. It's got to feel good, especially on the first game of the day, to be able to earn that cool $1,000. We're going to head to a break. We'll see you in the next.
Well, it almost took a full 2 super weekends for Big to get their chicken dinner, but you know what? They finally did it. They got $1,000 and they finally proved they can close out games when it matters, especially when they have 4 players left alive. Still Jason Kaplan, still Kalaris, still Maxman at the very end here. But guys, this is a great win for Big, a phenomenal amount of kills as well. And honestly, if they keep this pace up, I think Kalaris were saying like one more win and we could see Big at the top of the table.
Yeah, it's phenomenal, really, because I mean, not only do they get themselves the victory here, but then they get it from Severny over towards Sosnovgrad. So they're not only traveling the furthest, they're having to jostle for position the most out of a lot of these teams. I think a brilliant start here for Big, and it's going to give them a lot of confidence going forwards.
I think this is just the Kalaris game, because everything you've been talking about, you know, Big, how they've been really strong, potentially rotating away from the north, and Doom, you've been talking about their position on the cliff up north of the river, down south, and how they're, instead of just standing next to the cliff, this team actually went for the eastern bridge. I would love to see more teams go for similar rotations, but Doom are the team that, with circles like this, have just shown that they are just so strong. There's definitely a method to the madness, and Team Doom seems like they've broken the code right now, and they were able to get himself a top 2 with 15 points, so definitely a big performance from Doom when we want to see them a little bit more consistent than the 2 wins they got so far.
Yeah, Blank, I was literally talking to him mid-game because it was too important to ignore. The fact that Team Doom seems to have a lockdown on how to deal with these circles. And what's really cool about, you know, the position that they had on those cliffs on the North Shore is in the previous 2 games that they played that, yes, they got the victory, but then even though the circle shifts almost identically to their previous win, they make a different move. Why? Because they see TSC swimming, decide that, okay, they're going to be hitting the beach a little bit quicker than us. Let's go that eastern bridge and play from there, where they get the excuse me hill from the previous game that occurs, which actually was one of the more powerful spots in that previous game, despite them actually winning. There's a lot of details. I'll shut up, Jason, because I could go on forever.
You guys are like not catching on to one of the biggest disappointments of that round, actually.
Exquisite Décode UK.
No, is that Big got 31 points because they got 15 points and 16 kills. Now they're not balanced. They were at exact same placements and kills, and Thanos is just tossing in his bed right now. He's not happy. But yeah, obviously Exquisite Décode as well, 0 points. TSC Legends, 0 points. Super Young roster as well. But Mihi, gotta give a shout out to him. 1,000 damage done, 6 kills. 6 kills in his opening match. Yesterday combined, he had 10 total, and he was our number 3 player overall when it came to kills. Yeah. So this is pretty insane just in the first one to have that.
Yeah, and you got Swerve, of course, on top of that, the spot of Team Umbra when you think back at last PMPL season. Definitely when I think back at Team Umbra, right, I think that Swerve was definitely the outlier of the team, and then the fact he's picked up was now Big is a really good showcase of how talented this player actually is. So a really good step up from both Mihi and Swerve in this game in particular. But Rana, we talked so much about the side of Nexus Gaming and how we had Dexter, of course, the side of Sushi, and how Rana actually started stepping up really big time at the end of PMPL Season 1. It feels good to see him back. Hopefully it's just not a one-hit wonder where he's top 3 player, and actually just not going to be the case for the rest of the PMPL. So I hope we can see a lot more of Rana. Whoa, that is leaps and bounds ahead of the rest. Whoa, the hell was that Big?
Not Sanhok numbers right there. Let me tell you that much. That's Big blasting out of control. They had a great spot. I mean, even their push up against, you know, dislodging Deus Sirens and then just absolutely bombarding the position, that shed that they had. What was it called in French? I can't remember. Gitoun. That's right, the Gitoun. They bombarded the Gitoun. And Linu had nothing to answer back for that, even in French. That was, yeah, brilliant by Big. Hey, their transitions through this game were fantastic.
They do interviews together as a whole team, and they die inside of a shack together as a whole team, okay?
I want to see the interview. What do you think, Max?
You know what? We'll keep it up,
agree.
Actually.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll see how that works out, the interview. But yeah, it was fun. Some good insight on the team.
You did it, so I hope you know how it actually went. But let's maybe dive further into Big and the performances. We've been saying, again, like Big, the only team in top 4, top 5 with 0 chicken dinners. They're able to keep up with teams like H-Stars who have 5 chicken dinners. But it doesn't really tell the story of kind of their stats, right? Obviously, they're playing well. They haven't had any breakout games until here. But I wanted to compare the Super Weekend stacks from Big up against Eastern Stars, just to get an idea, like how well are they playing? And funny enough, like they're really not that far behind at all in any sense of the word.
That is really close between them. When it comes to average kills, of course, they're going to be a little bit above it. Big is not a team that's really always going to be focused around those positioning points, because they maybe had a little bit of a hard time closing off games from time to time, but really they make it consistently towards that top 5 position towards the late game. So even then, their positioning points are not too shabby. I mean, they got even a longer survival time than Eastern Stars. Goes to show they definitely got something going right for them. But when it comes to closing off games, I think that this game in particular just going to give them that little extra confidence boost to, if we have a strong position, go out for it, take control, be aggressive, and I think that might be the difference maker for the rest of the games today, potentially next Super Weekend, and hopefully even the finals. So we'll see how that's going to work out for Big. But yeah, really big step up from the team.
Yeah, I do think you could, between Mihi and Beast, call them Big Brain Gaming instead, because quite honestly, what they've been able to put up, not only in terms of forming this roster, but also the consistency beyond that. Like, we've not looked at them this entire tournament and thought to ourselves, oh, these are the team to beat. No, but they have just been consistently there, up at the top, to the point where maybe some teams have ignored them a little bit in terms of the threat level that they do present here. And now seeing them win on the board, I actually would not be surprised if we see a second win from them today, considering that they've got the ball rolling now.
I mean, they said it. They said in the Discord, right? Hey, back-to-back win, they said. So we'll see how it's going to work out.
That I think has weight to it, like Maxman calling a prediction of a team winning a round. I'm not so sure. I'm not quite a believer, but I'll give Big a chance to make me a believer. Let's dive a little bit further though into Big, I guess we could say their top player, Mihi in particular. Obviously doing the interviews before. I think even Banks last season, an interview with him that unfortunately didn't get to show on air. But this man has been able to put up some really good numbers. I mean, look at that, 8,700 damage, 44 kills. Like, he's competing damage-wise up against Alicio. He just hasn't been able to lock down as many.
Yeah, just needs a little extra push to be potentially contesting with the likes of Alicio. But man, he's going to be top healing. He's just a tank in these games. He's just taking all those bullets every time. Good to see from Mihi, yeah.
There's something to extract from that, because the last time we looked at Mihi, these numbers were not dissimilar in terms of the weight that they hold, right? He had big damage, and still, in the previous time we looked at his graph, was one of the highest people when it came to healing. Again, you know, we accentuated it then, and I'm accentuating it now. He knows, and they know, how long they can take fights, how much they can then move back, heal up, go back into that fight, and the more times you're doing that as a player like Mihi, I think eventually the more times you're going to be winning things out, because if you can judge it better than your opponent can, and then that you eventually get that knock after all that heal back and forth damage battle, yeah, Mihi's winning them.
Okay, well, you know what? It's time to move into our next round of the day. Let's take a quick look at the schedule to remind you guys what's coming up next and what's coming up throughout the rest of the day. If you haven't joined us before here in our Super Weekends, we've got Miramar coming up second, followed up by Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. And Colors and Max, while we do have less than 2 minutes of time left to go, I'm going to ask you for what you love to do, and we love to make fun of Max for, and Colors loves to gloat about, though he's a very modest person with a 4, your predictions. Real quick here, what's your predictions for this match?
Okay, I'm not going to go with Big. I don't want to curse them on the back-to-back win, so I'm going to go with Game Lord. I'll follow Imperium's instinct. Let's go.
Our production is trolling, and they're saying Virtus Pro. I'm going to go with Eastern Stars. You know, why not?
Okay. Well, there we go. We got Eastern Stars. We got Game Lord, even though Max is a cop-out, pretty much taking Imperium's choice. But let's head to our commentators, maybe get an idea of what they think as we bring back in John, Allen, and Blank once again. Gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Who do you think is going to take this one?
It's coming home. Exquisite Décode UK. I mean, they were out in the blue last game. They've had a lot of time to think about what they've done. And hopefully they've figured it out.
Yeah, I think maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I'm not sure what to figure out when it comes to dying to the blue. Slightly unfortunate turn of events there. You know, sometimes you get caught up in too much thinking, unfortunately for some teams, but that happens. It happens sometimes. It's not a big deal. Move on. Still towards the top right now. Big, however, looking mighty fine. And it's great to see, you know, it's a team I wanted to talk about at the top of the day, and I'm glad that they're able to improve because of it. I'm not saying that I had anything to do with it, but, you know, take what you will from that statement. But either way, you know, we're going to go over to Miramar now, slightly larger map, so hopefully Big doesn't have to be on the war prowl as much this time, coming down from the top side of the map like a panther. Though I'm sure they were very upset coming out the water and having to shake their furs off. Eastern Stars dropping out nice and early, obviously heading down towards Impala, with Decode heading up a little bit further. You know, they love to play on this eastern side of the map, and they're called Eastern Stars for a reason, of course.
They do have a relatively large number of eastern drops, you're right. I'm just trying to remember where they drop on Sanhok. That's boot camp now, actually, isn't it? So.
No. It's Northwest Island, then they swim across the boot camp should it head towards the east.
Yeah, they do that.
I've examined these circles. I have examined these zones.
They do the 2-2, don't they?
When I go to sleep. They usually have like a very aggressive 4-man split on the Northwest Island with someone heading down towards the trifecta compound, and then they have a very, very slick little rotation over towards boot camp. But yeah, we'll see what they do on this next Sanhok, because it could be interesting if they're trying to change things up there. Teams now dropping off everywhere at the moment. Super young roster looking to cause problems for Unicorns of Love. I do feel sorry for Unicorns of Love in a way, because they are hounded by the exact same teams every time. But they almost cause themselves problems because they drop all the way on these outer edges where the rotations aren't easy, and then they don't make them any easier for themselves when they decide to rotate so late into the circle. Again, we've seen what they can do when a circle isn't too bad for them, and they're able to take their time and make it happen. But I do think there needs to be some emergency protocols when it comes to sudden shifts, and they need to be able to, you know, drop everything, stop this 6-minute rotation and go a lot sooner. You don't have to be fully looted up. You just need to be in a good position. More often than not, that can secure you a fight win.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be that is their weakness, is those emergency calls that maybe aren't coming through. SKP right now pretty close to 4 Romanian Boys in Picardo. 2 teams can survive pretty effectively in Picardo though, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see both of those teams leave unscathed. Exquisite Décode UK, they've got the split all the way from Junkyard to El Azahar. You see shots going back and forth between 4 Romanian Boys and SKP, but still yet to really find those angles.
Yeah, I think we've seen this fight come a fair few times now between these 2 teams. It's pretty placid, to be quite honest with you, and no one really wants to do anything in this situation. Most people just want to loot up. It's the occasional warning shot, you know, the poking that says don't come over this side because, you know, it won't end well for any of you. So they do need to keep an eye out for them, but nothing much will happen. That is very sad for SKP. Whoever decided to show those stats, I think that was not cool of you. Yeah, a bit mean indeed. 0 kills, 0 average kills. That is painful to think about.
I mean, they have currently got 25 points over the 11 games that they've played in general. This team is underperforming and not looking too hopeful, really, to qualify for the final stages. It would take a really big turnaround from this squad.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a little bit from SKP when they won that Erangel, but I think that was due to a lot of teams fighting around them, and then basically they caught a break towards the end of the game, and I think Xtreme Slayers...
That was in league play as well.
That was in league play as well, so not even in a super weekend. So unfortunate stuff for SKP. Now having to play with the top 16 from last league play. ChasMac Gaming down towards the center. I think that ChasMac Gaming, you know, it's kind of rough to really talk about this team. I think that for ChasMac, they don't seem like the worst team in the world, but they also don't seem to do too much a lot of times. There are certain situations where they find good compounds, not able to hold them out. Sometimes they'll gatekeep teams. It feels like their strategies are very stretched, I'd say. There doesn't seem to be any kind of one set personality for this team.
It's still very much creating the mold with which they wish to make themselves, but you know, what a place to do it, eh? What a place they can try and find those ones. Dude drops out onto the bonnet of the car, straight on in. Nexus Gaming going to start to move just a little bit. I imagine not too far though, around Los Leones. Really the only team in Los Leones.
Yeah, okay, so very quickly, John, and I hope we can get a map for this to really explain it properly, is that can you see where Unicorns are playing right now? It's
yeah, I can see that.
It's not an extreme split, but they are quite far from one another. Yeah, Unicorns of Love, Fresh, as well as GK First, down towards Via de Mar, and the rest of them, you got Lineup and La Terriera, as well as Rolkis and Minas del Valle. So, you know, you do have these outposts for these teams, so they can decide where they want to go depending on what Lin or Rolkis does spot out. Now, I'd imagine that Rolkis perhaps would have seen Super Young roster, but with the way the terrain plays in Chumacera, it's not unlikely that he has seen nothing. Though, Lin's position up towards La Terriera has a lot of elevation, so he'll have good sight lines around him. So if I'm Unicorns of Love, and I had to make a prediction of where they were going to go, I would set up towards Monte Nuevo and then past into Power Grid. That would probably be their optimal rotation. The question is how fast do they make it, because a lot of times Super Young roster, because they play so close to Unicorns of Love, they often find themselves making the apt rotation a lot sooner than Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love go to the exact same location and Super Young roster's waiting there to take a team fight. By that time, Unicorns of Love lose one player, the rest of the game becomes more difficult. It is something that happens so frequently that I can talk about it that way with certainty, which is why you know it's a problem.
It needs to be dealt with as well. I mean, sure, Unicorns of Love had a good day yesterday. They had a good entrance. Like their point scoring has been pretty decent, but we need to see that come back. And I mean, that first game on Erangel really wasn't it wasn't impressive, right? In terms of having those rotations on time, in terms of getting those points on board. We'll see if that rotation prediction comes true. At the moment, it looks like Fresh regrouping with GK first and Rolkis regrouping with GK first and Fresh. And that question is, do they move up to Lin, which I imagine they are looking to do. CPR and roster maybe not directly in their way, but still in the wings, ready to strike. LMV very far out to the northeastern side right now in Campo Militar, and yet to move from there. Looks like they're mounting up at the moment. In the center of the map in the meantime, for Romanian Boys, they finally take a knock, but it's very resible here.
Yeah, very resible indeed, and you know, he drops one of the vehicle's wheels to make sure that he's protected. But yeah, this is this fight between the SKP team as well as 4 Romanian Boys coming through. Excuse me, love to drop for his location, usually thinking that SKP is so preoccupied with 4 Romanian Boys, not going to take shots on, but Kosti is most likely going to get dropped out of the vehicle. That is very lucky that he was able to get away with that.
Yeah, shouldn't have really been able to do that, but either way, Lux on your side. Beast looking to control the cross here towards the players from 4 Romanian Boys. But nice nade around the side there from Rasho. It's another knock. Oversight from Beast looking to spot the players. He does so. Rasho takes a hiding there. Doran wants to stop the players from SKP moving too far forwards as well. Modern needs to be careful. We'll be able to spot out a player. Pushes in through the building. Looks for the flush. Should be able to pick that up. Nicely done for Romanian Boys, not on the ball to cover the window.
So SKP really pushed them to this point of contention, and in a way, Biggs kind of corralled the guys from SKP like a sheepdog into taking this fight with 4 Romanian Boys, because they can't walk backwards for fear of taking shots from Big right now. Unicorns of Love do make that rotation that I mentioned earlier up towards Monte Nuevo. It was smart, and I think that taking Lin's position where he had so much opportunity, so much of an opportunity to scout out early on, is good, but they do get an eastern shift over towards Minas Generales, so still a bit rough. You can rotate through Picardo. That seems to be a hot spot at the moment. San Martin is available. Eastern Stars, though, taking shots from Deus Sirens.
They're going 1-for-1 at the moment. Low on Octavian as well. Divala controlling the hillside. Luna, lets his leg bare. Get the spray. Capahala looking for it. Doesn't quite manage to land the shots. The escapes unscathed, and Deus Sirens keep their players alive. Divala looks for more as well, as Octavian actually gets flushed on out. Yatten able to be the one to do so. Athis down, and now Eastern Stars down to 2 in the fight with Deus Sirens. Team Doom are right across the way, though. Look at that on the map. You can see they could prove to be very, very tricky. 0 further up that road, and Eastern Stars, if they want to reposition, they're still at risk.
I think for Eastern Stars, they've run this fight a few times with Deus Sirens, so it's a little bit weird to me that they haven't realized that this is a problem. 0 is causing some big problems right now for Deus Sirens. Starting to shoot from the side, and you can barely see his face, and he's got clear sightlines of this entire little ridge line at the moment, so he's causing some issues, to say the least, whereas the rest of Team Doom starting to converge down towards the south side, so it could be curtains for Deus Sirens if they don't deal with this threat in the wings.
Looks for these reses though, and I feel like they've dropped those smokes. They've suppressed 0 for now. They need to reposition, get out of dodge for this. 0 does get knocked. Really, really nicely done there. Able to find that knock across the way. Which means, of course, that Deus Sirens are a little bit more open to operate. The question is, do they know? I don't know. Yeah, it was Kosti, you're right. Able to pick up that knock and flush as well. So I don't know if Deus Sirens are going to know that that player has been dealt with.
Yeah, perhaps not, but they do move up to that location, right? Subaru and Rossa decided to actually rotate through Los Leones. They're now coming into the mix. Instead, Unicorns of Love, they take a high ground position towards San Martin. A bit more happy with this rotation. I actually enjoyed the scouting that happened earlier. So this is good. This creates a lot more opportunities for them. And I think that they've realized that they box themselves in far too often into Minas del Valle without too many opportunities of escape. So this is a good change for me. I like this from Unicorns of Love. Again, though, I usually say that and then Unicorns of Love go and do something extremely bizarre. So I'm going to hold my tongue for the time being and wait a little bit longer before we continue speaking about them. Exquisite Décode UK up towards Junkyard, looking down the mountainside, so a better position, to say the least.
Yeah, certainly. Did we get your prediction before the game? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, Vodafone Giants next Super Weekend. They're going to get chicken dinner. That's my
Okay, cool. Right.
prediction.
What about your prediction for this game?
Wait, what?
I'll ask you about that. Yeah, we're talking about this game.
Going on right now.
This game?
This game?
This game? Yeah, this game. Who do you
Right,
think is going to win
right.
this game? Given this circle, given these teams as where they are, who do you think's in the best spot to win this game?
I think right now probably Game Lord. If I had to manage a guess, just from where the circle is at the moment, I think Game Lord's got a pretty decent 2-2 split around Minas Generalis. Like this affords them a lot of opportunities. So this next circle, though, things become a little bit more difficult. LMV starts to get a bit more opportunity into the circle. So it's a rough one to make a decision on because now Game Lord, they have to make a quick sweep down towards the south side, whereas LMV, they've got a lot of the circle to themselves on the east. So I would be very, very uncertain to who wins at the end of this one. It's very difficult to make it out at the beginning, but with the way...
Okay, but I'm going to need a name.
Okay, Unicorns of Love. I'll give it to the Unicorns of Love.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them so far. And therefore, my pride will extend into a prediction, which, as we all know, is the greatest sense of pride. That's it.
It's the greatest way to show your appreciation for the team's rotation anyway. I feel like Exquisite Décode UK, as we all know is my prediction, are actually at a pretty decent spot as well. On the northern side, like they have quite a lot of presence in those hills to the south of Junkyard. This area around La Bandita is pretty tricky to move through. We always talk about this area of the map as being a bit of a wasteland in terms of rotations.
Yeah, it really is. Like, there's a lot of unplayable area. La Bandita doesn't make the circle any easier either because, you know, you go into La Bandita, you're basically forfeiting sight lines, and you're relegating yourself to a map smaller than Sanhok by several fold. I think for La Bandita, it's good to play around the size, but then it creates awkward engagements. Off to your east, you're right, wastelands. There's not too many places that are comfortable to play within the circle.
Nexus Gaming have gone 1-for-1 right now with Excuse Me in the fight overall. They're unable to deal with the player up close and personal. They're down on the southwestern edge. SKP yet to push on through. Super young roster as well, pretty close to this one. On the south side, Team Deus Sirens actually controlling this road relatively well, and it's a pretty crucial road as well, right down the middle of this next circle.
Yep, I think for Deus Sirens, this is not a bad position to play in, actually. I think we'll be able to look over the top sides and get some shots in is good. Nexus, not too happy with that one. Super young roster able to start gatekeeping them out. Nice little swing down to the south side from Super young roster. Not the easiest rotation either, and they've actually managed to make their way down here. Unicorns Love inject towards the top of Junkyard, coming over the roadside, so they have much of the east side of this map to work with. The worst thing to happen for them now would be a western shift, but you know, we'll see what happens as the game actually keeps going.
Oh, Kapahalo pushes out perfect timing there. Xtreme Slayers, they've lost 2 now trying to assault onto the duo from Eastern Stars. Pappy knows the positions now a little bit better. Bazzi at the backstop for Eastern Stars has been playing a nice high angle there. Has some good shots through as well. Now with the smokes coming out, I feel like you've got to be worried. When the next move comes in, Xtreme Slayers, they probably don't even want to go into this building because they know they're going to have to get out of it almost immediately.
Yeah, I think Eastern Stars are holding their own, especially as Kapahara and Bazzi. Like, losing Octavian first is a big hit to the morale, considering this guy is the king of big plays. He really creates opportunities for the rest of Eastern Stars that they're able to capitalize on. So without him, you know, I would say Eastern Stars' power has definitely diminished, but you still have the Warlord and Kapahara. Bazzi has started to improve in a big way. So we will check back in with this fight, but I think that Eastern Stars should be comfortable to fight against Xtreme Slayers in this scenario. We do get this northern shift though, and Unicorns of Love, they've found themselves a position, but Exquisite Décode UK, really good spot towards the center on the roadside. Very difficult to approach them. And it will be Doom, Super Young Roster, Deus Sirens, all coming from the south to contend with LMV.
I swear that dude is just the camouflage king right now, honestly. Every time we see him near other players, he's always hiding like up in a up in a hideaway or in a bush or something like that. Nexus Gaming, last player alive, so maybe those skill sets will come in useful here. Two teams drop into La Bendita, Game Lord and SKP.
I think that Game Lord, they have a big wide spread here in La Bendita, lots of sight lines to look down towards SKP's position. And again, like I said, when you drop into La Bendita, you do kind of just create a separate match, because unless you're taking your time to watch into the La Bendita crater, like you're more focused on the rest of the map, to be honest with you. So this fight is very much isolated, and Game Lord currently have a much better position that is quite aggressive. With Robs on the very edge of La Bendita as well, within the circle, SKP is going to be very lucky to get out.
A two-way crunch coming through from Team Doom onto Exquisite Décode UK's position, but they're holding well right now. The burn comes through and they lose one on the back. Reznov did fall, but as well, playing close to Frosty and Unreal. Daddy there for the backup. Burned into a corner right now. Maybe looking to continue that as well. Unreal healing up, just getting back to full HP, fighting fit. Two players for Team Doom. Do they want to push into this one? It's a very central compound right now. Nexus Gaming eliminated in the meantime, but moving on through, slow for Team Doom. They don't want to continue this crash this far.
In the meantime, I think that CPU and Roster, they've directly headed straight into LMV's position, who quickly make short work of them. Now it's Deus Sirens, who are extremely close to Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love would love to get rid of them and also hold as 4. I think it's a big trouble that Unicorns of Love have, where they take a fight, lose one, and the rest of the game becomes difficult. I think if they have 4 members, endgame would be not a joke, so to speak, but would be far, far easier for them. But they are converging around Deus Sirens' position. Xtreme Slayers Pappy off towards the eastern side. Unicorns of Love, they can't let the guard down just yet, John. But ChasMac Gaming also on that northwest. They're very safe. But a lot of these teams, it is all about waiting for this next circle, because whoever it favors, the game becomes a lot easier.
Certainly does. I feel like those pops in the middle just signify the downfall of Team Doom. Yeah, they do get eliminated as Exquisite Décode UK hold a crucial compound with 3 in the center. The Unicorns of Love fight popping off now as Deus Sirens with 2. One of them gets knocked. Lin around the outside. Unicorns of Love, all 4 of them still alive. And they only have 1 Siren to deal with. They're looking for more as well. Finally do manage to get it as the bleed out comes in. Nicely found, nicely found. Blank, I've got a problem. Deus is a Latin word and Sirens are from Greek mythology.
Yeah, but what can you do? Sometimes you have to have a mixed match of situations to create something good. I mean, got Tex-Mex. That's great.
You take that back. You take that back right this moment. Oh, dear.
I think the Unicorns of Love, personally, that fight had to go quickly. It's lucky that they did get a little bit of assistance to finish off the final player in Lenu, but this means that they can begin to make their approach. Already jumping into vehicles, looking where they can get into the circle. ChasMac have sent Shadowwen out wide towards the north side. It looks like the guys from Unicorns of Love are looking to shift on that road towards the top side of the map at the moment. You can see them here. Just Shadowwen though, remember?
Shots. Yeah, they know that he's there. I'm pretty sure Fresh has the bead here.
But do they know there's 4? That's the real question. It's so difficult now for Unicorns of Love to make a decision whether it's a good idea to take this spot.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have tricky decisions ahead of them to move on through, and the open ground could betray a lot of teams here. And this is the power of Exquisite Décode UK's positions.
Yeah, I think for Exquisite Décode UK, they've got a lot of control of this map. The compounds they hold are very defensible, not easily breached into either. For Big, though, they have a nice compound to play around with, but they need to get a little bit of room to actually rotate into the circle. And Game Lord ahead of them, Big's position is highly compromised towards the next circle, unless they get a hard shift down towards the southwest. But still, that will not keep them safe. If Mickey goes down here, it'll be absolutely terrible for them. Luckily, it's just about his bum that's sticking out, and Akashi's hesitant to shoot that.
Oh, here we go. Exquisite Décode UK trying to hold off on the push from LMV. Low HP bars, and Will looks to hold it. Lovely nade around the side, and Hidan's low yet again. to pressing on the off angle. Do they even know that Will's here? He gets out, goes round for the spray, and Hidan falls down. Finally a knock against LMV. That's unhealable there and gets the flush. Oh, not quite, but that's a lot of damage being found just there. Luff looks to shoot the shots through back into the wall, but Talon falls as well. On the outside, Alicio goes down. Daddy pushes out, and it's a wipe. Exquisite Décode UK hold off on the south border, but they need to get back into form. They need to get back to the buildings and the hold that they had, because teams are running in with no time to spare.
Yeah, and that position has become majorly important now for a lot of these teams. Big absolutely has a great play there, in which they take down a few players from Game Law. Remember, Big is up with 4 players alive. Fantastic stuff, and the Unicorns of Love, they make the approach. This is exactly what I wanted to see from them. This is an extremely pertinent position within the circle, and I think that they decided it's time to just try and take a little bit of space if possible. Unicorns of Love must succeed where LMV failed.
From the top side this time around, and after a little bit of a scrap, the Exquisite Décode UK boys maybe a little bit worse for wear. Teams on the western side not giving it easy either. As Game Lord, Max's prediction, only down to Rob's now. 8 back and forth. I feel like the Unicorns of Love and Exquisite Décode UK don't want to fight this right now.
Well, I would honestly beg to differ, because they both Unicorns of Love is shooting out their vehicles. I don't think the fight will come immediately, but it will come soon, because Unicorns of Love, that's kind of a declaration of, we are staying, we're not going anywhere.
We're down to 4 teams now. On the northern side, ChasMac Gaming really suffering. Big on the far side, are the only other team really looking to challenge here. Daddy takes a knock at range from Big. Alicio takes a tickle. Looks for this res as well. Big getting some cheeky shots in.
I think for the time being, if Unicorns of Love, they play this smart, perhaps you're right, John, and I take it back that they're not going to fight this straight away, because they can quite easily keep Exquisite Décode UK at arm's length and deal with all these players who have no cover on the other side of the map before deciding to finally finish off the insurgents within their compound. So really, really well played right now to both these teams to put aside their differences and instead focus on the real threat, which is Big coming in from the distance. The Big would love this win, and it would confirm the back-to-back, which was hinted in the Discord. All power to him. All power to him, is all I'm saying.
If they can get it, fantastic. Unicorns of Love are going to be crunched a little bit further towards the near side of their compound, but a nade onto Alicio, that might be go time. I mean, as much as you want to keep them at arm's distance, if you have that opening, you need to be taking it. Daddy falling back. Will looking to play point guard here. Looking to try and control the push. Unicorns of Love do not want to give them any rest. They don't want to let them up. And Fresh tries to spray through the door, but Will's holding face miraculously, but finally goes down. Looks for more as well. The res is on the back line, and the push keeps on going. Will getting flushed, and that is Exquisite Décode UK being wiped by the Unicorns of Love.
And they survive, all members of Unicorns of Love remaining. So really, really well played to Unicorns of Love here. Managed to keep it up, and you're right, as soon as DK first gets that nade kill, and obviously yes, you're going to have a gentleman's agreement. It doesn't mean you're going to stop throwing grenades over there and hope to God you get a little bit of a cheeky knock. GK first, though, with that opening, really cracks the can. And in that moment, Unicorns of Love, they make a huge push in. There is a loot drop-off in the distance. With the vehicles they were afforded by Exquisite Décode UK, they can now create that flying V that you mentioned before, John. But ChasMac, Big, they all have eyes only for the guys of Unicorns of Love. A lot of suitors available for them, which is why they need all the smokes in the world to make this happen.
Difficulty is here that you need to cross the road for Unicorns of Love. They're going to make that happen. Lin drops out wide. It's so dangerous. You're completely out in the open and immediately gets taken down and flushed. Like, that's such a dangerous maneuver. Big now fighting across the way in. It's bullets every single direction. Nobody is safe right now. There's a whirling dervish of lead right now spraying across the circle. As the Unicorns of Love down to 3. Big maintain 4, but 2 of them are down on bended knee. Rez is really tricky here as the blue zone going to crunch them down. Rolkis tries to get it through and manages to get away with it. Mitchie doesn't land the spray. Mihi not quite on the ball there. Rolkis back across the other side of the road, and with that loot crate giving them cover, that is a brilliant position for Unicorns.
God, I mean... Rolkis's military vest is screaming in protest at the things it's had to go through to make this happen. Mickey lives with a tiny sliver of HP. Could have been very, very different scenario there. GK first looks over towards Times and Beast. Can't quite see them through the fog. We'll just wait this one out. But Unicorns of Love and Big both in similar positions there in terms of ability. It will immediately flush out one. Fresh is on the floor. The question is whether they can get him back up again. Rollkiss is doing great work from that crate.
A brilliant operator from behind that loot crate, doing so much work for the team. He's disabling Mihi, getting flushed now. Time, Suave, 2 players against 2 for the Unicorns of Love, but the Unicorns of Love, they're down to 1. GK first out on the back lines. A nade up into the sky, potentially played right on the box, but no, a little bit short. Another one to try and get more done. Unicorns of Love trying to hold out from the bombardment of Big. There's the fire. That's going to burn.
Oh my God,
Rolkis,
he's living.
He's safe there. How on earth is he managing to stay alive? Goodness me, got a full military vest as well. The resupply perfectly timed, swings out wide, but that's going to be it. Big, they're going to be able to take that one down. Look at he split, and Unicorns of Love eliminated. Big back to back. The none before today, but they're up to 2 on the chicken dinner count.
I know, I love that. It's a case of, oh, we've got no chicken dinners, so how about we just get them all in one day, regardless. I think Unicorns of Love, though, that is a good game, except from the ending. Lynn, what were you doing? Let's just make that clear. You ruined my prediction, to be honest with you. No, but I think that Unicorns of Love played that game very well, and it's huge, huge, huge improvement on what we've seen before with them on Miramar. Big, though, fighting from that position, very difficult. Didn't do anything massive of note, but made it happen in those final moments, and were able to survive the onslaught that was coming through from Exquisite Décode UK as well as Unicorns of Love. Perhaps it could have been something different that went down if Mickey did take that knock from ChasMac Gaming. You saw how low he got in that scenario. Very, very lucky indeed that didn't come through. Fresh on the backside. I do think the cover created by the guys from Unicorns of Love was a little bit lacking. I think if you drop that flying V formation on the crates itself, it could have been a bit easier.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, there could have been a few ekes out, but then if you're all playing in that flying V, it's a single nade that takes you down, right? You need a little bit more cover. Playing on the outside of that, I feel like if they hadn't taken down Exquisite Décode UK, they might have been able to deal with Big before that move. But obviously, you just can't not take those opportunities, right? As soon as you get that knock, you have to play those percentages because it just makes sense in terms of earning points, in terms of getting as much on the board as you can. And if your Unicorns of Love, remember they didn't play in the first Super Weekend, so they need as many points as they can get. And sure, they've started out very well after that game. That's a whole chunk more points. Their target right now is the highest 15-game team Conqueror, who managed to get 181 points in that first Super Weekend and then didn't qualify for this one as well. And they should be not too far off here, but they've only got 3 games left to play to be able to make up that difference. I think they started the day on around 112, 120, somewhere around that sort of number of points, and they've had some pretty decent games so far. Obviously, I say that they've had one pretty decent game, so they should be able to bump up quite far there to get closer to that 181 mark that they're going to be gunning for.
Oh my God, he's so good at the game.
He's very good, isn't he?
Yeah, you can be frustrated at Unicorns of Love all you want, me being one of them. But you cannot discount GK First for being one of the greatest players. This guy is absolutely insane. You are right though, John. Chicken dinner, you might not get it, but that knock from onto Alicia was so crucial, and you take a second place, confirmed any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely the good percentage play, and Big, well, they're able to back it and get that 2K on the board on the day. Great stuff coming through from them. We're going to head over to the analyst desk.
Well, I guess Imperium's the blesser now, though I think Big told him in Discord we're going to get back-to-back chicken dinners. They pull it off, and it seems they have woken up here in our final day of our second Super Weekend. Or maybe they just got themselves a new OnePlus 9 Pro with 120 hertz refresh rate so they can track every opponent in PUBG Mobile and make sure to take them down. I'm sure Mihi has to have one of those considering the amount of kills he has alone today. Let's take a look at the rankings, a good idea of how many points Big just got, and also give us an idea of maybe have they moved up in the rankings? Do we have potentially a new first place team? I think you might have just saw it real quickly there at the bottom of your screens, but I didn't get a look. But either way, Unicorns Love, they do come out ahead because of the kills. However, Big, they get $1,000.
Yeah,
I saw 278 points down there, Jason. So, I mean, previously in this segment, you know, I was talking about it. Considering the form that we saw from Big, from Severny to get a Sosnovka Island victory, I wouldn't be surprised if they get themselves another victory on the board, and they do it. I didn't expect it to be a back-to-back, actually. I mean, even though, you know, Imperium was talking to them, and that was kind of their quota to fill, but jeez, I mean, Unicorns of Love gave them a good fight towards the end, but Big's position was just a bit too strong here.
Yeah, they were coming in from La Bandita and just trying to sweep the entire western side. They got rid of Game Lord. They were trying to make sure ChasMac Gaming couldn't cross the road, and that 2-2 split was really strong. It got dicey at one point because Unicorns of Love dealt a very deadly blow over to Big, where they had one player knocked in both splits, but because of that, of course, you can get the heal off, you can get back as a 4-man crew, and that was what was a difference maker in this game. Otherwise, if it was 2 players from the same split that died, that could have been a Unicorns of Love win, because especially when you look at Raucous' position, it was so aggressive, but unfortunately being solo did cause the game at the end for Unicorns of Love. So yeah, Big gave himself a back-to-back, that's huge, and even potentially a third. We'll see if they can make it happen today.
Let's give a little bit of love though to LMV again. Like, let's see, match 1, they finished with, I believe, I'm trying to
7 points. It was 7-8 points.
Yeah, 4th place, right? I hear they get another big chunk of points. Like, if we talked about consistencies and like how well they've been able to play throughout this Super Weekend, like I think for me, they're epitome of consistent at the moment. And again, a team that I didn't really expect to be able to challenge at the likes that they're currently doing.
Like, when you look at your games and you say, oh, a bad game for them is like 7 points, that's still really good when you think about it and put it into perspective to teams that maybe get themselves 0, 1, 2, 3 points for a bad game. It really shows that LMV are definitely on top of their game right now in this second Super Weekend. Though, looking at the top players of this game, we're going to have Fresh and Raucous. Feels good. We're seeing especially Raucous quite a bit in this Super Weekend, but Fresh is going to be one of the new names. We had GK first yesterday, so it seems individually speaking, we're seeing these big bursts from some of these players from Unicorns of Love. And of course, Daddy going to be there on the side for Exquisite Décode UK that had one of the strong compounds, but Unicorns of Love came in hot, took their position away. If Exquisite Décode came out on top of that fight, it could have been a completely different finish, but the fight had to happen and one team had to come out on top, and just happened to be the Unicorns.
More threats are presenting themselves now as we go deeper and deeper, and it's cool to see, because in the first week, of course, we kind of thought to ourselves, maybe these top 6 are going to be the ones that are actually able to blast out and put up a challenge towards the top. But now it feels like there's like 9 teams or something like that ridiculous in this lobby that can realistically put up a big challenge for those top spots, and that's fantastic to see the kind of overall evolution of this lobby so far, Jason.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, every season we keep saying like the competition is getting better and better, and I think we're just seeing it happen yet again. But we can see here, Big, look at the amount of damage they did. They did 20 more for you, Max, just to calculate that. 20 more than Unicorns of Love.
Nice. I needed
that. Got less than half the kills.
Yeah, the conversion rate, of course, being not the easiest because they were actually pushing in from the field. So when you're pushing in a position like that, it's hard to actually get really close and personal with teams such as, for example, I'm going to use as the example here, Game Lord. They got a lot of knocks onto Game Lords, but unfortunately, because of their position and it's so hard for them to actually close that gap, they could not convert it. And I believe teams around them like maybe ChasMac Gaming, Exquisite Décode, or even Unicorns of Love were able to snatch a few. I think it might be Unicorns of Love having 13 kills there was definitely an absolute bang of a game for them. But yeah, I mean, Big showing that here, and they're not scared when they get to the late game. They take control. Is what they lacked in the first Super Weekend. They got it now. They found the recipe to success. Keep going like this, boys.
And here's my concern for a lot of the rest of the lobby, though, Jason, is that Unicorns of Love is starting to look more like a well-oiled machine from game to game to game. It's like they keep getting themselves in these really tight binds, these tight situations, but they keep winning out those tight binds and tight situations. So the looming threat is definitely on the horizon for everybody in the lobby.
Yeah, and again, as we talk about Unicorns of Love and they're starting to perform better and better, we want to kind of jump back to their first week of play here in League Play where they failed to qualify for the Super Weekend. And we could just see like the change that has happened here in week 2 of the Super Weekend. The first one for them, I mean, getting close to double the damage, double the kills, survival time has gone up massively. This team is starting to figure things out. And again, if we talk about like these short form tournaments versus long form tournaments, I think we're seeing right now that Unicorns of Love are definitely benefiting off of the longer form at the moment, getting those reps in that we keep talking about for this team.
I mean, yeah, they've improved so drastically. It's almost night and day when you compare the League Play into this second Super Weekend here for them. The thing that really stands out to me, though, is this average survival time. We saw, and we talked a lot about Unicorns of Love, how when you looked at them at the very start of this PMPL, they were very disjointed. Only 1 or 2 players would make it into the late game. That happens less and less often. So I don't know what they've worked upon internally. I don't know if there was a big change potential of IGL, such and such. I think that maybe that remained the same, but I'll have to ask the team definitely for sure, because whatever they changed, it's working. If they keep on going like this, do not forget, and this is especially for people that maybe this is their first PMPL they've been watching, none of the points of the Super Weekend actually transition into the finals, right? So the finals is a clean slate, and if this team performs this well in the finals, they might be first or top 3. They're going to be definitely on track to making it into the EMEA Championship.
I would definitely hope so. I mean, I think for them personally, it's a redemption story because they performed so well in PMPL. I think it was first place overall, and then they finished off in like 12th place when they went into more of an international lineup of different rosters from other countries, especially obviously like the power that, you know, Turkey can be, CIS can be, etc. But let's take a look at the overalls. Now, I wonder earlier on, have Big past some teams, have they taken first place away? I think James already spoiled that they haven't gotten first place, but look at how close they're getting. They've overpassed the Stars.
That's getting real close. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. The thing is about the 2 wins that they got. I mean, the first one, yeah, a ton of kills and stuff like that. This one, though, I think it was only 6 kills, right? So as much as it was a chicken dinner, so to get 2 chicken dinners back to back is insane, and this is a huge jump up for them. This could have been potentially even bigger if it had been maybe any other circle. They played this circle well. They knew that they just kind of had to keep their heads down for a little bit whilst a few teams eliminated themselves on the east and that north side. But in general, getting to the position that they did, considering that circle was centering almost field south of it to begin with of all of this, where everybody's kind of killing themselves on the huge collateral damage from that point on. I think Big's been playing an amazing day so far.
Yeah. Especially when Eastern Stars has not been having the most dominant of performance. Of course, they got himself quite a few decent points from that first game, with Octavian being present until the very end. But man, Eastern Stars got to be careful, especially when we talked about it, right? Unicorns of Love are having a really good performance. So when it comes to PMGC points, we're not sure exactly how close it is, but Eastern Stars got to start ringing the bells and the alarm, because things are going to get a little bit dicey. But especially you see here, no more Conqueror. They slipped down a little bit earlier than I thought, but they're already out of the top 8. So here you go, now in 9th currently, and TSC Legends, Team Doom, a few more good games, and Conqueror could drop down 2, potentially even 3 extra positions today.
Let's keep in mind, I just want to bounce back to what you're saying about Unicorns of Love. They have half the matches played than basically all the other teams here currently in our Super Weekend, and yet they're in 3rd place at 141 points. Like, if Unicorns of Love qualified for that first Super Weekend and had this similar performance, they would easily, I think, in my opinion, be #1 at this rate, because you would imagine Game Lord wouldn't have as many points, Eastern Stars, Big, etc., because Unicorns of Love would be absorbing them. Honestly, I think this is such a big turnaround and really a testament to what they can do once they get things sorted.
I mean, they won out yesterday, right? They were #1 in terms of the overall points gained, I think it was. And then, like, if you look at what they could do today, if it wasn't for Big popping off and having their back-to-back already, there's a very realistic expectation for me, looking at how much better they look in these past couple of days, that they could win out today as well. Again, if Big hadn't already started off the way they have started off here. So, yeah, high hopes now for Unicorns of Love. I hope it doesn't get dashed against the rocks after saying this, but they're looking very formidable compared to prior.
Well, we see Nexus also pass Deus Sirens here. Again, the tiebreakers do go from chicken dinners to placement points to kill points. And right now, Nexus do have more placements, so that might be something that comes back to bite Deus Sirens in the backside later on when we get into that 3rd Super Weekend. And these tiebreakers, as you mentioned before, Max, could potentially decide who gets into the finals and who has to just watch it.
Yeah, that's of course going to be a big issue for these teams. The tiebreakers, you never want it to go down to tiebreakers, but unfortunately it seems like that might end up being the case. Deus Sirens, Nexus Gaming, a lot of back and forth. SKP team just clearly not having the best result here, but at the end also, if you make it in this tournament in the first place, it still shows you're one of the best teams in the region. But SKP can use this experience for the next tournaments in the future, so don't feel too bad about yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Look at Game Lord last season to this season. It's complete turnaround, like night and day, and they're performing so much better. It's just about how you take this opportunity and learn and improve from it. But we do have to get rid of you two. I'm sorry. I would love to keep you around. Maybe we can do a quadcast one time with you two and our next commentators coming in. We got Copter and Imperium join us in this virtual world. We'll check in with you guys in just a few. Klaris looks so upset, but he looks so good today, doesn't he? Copter, Imperium, two gentlemen who are also looking fantastic today. We've had big back-to-back victories. Now Imperium, are they going to do a third?
I wouldn't put it past them. They are like looking very healthy, very strong, and could definitely see them pull off 3 in a row. There's plenty of teams stacking up to try and take that third chicken dinner away from them. It's a really good question, Jason. What do you think, Copter?
I think Big is looking very good, definitely. We already saw a glimpse of that performance on the first week, but they were just able to close those games on the first week. They got some second places, third places, like a lot of placements on the top 5, but now they actually finally have found the way how they get those end games right and actually will get the chicken dinner. So they're definitely looking good. So the strategy book is good, the performance from the players, it is massive, I would say. They're currently getting a good sprays, good shots, and good utility usage as well. So I think it's definitely a team that we have to be looking at. I wouldn't count the third chicken dinner out of the picture, but I think that there's some contesters that definitely want to get a chicken dinner as well, and that's why I'm not going to be calling it out yet.
I definitely understand your skepticism, because one team that's been very much hot on the heels is Unicorns of Love, and the desk brought it up, and Jason was absolutely dead right when he highlighted about Unicorns Love if they had played last week's Super Weekend, because as of right now, with the games that Unicorns of Love have played and the points that they've scored, they currently have the highest average points per game of 11.75 compared to Game Lord's 10.96. Now, of course, we know the more games you play, technically the bigger the chance your average is going to go down. But to me, that is a massive sign about what Unicorns of Love have really done to step up their game, to take it to the lobby. And Maxman also highlighted that the finals are fresh. Everybody starts at 0. So if Unicorns of Love keep going on this freight train of a run, they're going to be very, very dangerous come the finals.
That is true, and that is what we have been waiting for. We spoke about it yesterday already, that they're finally showing the performance that we have been expecting for a longer time already, and now they are showing it. So it's a complete question mark for me what they will be doing, you know, later matches today and next week. I mean, they have what it takes, but can they keep up the performance? Because that is the fluctuation that we sometimes see, that teams will find the peak performance, but then they are not able to hold it down. So yes, today I think that they will still keep that, but the next week is the question mark for me. But we do have the circle. It's a very eastern one, as we can see. Team Doom is going to find themselves on the middle. TSC, they have a good place. ChasMac. But we know the rotation is going to take a while. Teams will get inside, and they will be settled out. From the 2 teams that went on the Sosnovka base, they can come if nobody will be holding it down. Of course, they can take the boat, start the lovely boatation as well. But it is a question mark how they will want to play that one. Do they want to be early? Do they want to be late? But yeah.
It's definitely a tough question that the teams have really got to answer for themselves, and the IGL really comes into play. Deus Sirens rotating through a boat to Milta Power. We know it's a good idea because we see we're all seeing gods of the game right now, but Eastern Stars have primarily dropped in Milta Power. Now they've tested more on the western side of the map, but multiple players did shoot towards the eastern side of the map, so one could presume that Deus Sirens could be thinking, well, what if Eastern Stars is on that eastern side? What if they do go to that Milta Power area? Is that boatation going to be worthwhile?
Yeah, there's a lot of places where you could go with the boat, but Milta Power area is definitely one of those. I think it comes all down to the next circle where the teams will be located. I think last time when we saw a circle like this, we had people like stacking from Multa to Multa Power, you know, taking the wood chopping area and the hills down towards Multa Power. So there was a lot of teams on that area. But in the end, the circle didn't come that way, actually shifted back towards the farm area. And maybe the teams won't stack so heavily on the Multa Power area this time. And that could, of course, open up the rotation for the Deus Sirens from the current location of Nova Repnoja towards that area. Otherwise, they might be, you know, trying to do a short one as well, straight to the Multa Beach, and, you know, get there, somehow try to find a vehicle. That's the problem, finding the vehicle after the rotation. And currently, looking at the situation, I mean, rotation with the cars without the boat actually wouldn't be a bad idea, because there's a lot of space on the farm area and the shark fin compound and the places there, just a little more west from Multa.
Game 1 of the day, big one on a military island ending circle from landing in Severny. And I even put it in the PMPL chat that circle look does have an impact, but it's ultimately not the deciding factor. If you make plays, make moves, play as a team in the right way, you will always have a much stronger chance of countering a circle going against you. So I'm curious what Super Young roster, what Unicorns of Love are going to do in entering this phase 1 from the west.
I think it comes down to the fact that, if I'm completely honest, I think that the first circle is not really that important, because there's so a lot of time, you can get so many heals, you can tank up, you can get inside. So as long as you are aware about the other teams where they are located, and then you plan the rotation accordingly, that you don't run to any like fight situations on the first circle, nobody will be gatekeeping, you don't run to any traps, I think then it's fine. And then it's all about the shifts, because we have seen quite harsh shifts. It's not like the circles would be piling there on the middle, even though all the teams, they want to get on the middle. But then I think the second phase, like how you have approached the first one, do you find a place in the middle, and if you're late, you come far away, then there's like a small luck factor, of course. Do you need to do the rotation to all the teams on the middle of the current circle, or can you actually find a way around? So I think it's, of course, it affects. There's definitely some random and some luck involved, but like you said, with a certain amount of knowledge, information, you can get around those obstacles, and then you should be able to find a decent place.
So true. ChasMac, gonna be around northeast of Shelter Prison. We've seen Xtreme Slayers and Deus Sirens clash up together. Both of them heading towards the eastern bridge. Pappy is knocked down for the time being, but it's not stopping the rest of Extreme Slayers from pushing forward. Yaplin is going to be hurt by Muzzy. Muzzy comes in to get the knock from the passenger seat. Great aggression from Extreme Slayers. Despite having a player knocked down, they're like, no, we're more together. We're more unified. We can have the body power to get advantage. And this is where, if Deus are going to go for a bridge camp, you gotta be damn sure you get it right, and they certainly haven't so far.
I'm not completely sure, did they try to gatekeep or camp the bridge? It could have been a play, definitely. We didn't see how the situation built up. They could have been just both going towards the bridge at the same time, and then events happened. But still, I think in the end, this shouldn't have happened, to be honest. I mean, you should scout the area. You know that there's going to be two teams, so both sides, Extreme Slayers and Deus Sirens. I think there was a lack of information and a lack of scouting, most probably, on the situation. But yeah, and both teams, they have some casualties. Even though Extreme Slayers, they haven't lost yet anybody, but this is still a dangerous situation.
Like, why did Lenu go up on the dip of the hill on her own, right? Yatum and Diablo are so far away from each other. There's just not as much unification in this game from Deus Sirens as we need to see from them. Because you could say the exact same thing about Extreme Slayers. Maybe they were just heading towards a bridge. But the difference between the two teams is that Extreme Slayers were much better unified. Yes, they did send that scout. Pappy, that's why he got knocked. But the response, because the rest of the team were more heavily together, was a lot quicker. Now, Deus are running away scared. Extreme Slayers are hunting them down. I would argue maybe a bit of a waste of time from Extreme Slayers, but then again, I definitely respect that they're pulling things out of the bag. Muzzy with the pre-fire, but that's great. Response for Luna, recognizes the bullets and what's going on in Eclipse. Papi is there to respond.
I mean, as long as Extreme Slayers, they don't lose any players on this fight, then it's fine. I mean, the hunting, they want to get those kills, they want to get those points. That is completely understandable. They think that they have an opening, and I think I agree with it, because the Deus Sirens, they just all went their separate ways. They didn't stay as a one pack. They had sending one player on that direction, one on the other one, you know, just trying to hide and get away as fast as possible. And that's when you have the possibility to actually hunt people down. When they don't play together, they play as a solos. You send 2 guys behind the other one, 2 guys behind the other one, and then you should be able to get those points, just like we saw with the trade. You can still lose the other one can come and like flush the player that is over like low.
Phase 2 shifted once again over to the east, so we still have about 40 to 42% water. That shrinks that landmass availability massively. So even though it's phase 2, I would argue it's more like a phase 3, 3.5 for all these teams. Yes, the lumberyard is the main priority area of this circle.
Yeah. The current circle, I mean, of course I need to verify this from Max, but I think it's about 50-50% of water and land on this circle. I mean, all these math equations, I gotta verify from him. But anyways, it's including a lot of water, that's the main point. And if the circle comes towards the middle of power, all the entrances are very slow, but now we can see TSC Legends actually triggering Nexus, so they will find each other, and we can see nice plays. TSC is going to be defending that compound, and Nexus, they will need to move that one player out.
Good response from TSC. When they get into a strong position and play as a team, they really do pull something big out. They've gotten a knock onto Dewey, another onto Creator. That's going to leave Nexus with just 2 players trying to run away with their tail between their legs. I would say that was a lackadaisical rotation for Nexus.
Yeah. I think TSC, as they were defending those compounds, what they need to do, they need to get inside. Those are good compounds to hold this area. The rotations are open, so if the circle's shifting north or even on the western side, they can still leave quite easily. So it's a good place to hold, and that's why they wanted to defend it from Nexus. So they had the same idea about that area. Nexus was a little bit more later, coming from top of that hill, and that's when TSC just decided that they will open fire. We saw Big as well. They had a small encounter here with the LMV, but there are no losses for Big at least.
No losses for Big, but we have LMV down to 2. This is where I feel this kind of circle, when you have that landmass shrunk a little bit more heavily, this is where I think the more confident teams come out to play, right? The teams that aren't afraid to make some noise, the teams that aren't afraid to puff up their chest and really protect and control their position in a circle, because like I said, there's a lot less land mass available. Eastern Stars are now starting to exit the blue and come into the western edge of the circle. They have 4 Romanian Boys, ChasMac, Unicorns Love, a little bit in front of them, all in a line.
A nice vehicle driving there. We see a nice 180-degree only flip, but that's going to mean that the car will be staying upside down, unfortunately. But yeah, the landmass is a problem. I mean, if the circle comes towards the middle of power, there's basically no places where you can really hide. I mean, you can go and stay safe, but you will be immediately spotted down, that's for sure. So you gotta make some noise, and you will be visible anyway. So if the circle comes towards the middle of power area, it means that you need exactly that kind of players that you just mentioned, that are bold enough to make those noisy plays. But now we saw the circle, it's not going to come straight towards the middle of power, so we have Multi is still going to be included, the LMV sitting on the middle, Game Lord, they have a good place. But when it comes to the northern side, excuse me, 4 Romanian Boys, Eastern Stars, I mean, there's the hill, but there isn't much to play, to be honest. No. So the cover is very slim. You can hide still in a very far north on the Prison Rocks, for example, but that's pretty much the best cover you have on that side if you don't count the soft covers, the hills, etc. So those teams coming from the north, they have some difficult time. And well, what we're just seeing here, how the 4 Romanian Boys will be actually approaching it.
Oh, I like this from TSC. I don't know if they had exact information on the rest of Nexus being there or whether it was just a little bit of calculated movement going from their previous compound to the next, but they get another knock onto a Nexus player. Rana is down on his knees. Just one player left up. Bam. There is a bit of a third party from Doom that's slowing TSC down a little bit. But I think the worst thing they can do is give BAM any kind of chance to massively respond. The one caveat is if BAM jumps out of the building, he might get third party taken down, and TSC are given the opportunity to keep on going. But that's going to be a DBS. That's going to be a Jaja kill. That's going to be BAM knocked down. But that's what I was talking about with the third party. They pushed in and 3 of their players is knocked down. Great play by Doom.
Yeah, there's only one player standing anymore from TSG. So Bujo
Oh
is going to
no!
be trying to somehow.
Oh no!
So we'll go for
Oh no!
fall down. Actually, that's going to be Jaja and the TSC taken down as a whole team. Doom and Nexus, they will kind of like, you know, set the whole situation up, and that's the end of the team.
I feel bad for TSC on one hand because they really did a good job of pushing on the last player at Nexus, but on the other hand, it was just way too obvious what Bujo was looking to pull off when he threw out the smokes. He should have waited at least 5 seconds while a couple of clips had been wasted from the Doom players and then made the push. It's always difficult, good effort, but in the end, Doom reign supreme.
Yeah, true. 4 Romanian boys, which came from the north, by the way. They made a rotation quite deep here, just on the eastern side hill from the wood chopping area. And I mean, it's not a great place. I mean, there's some rocks, you can hold those, but the game lord, they spotted that out, and that's why we saw the utilities thrown towards them. They might be, you know, letting go of a little bit from that battle, because if you go outside of the compound, if Eastern Stars, for example, come from the northern side, they can actually backstab those guys who are picking from the hill. So they will want to get back that cover. But now the next circle, what we're just about to see, this is the important one. Yes, it's going to go towards Multa. It's going to leave all those sandy areas from the eastern side. So Mini Power, Multa Power, Xtreme Slayers. And excuse me, they are very fast. They're immediately going towards the Monkey compound, which is right there on the eastern side where Manjo and the other guys are going to be holding it for a while. Actually, Xtreme Slayers will take that compound and they will take the next one. But there's a lot of fields on the middle, and you really can't play from the fields.
No.
That's the problem. There's one shack. That's always a huge problem if you go for the shack, if it's not like the very last circle. So now the teams, I mean, the southern ones, they should be fine, because they already have like a presence. I mean, Unicorns of Floor, they should be able to find a place. But the northern teams, they will have some issues because that hillside doesn't provide much of a cover.
Have to say, going back to phase 2, I loved how nobody committed to Milta City early on in this game. It's something we can sometimes see in competitive, not all the time in the likes of PMPL competitive, but I did appreciate that. And now, of course, as the circles have shifted and hovered a lot closer to the city, I understand why teams are looking to commit. Eastern Stars, though, they made a little bit of a similar rotation as 4 Romanian boys on towards the northern side of the map. ChasMac are getting involved as a third party. Doran plays it, lays down low, waits for support from the rest of his team too, up high above. But ChasMac, as I mentioned, third party potentials.
Definitely Kapahal here together with Boring from the 4 Romanian boys. They're trying to, of course, battle from this compound. It's not even inside, so they're kind of like trying to battle getting out of that compound. Instead, we can see Boring actually hitting to a buggy and just might be leaving. There might be some shots coming from the backside, because I don't think that the Eastern Stars will let go from that situation that easily, but they want to start the rotation as well, so they will actually just let them go more or less. They can't play here. They need to go for the revivals. They need to go for, well, not the revivals, but picking up the players from the smokes. And now they have, what, they had 3 vehicles, and the question mark, the biggest question mark again, is where they will relocate. One thing I want to mention is the fields. We can see SKP, they are set up on the northern Multa buildings and super young roster on the southern side inside of the Multa.
Yeah.
So they have 3 different locations that have a perfect aiming angle from the second floor towards the field. So the fields are no-go.
I'm a little bit disappointed that ChasMac didn't look to third party on the 4 Romanian boys and Eastern Stars. Yes, they prioritized getting into the circle, which I can't hate on them for, but they did suffer a knock in a little bit of time. Unreal gets knocked at the hands of Kapahala, the warlord himself. Just Binny Baz his way through the members of Doom. Nades are gonna go flying in response. You have Excuse Me on the other side. It's a pinch. It's a Krapahala pinches. He's the last player standing. Has to try and move away. His teammates crawling closer to him. But Doom, no. They know that they have the bones to shake it through. Bazzi, who we saw the interview earlier on, drives in and gets knocked instantly. That was a little bit of a misplay. In my eyes, he could have parked by the tree back forward and given them a little bit of space as Kapahala tries to go for the revive, but the mistake is there, and now Doom are just going to swarm in full squad on the side of the hill, and they're going to clean Eastern Stars up because, excuse me, can't really third party this, and that's going to be the end of Eastern Stars.
Yeah, there's nothing Excuse Me can do from that angle. But now the question is Team Doom, do they want to go from the north or the southern side of that small ridge? That's the question. They really can't go on top of that one. And if they will go from the northern side, then Excuse Me is going to be waiting there. But we saw the circle popping. It's going to come around the monkey compound. So Xtreme Slayers, they are just holding the only, well, almost the only compound, but the middle compound at least. There's some buildings on the south. And that's pretty much it. Now we can see a battle actually happening from the shack as well. So the shack is going to be in play at the same time. Meanwhile, we can see that the LMV and ChasMac, they are battling here as they're watching what's happening. On the Wizard Tower, Talon's going to be knocked. One player on the first floor. And, well, also ChasMac, they have some casualties as they have one player crawling. But they definitely have the better hand now.
Dude is an absolute beast. He's an animal. He's unhinged. But I don't know if he's going to be able to get the best of ChasMac. I think it's a third party onto Acer. Yeah, B's big get involved. Beast gets a knock. That's going to slow things down and give Blue a little bit of space. I was talking in the virtual green room from game one and highlighting how ChasMac should change her name from ChasMac to Trazen Gaming because he has really been absolutely amazing for his side. We came into this late game or later stages of the game and they're up as a full squad, but instantly things fall apart. It seems like they find it very hard to deal with pressure. And if you want to be one of the best, you need to learn how to deal with pressure.
True. But the northern and the southern side, they seem to be just, popping off because it's ChasMac opening fire towards Game Lord. LMV has been taken down. That's one as well. And Victor just trying to find the angle towards ChasMac. Will spot them down. The spray will come and it's going to be taken down immediately. That's a hard one.
There's a third party from Xtreme Slayers. Big are still in the running. We could be looking for a back-to-back, a three-way dance for Big and the final day of the Super Weekend number 2. SKP are somewhat behind them on the field. Unicorns Alive got second in the previous game, looking to eliminate Exquisite Décode. A third party from Super Young roster gets a knock onto Lin. Reznov has been absolutely gigantic for his side. Throws a molly. I think that is connecting onto Unicorns Alive once again. GK is confirmed. Unicorns Alive, they're down to just 2. Rokus and Fresh, last players up.
Yeah, there's huge damage coming. And there's one player from the Team Doom watching it from the Wizard Tower from the side. The spray will be getting connected as well. We can see a Rolk falling down, and let's see what Reznov can do here. We'll go Prody. Big is going to be taken down at the same time, by the way, as they will come down from the northern side. So it's not going to be 3 games in a row for them. And that's about it. Unicorns of Floor, they will be taken down. And also Team Doom is going to lose the last member from the Wizard Tower nearby.
Oh, Ciao Maria. Beautiful name from Alicio. And it's like they kind of said to do, okay, you can help us, but we're done with you. You can go now. Bye-bye. Alicio has absolutely no mercy upon this next shift. Yeah, has gone back down the southwest, and it's in the favor of Xtreme Slayers.
Yeah, this shift is complicated because the monkey compound is still partly inside, and that's the only building actually anymore that is inside of it. And there's a thing called multiple floors on those buildings, so they do have some higher angles, and that's a problem for many teams because the only thing which teams can play are the sides of the circle. Yeah. Actually, Super Young roster, they will find a decent place on that southern western side. There's a small ridge there that you can actually play, and that's a place that you can hold. But then now SKP, they might be crashing on that one. That's the one thing because they have to come from the northern side because a lot of movement. Game Lord is trying to find a place because he's Spicy falling down, and Smoothie from from Xtreme Slayers defending it. Costi also deals with the game lord, and that's gonna be a spray connecting, and they will at least for now hold the place.
Nice one, Costi. Well intervened, well slowed down. You highlighted SKP looking to go for a crash on the super young roster, and it seems to be the case. You also have Exquisite Décode possibly pinching both of those two teams up, maybe waiting for the time to intervene. I don't think they can extremely go for the push with how flat it is between those two sets of teams. Xtreme Slayers, you highlighted the high ground they have, the elevation point down goes ChasMac, and 5 teams are left up.
Yeah, it's complicated. I mean, the amount of places to play, it is just so small, and that's why we see so lot of smokes on the circle. Super young rosters that nade towards the SKPs that are connecting. Yeah, there we go. Rasho taken down, and do they have some more utilities? I think that they do, and they have been just waiting for this right moment. There was the utilities coming from the SKP earlier, and now it's really time for the super young rosters. Nade is going to be sent. That's a molly. No, it's a HG grenade. Cannot connect with that one, so they can definitely play for the free from SKP. Will get those 2 players down, and that's a huge one.
Amur swings on in, a little bit of help from Exquisite Décode, like I said, getting involved, but from a distance. The next circle is about to pop up. Super young roster goes into the shack, and Ali says, surprise, I'm here, I'm still alive, it's not over yet. Molly burns these players down. Exquisite Décode looking for the third party, but Will gets knocked while going in towards the side of the shack. Reznov is there, Hamoud is still alive, SKP are still surviving, the heart is still racing. It's beating on board, the blood flowing through the body of Hamoud.
Yeah, I mean, they have to battle. There's only one team that's going to be walking away from the situation, and that's going to be SKP now. Oh, still trying to connect, but one team only that's going to go away from here. Super Young Roster's going to be taken down, but only one is going to be trying to walk. But then what they have to face is, excuse me, Xtreme Slayers. They're going to like set up close to the zone, so they will have to move later than the teams from the western side. And most probably none of these players who are battling now, they will not make it to the zone. I'm not going to put bets on that one, even if Kyle Aris would say that, but I'm not going to put the bets on the teams coming from the west side. They are just so far away and so open. They should be taken down before they get to the zone.
This is an excuse me chicken dinner copter. Look at the spread they have. They have 2 players together. They have 1 further back. Yes, Xtreme Slayers had the comfort of the wall, the comfort of the compound, but they're down to 2. 1 has been taken out. Bardo's left on his own. Costi knows the sprays are connecting, and that's going to be the end of Xtreme Slayers. 3 teams left up, and as you correctly pointed out, Exquisite Décode, SKP, there's only going to be 1 survivor, and it is Exquisite Décode. An opening knock comes in. That could be the entry point. Elicio will. Together they push across the road. They get a bit of a crate drop. Pre-fire here, pre-fire there. Look at them valiantly pushing forward. Oh no, Will gets knocked, but the side angle from excuse me, that comes into play. That's the chicken dinner, and that is excuse me saying, excuse me, we are still in this PMPL.
Yeah, true. I mean, it's good that they got the opening knock towards the excuse me there in the end, but still, it was a very hard situation. They still had 3 guys up and running, and then 2 players versus them with the more downside location. So it was I wouldn't say mission impossible, but definitely a very hard situation to take that zone. But I think if they would have got a second knock, maybe with a nade or something, that get like 2 guys at the same time, then they might have had a chance for it. But with that location, that far away, with the completely open field in front of them, it is very difficult. And I think that most of the smokes were used already earlier, because we saw a lot of smokes on that area. So I don't think that they had lots of utilities that they could use.
Yeah, I don't think Exquisite Décode and excuse me could have played the game any better, being perfectly honest. Excuse me controlled the East. They helped get rid of Eastern Stars. It was actually a third party that ended Eastern Stars at the hands of, I think it was a Mango Nade, if I'm not mistaken, trying to rethink, but they didn't get too involved with Xtreme Slayers. They allowed Xtreme Slayers to do a lot of the work for them, but then swept around on the later stages of the circle. And yes, that shift across the road did make it a lot easier for them. So that's why I said Exquisite Décode and excuse me couldn't have played this any better because it came down to that second last circle shifting across the road towards Excuse Me.
Yeah, that is true. We spoke about the circle and the randomness of the circles and the circle as well. And I mentioned at the start that, yeah, the first circle is kind of like not that huge. But every time we come towards the end game, the higher the circle number and harder the shift, the bigger the amount of randomness is in the play. That's the bottom of the rule. And we saw exactly that. We had the monkey key compound, which was, I think, phase 6 still like inside of perfectly, and that was the only building anymore at that point. And then of course the circle just came all the way towards that. Of course Xtreme Slayers, they were holding that building, but as soon as they came out of that building, they were in trouble. And Excuse Me, they were ready for it. They knew that there's going to be a team.
Exactly.
They haven't been making too much sound for themselves, and it's the timing again. They used the perfect timing to get those guys down, and that's about it.
Considering, you know, how much SKP have struggled in this PMPL, I have to give them credit for how overall aggressively they pushed from the field towards Super Young roster. I was expecting a stronger defense for Super Young roster. However, I can recognize that the reason why Exquisite Décode did massively third party that fight is because all three of those teams knew that there was like Xtreme Slayers and Excuse Me looming over their head from the other side of the road.
Yeah, true. I mean, there was only 3 places to play. The Southern was one of those. Excuse Me won that fight. They had Team Doom and they had somebody else contesting that location as well. Yeah. And then we had the location of the SKP team, the Super Young roster. And that push, like you said, maybe I was expecting a little bit more from that push as well in the end. But they stayed just like one hill on the northern side. So they didn't like crash on the same location like directly. They just came like 20 meters on the northern side. There was a small hill between them, and that's when they landed the utilities. But anyways, I think we are done with this game, and we're gonna be heading back to the studio. So we'll be back in about some time, and then we'll see the next game.
Hey everyone, it's time for another player interview here for the PMPL Western Europe Season 2. And once again, it's not just one player I'm going to be having, it's the entire roster of Deus Sirens with me once more this time around. And I'm going to jump right into the first question this time around. When you qualified into this PMPL Season 2, what expectations did you have for yourself entering this event?
We wanted to do good, we wanted to do really good, and even though it was the first PMPL ever we played, we wanted to prove the other that we're not bad because we're a female team. We actually made it through PMPL with PMCO France. We won PMCO France. So yeah, we wanted to show the other and show ourselves that we actually can do it and maybe make it through EMEA. I wish.
Okay, that's exactly what I was going to be talking about. In the case you do make it to EMEA Championship Season 2, what would be your objective then if you make it in that type of event?
Our objective would be to be at least in the top 10, because I know we won't make it through PMGC because we didn't play the first PMPL, and it's the first PMPL points plus the second PMPL points. So I think we're too low point to make it through PMGC, but I actually want to go through EMEA and actually get that experience playing it. That's our objective.
Hey, top 10 EMEA, I think that's a great goal, and hopefully you will be able to achieve it in the long run. We'll see how things are going to be working out for this PMPL. But I wanted to know, especially for you all out there, for Deus Sirens, for the rest of 2021, do you have any hopes, expectations you would have for yourself for the rest of the year?
Learning from mistakes a lot.
Yeah, improve. come back in PMPL and then actually win it and win further and further tournaments.
Okay. I guess come back into PMCO next year too, France, actually win that one again. So just keep coming back to PMPL. I guess that's a big goal you are going to be trying to aim for. And yeah, I mean, that's all I really had to ask. It's so good to see you actually playing into a boot camp, and I hope to see you making it into the second Super Weekend of PMPL. So yeah, thank you so much for joining the interview, and best of luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, that's cool to hear from Deus Sirens there, and obviously their expectations for this event. But we got to talk now about some big plays. Excuse me, able to take a chicken dinner, able to take, again, an extra $1,000 for themselves. Maybe they can pick up quite a few of these 1+9 pros with a 15-minute recharge time. They get right back into the action here for some more PUBG Mobile. But gentlemen, we've had an interesting finish. You know, we had Imperium call out, is it the back-to-back-to-back for Big? And then we proceeded to see Big immediately die. So it looks like Maxman Curse has translated over to him. But Exquisite Décode coming in with 19 points, Xtreme Slayers with 18, but SKP, this is their best performance yet.
Yeah, in this game, you had two teams that actually played Milta really well. There was SKP team and also super young roster. They went for the more northern edge of the city. Of course, when you have a circle like this, you don't want to be in the center of the city. It becomes very complicated to start moving away from such a position. But these two teams, SKP and SYR, went on the northern side of Milta and actually started to get a lot of early information on how they were going to approach the shift inside Milta Field and also towards the road where it ended up finishing for Excuse Me. So yeah, SKP and super young roster actually being very, very proactive when it comes to this game, and it feels good to see SKP actually get himself a win. Well, sorry, not a win, but 17 points in total on this game, and I hope we can see a little bit more because they've been struggling so far.
Sure. For Excuse Me up towards the top, though, there are fundamentals that I'm liking a lot. Like, when they find themselves in late-game situations, they are fanning out quite nicely, and Mango is definitely the guy that is looking for the flanks, which I think is cool. It didn't work yesterday for them against Unicorns of Love because Unicorns of Love just were better shooters, as we said in the pre-show, for today. But in this one, perfect opportunity for them to just fan out and eliminate the competition very swiftly, not allowing them any room to breathe.
Okay, well, you know, as we move on further, I think we've had the fall of Eastern Stars. I know there's a movie called The Fault in Our Stars, though I don't remember what it's about, so I don't really want to talk about it, but Eastern Stars have fallen and have had quite a few faults here in the Super Weekend, unfortunately. After getting, 4 in the very first, they've been unable to live up to the same kind of performance then. But LMV as well, they've kind of tapered off in this last round, Unicorns of Love. But what I'm curious about is what's coming up next with Sanhok, because we're going to get Sanhok numbers, and I'm curious if Eastern Stars can finally come back into this one and get themselves their 6 and get me one step closer to being right about the 10. But our top players in the last match, we got Musi coming through, got Mango, Hamoud as well. I was waiting for Klars to say something. I was going to call you out if he didn't, but you're always on point.
Not really. Sometimes I miss some, but yeah, I'm here for today. I'm here for today for sure. That's a lot of damage coming out from that. I mean, for them in the position that they were at, actually alongside Excuse Me, there was quite an opportunity for a shooting gallery here. This area is pretty flat, not exactly the easiest to play along through. And you know, teams like Eastern Stars, for example, the way that they tried to rotate and like rock up on some of these situations, you know you're going to die if you're going to rock up the way that they did. So like, yeah, some free damage here and there.
Yeah, they dropped in Western because they're like, oh, come on, this circle is horrible. It would have been so good if we went back to Milta Power. So they were like, we'll just go back to the normal rotation. But they ended up getting gay kept and just got absolutely obliterated by a wall of nades. But Excuse Me being the top damage as this one. And as you said, right, Kalaris, in finishes like this, as long as they clear a large portion of the circle, they are not scared to fan out and take as much control as possible, and you had to do that really to make sure that there was no opportunity for Exquisite Décode UK to make that cross happen in the first place. Sure, they had a bit of utility, smokes, and especially that crate, but the off angle is really what set things in the right direction for Excuse Me. So yeah, I mean, they even had a first good day in this Super Weekend, right? But it just got completely blown out of the water by how strong of a first day we had from LMV Gaming. But Excuse Me, this Super Weekend have been actually silent, but a very, very strong contender.
Silent, but have been deadly indeed. But as we were going to take a look at Excuse Me and how they've taken that victory here, we're going to dive into their stats, comparing their first 3 days of Super Weekend. So the first week we had up against week 2, and I mean, the thing is, we kind of do talk about, as you just said, Max, they've been kind of really silent with their performance, but they've had massive improvements since last week where they didn't even play badly at all.
Yeah, middle of the pack team. I mean, nothing bad whatsoever. And if they can play the same way they've been doing in their second Super Weekend compared to their first in the actual finals itself, once again, the points are reset in the finals. Excuse me, a top 5 could be an eventuality. I think top 3 or maybe the top of the table might be a little bit out of reach for them right now, but a top 5 in a really good for your days actually could be possible for them.
We saw Unicorns of Love stats earlier on, right? And their averages in week 2 compared to like League play. And to be fair to Excuse Me, like their damage is relatively close. Like I think they were both around 1200 damage. Their kills, I think they're like slightly under Unicorns of Love, who was about close to 6. And then average survival time it's maybe like 1 minute difference, if not even that. Like Excuse Me are putting on like a stellar performance.
They're probably one of the more underrated rosters, I think, in the league at the moment. I think it's fair to say, in terms of where they're able to get themselves. I mean, let's bear in mind there have been multiple second places, maybe not been able to round things out and stuff like that. But yeah, they're kind of flying under the radar at the moment. But I think there's potential for them to challenge up towards the top.
You know, I respect it. I feel like if you're going to fly under the radar, definitely do it early on into the tournament, and then you show up when it comes to the finals, right? You get into the EMEA Regional Championships, and hopefully you carry that a little bit further on, maybe get a first place out of that. But let's dive into, again, another team that we haven't really talked too much about. We talk about them whenever we see overalls and we see the last page, but SKP team, Skip team, they had finally a breakout performance here in this last round. And I say that because you compare all their other stats, they had, 8 points, I think it was, like on day 1 of the Super Weekend. They've been having a massive struggle, and you can see right here, just reflected in the stats, how big of a round this was.
That is a huge step up coming out this time around. Like, of course, they're coming out from the last game alone, so you've got to put into perspective that it will average out eventually. But this game that really stood out to me was for Hamoud. Hamoud made sure that Super Young roster had no chance to really make it out of the field, and for a big portion of time too, made sure that you had a team that was Exquisite Décode UK not able to really get access to the road, which we know at the end ended up happening regardless. But Hamoud actually was doing a lot of effort and work for this team, so it's good to see. But it goes to show that they are not here by mistake. You know, SKP team really have potential to shine from time to time, but is down to how do they get to the late game that will hurt them a little bit. If they can work on that specifically in how they get to the late game, SKP team could try and, you know, be a middle impact team such as Excuse Me or even teams like TSC.
And I think it is fair to say that, like, yeah, we haven't had much opportunity to talk about them because they haven't given us much opportunity to talk about them. That is, you know, sometimes, some teams have to fall by the wayside, and for the most part, SKP team has. So it is nice to see a little bit of a step up when they have the opportunity to do so. I think this is a team that can thrive if they find themselves a more central position and a decent compound to play from. It's not like they're bad shooters by any stretch of the imagination. No, they can put up the numbers when necessary.
I mean, they had 17 points, if I can read this correctly, in the last round. And if I'm looking at our Super Weekend standings, they have 45 points in total. So almost half their points from that one match alone. And they played out quite a few matches, right? So they played out 13, obviously, their first Super Weekend here. It's been tough times, but you know what? If they can start to step up, if they can use that as a big confidence booster, saying like, yeah, guys, okay, we can do this. Let's keep going for it. Let's keep pushing for it. There's a good chance they could qualify in top 16, to be honest. There's a lot of contention still happening for those last spots.
Yeah, I mean, in the Super Weekend especially, right, your aim, even if they might be thinking, okay, finals, if we can make it into the finals and just make it top 16, which even with this low amount of points is still, I would say, drastically possible for them, as long as they make sure they re-qualify for the third Super Weekend is not out of the question. But I think that here, the main focus might be we try and potentially get a few wins here and there, try and get some extra prize pool in our pockets. I think that should be the goal. But yeah, finals definitely not out of the question, and they just need to make sure that they show up a little bit more in the third Super Weekend for sure, because right now it might be a little bit too close for comfort.
As I say, stop getting caught on edges, stop getting third party on edges, try and, you know, kind of maybe find bomb at center and find yourself a spot. An SKP team could get to the final, yeah.
Okay, well, gentlemen, do you know what time it is?
Time for prediction numbers.
It is time. No, you guys are both wrong.
Oh,
it's time to take a look at, once again, our Flu financial forecast of how the teams have been doing here in our Super Weekends. Again, every chicken dinner you get is $1,000 for yourself, and Eastern Stars up to 5K so far. Remember, it's like 10K like as first place, and they already have half that amount just from this alone.
Blue, look at you.
I'm scared she's gonna see her picture and just be like, "Who's that?" You know, as dogs don't recognize their own faces.
Bark at the screen.
Mad. Yeah. Actually, to be fair, she's never really barked in like a mirror before. You know when you see like dogs barking at a mirror at themselves? She's never done that. she just barks at literally everything else in existence. So, yeah, she's a weird one. But yeah, good job, Fraser.
Runs off to tail 2, yeah.
You know, we need to get you to like put the headphones on her and get that put in as well. Like she's a proper, you know, analyst. But we can still see though.
That's a good idea. Little Photoshop.
Yeah,
You'll replace me in no time.
No, Max. No, that's up. There you go.
Hey.
Hey, Floof. Is she shaking? What's wrong, Floof? Are you scared?
She's just nervous.
It's Jason.
I'm shy.
Jason, why are you doing Jason?
I'm not even there. Hold on. I'm not even on that part of the world right now. All right, well, we're not going to be here much longer anyways either. We're going to bring our commentators in, so you two get out of here. Claris, go get her a treat. You know, obviously you have to pay her royalties for using her face. And Copter and Appear, and we can talk about how adorable his dog is.
It's super adorable, floofy, cute, much like her owner, you know? But yeah, game number 4 of the day. We're going on to the jungle train as Sanhok, and we did see a fantastically played chicken dinner from Excuse Me in the last game. Can they repeat it, or are we gonna see that third win from Big?
People are falling down already. But regarding that financial forecast and Flowfish general, I mean, we should have that kind of a prediction. Just like before the football World Cups, there's always this octopus that's going to be choosing the flag. So maybe we should have like full barking for the team logos and choosing the winner, kind of like predicting the winner by barking. But yeah, just like James said, well, she's barking at everything, so maybe everybody's gonna get a chicken dinner. But now, let's go to the game. So the plane coming from the Alpha Island, heading right next to Bantai and Docks. And, well, I mean, I would say more than usually teams landing there on the southern side. We don't see actually, of course, because of playing that many teams going on the northern side. But then the circle's gonna go there, of course. So, hard rotations, that's what we can expect.
I'm wondering, does Maxman bark at himself when he looks in the mirror? It's one thing I'm curious about. I haven't seen him do it.
Maybe we'll just put like Maxman's picture and let's see if Fluff is going to be barking on that.
There you go. Yeah, that phase 1 copter is quite tricky. Automatically, a little bit similar to the last game on phase 2. It's somewhat that phase 2 level of landmass rather than phase 1. Great for Deus Sirens because they can drop in, they can loot up Camp Bravo and play and rotate to that kind of Mung Nai or just to the west of Mung Nai area. Game Lord's positioning is going to be so incredibly important in this game. Right now, they are looting 1-1-1-1 just around the kind of center of the circle, but if they join up together relatively early, it will give them a much better chance of controlling this circle.
True. We had a similar circle, I think it was last week, not yesterday, and it was actually hard shifting towards the ruins that time. And then we actually spoke about the Game Lord's location because they were looting on the same place. But in the end, when the circle moved towards the south, hard shifted towards the south, and then it rotated towards the boot camp and the coastal line. So I think it's the location is good for now, and definitely if the circle's going to be shifting at all, like towards the northern side, then they are fine. But there's still a lot of options, and I'm still going to stick with the fact that I said that the first zone is... Maybe it means more in Sanhok than in Miramar and Erangel, but still I think there's a lot of options still for the rotations and the Game Lord. Let's hope that they will have a good place for the next circle for them. But still, I'm not yet going to call it. I'm going to be quite suspicious about it. But yeah, now they have spotted Nexus, and they are right next to them, and this could actually result into something, definitely.
Dewey stood out a lot for his side copter. Really been able to make some moves. This is what I was talking about with Game Lord needing to join up together early on in the game. Now, I wasn't expecting a team to push up in their location as early as 3.5 minutes in, but this is Sanhok. You expect the unexpected.
True. But Nexus, they only have 2 players. I mean, they have 2 other guys right on the more towards the eastern side, and they are basically just on the middle of all the Game Lord players. They also have shooters on the eastern side.
Yes.
So Nexus, they are just put 2 players right between the home Game Lord, and this kind of like tells the whole story. Bam is down. UB can do nothing about it, and he decides to go swimming. That's the play. He might try and want to flank on the western side of the team, but still, I think that the Nexus is realizing that they're in trouble. They're in a lot of trouble.
Why would you... That is a very weird decision in my eyes. Your two teammates are the opposite side of Paradise Resort, like you said. I didn't notice that initially, and I thought, okay, this is a good push for Nexus. But now, in hindsight, I'm looking at that going, why would you go anywhere near the center of the circle when you have absolutely nobody backing you up and you are really going in blind? Well, I might have to ask them after this game and find out what happened. Until then, ChasMac and Excuse Me embracing each other in around the Tatmok region.
Yeah, there's something definitely happening in those southside hills. You can't really hold them down, but you can at least get some decent angles and kind of like try to find somebody trying to maybe gather loot from the yard of the buildings. But that Nexus situation, I still gotta come back to that one because people know where game load is jumping down, so it's not a surprise that there's people, and they know that they are splitting on those compounds. So the only reason, what I could imagine, is that they want to take that guy from the highest hill down, and then maybe kind of like use that against the other members who are like split at 1-1 and 1 on the different compounds, and you do have the angle from that location to all of those buildings actually. So maybe that was the idea, but it is a very risky play.
Like, were they assuming there was only going to be one person? Were they assuming there was going to be nobody there? If that's the case, then you know what they say about assumption. Assumption makes an ass out of you and me. So it's one of those things where they definitely do have to rethink how they play it.
Yeah, true. I think that those buildings which game load is jumping, the amount of loot is not so high, so it wouldn't make much sense to put two guys on top of that hill, but that's just me.
Exactly.
Let's not worry about that one. That's done and dusted, and Nexus, they did lose some players, and of course game load, they at least got 1 point, so that's the result of it. But for Nexus, they still have one guy very heavily splitted from the other two, so that's a problem for them still.
Okay, so evaluate where a few of these other teams are. TSC, on our screens, are down on towards that southeastern edge of the circle. They have Deus Sirens in front of them, two of the Deus ladies in the circle, two of the Deus ladies outside of the circle, still looting Camp Bravo. Doom are coming into the southern edge of the circle. You have SKP and Xtreme Slayers also down on the south side of this map.
Meanwhile, super young roster, they are crossing the bridge from the Charlie Island towards the Alpha Island, so they are trying to, and we can see actually a lot of teams piling there on the eastern side of the Alpha Island. So if the circle's gonna shift on the Bravo, they can try to get on the other side, but the same happens on the Bravo as well. The south is completely empty.
Is that a good idea for SYR to rotate onto the Alpha Island?
I would say it's a decent idea. Maybe holding the buildings on the corner of the Charlie Island, because you have basically access to both islands from that location, from those compounds. They're also very holdable. If somebody else will be coming on the other side, then it's a different story. But for now, I mean, the location right there on the corner of the Charlie Island, it's a good place to hold. But the well, we just have to re-evaluate that later, because now this way is going to be coming from the TSC and Deus Sirens. Yavla taken down.
Deus, you're 7.5, nearly 8 minutes into the game, and you're kind of going from your normal looting spot to another small set of buildings, thinking that there's nobody around you. It's just not really the right mindset that you need to prepare for inside this game. Good shots from Luna, though. Do connect onto Bujo before he gets behind cover of the rock. Linu is able to reposition across the road. That's a valuable reposition, but until anything massively connects from either herself or the rest of the Deus Sirens team, there is that risk of nades being flown out. A bit of a missed nade from Diavla. It will give them time to reevaluate where they're looking and where they're throwing those nades. TSC have a lovely blanket around this area, 2 one side, 2 on the other side. I really can't fault TSC's positioning in this fight.
Yeah, true. They have a 2-2 split around the compounds, and that's well, that's a decent one. There's going to be a flush as well happening, so one player will be taken down. So now Yatem will lose her life, and that's only 3 players remaining, and one is knocked down as well. It's going to be time for TSC to actually get closer, and now that split angle, the offside angle, exactly that one, that's going to be a problem, because now she needs to get back or die, as we can see that Luna, Diabla, and the whole Deus Sirens, they will just lose that battle and gonna lose their lives.
It's just a lack of what looks like awareness and preparation from Deus Sirens. No doubt about it. ESC went into that area knowing, or more valuably looking around for players, whereas Deus Sirens were just happy to continue looting, and they had an opportunity to really play towards that Mong Knight area early on in the game, and they were too slow and paid the price. But phase 2, Copter has popped up. It's gone away from the water back down south, which is a good thing, but it does put a lot of pressure, a little bit more pressure on teams that kind of committed to the northern side of the map. ChasMac, but luckily just ran it from Nexus left alive, and Dewey.
Yeah, they're fighting a battle with the ChasMac. Let's see, it's gonna be 1 versus, is it 4 or 3? But anyways, it's a tight battle. Ron is gonna be taken down, so just 1 player for Nexus remaining, and it seems that they're just dying one by one. Unfortunately, sometimes this very scattered across strategy. I have seen sometimes that people are like jumping, you know, on all the different corners of the map at the start sometimes, and sometimes it works that you actually have one player that has like a super position where you can actually then rotate later, but it's not going to be happening for now. Nexus, as we can see, also Syrian, super young rosters, they are up in a battle.
Stars playing it through. They have the stranglehold of this fight. 2 of the players knocked down. Another one is going to be put down to the ground and result, although he was able to get an initial knock onto Kapahala. Athis is there to go. Not today, my friend. Eastern Stars get the squad wipe, and that's why, you know, it's funny because we laid down the foundations and said, should Super Young roster rotate to the Alpha Island? And you made a very valid point of sticking towards the corner of that Charlie Island, so when phase 2 pops up, you're able to better react. But I still got to think on that phase 2 shift. Mainland is still priority. Why didn't you go back through the Charlie Island into the Bravo Island and then play through outside of or around the boot camp area?
Yeah, exactly. They would have, I mean, completely free. I mean, now we got the Unicorns of Love, they're actually on that location. But for the super young rosters, they would have had a completely almost free rotation towards the middle of the circle from the south side using the Bravo Island. But let's not go that. They are already dead, so there's nothing we can do about it or they can do about it. It's just an unfortunate thing that happened. And now, I mean, all the teams are fleeing out of the Alpha Island. Meanwhile, what we see on the pictures, it's the Xtreme Slayers and Exquisite Décode, and they are far away in the blue, and they have been fighting for a while already. The nades will come from Will holes, and they will not take any huge damage, so this is going to be a tight fight. And we can see Extreme Slayers, they have 1 on the other side, 3 on the other side, so Exquisite Décode, they're like pinched in a very small area, and this is looking good for the Extreme Slayers, to be honest.
Yeah, it is. They're still in the blue though. There's a decent bit of space right now in front of them on the edge of the circle, but we do see a shifting back up north. Definitely a mainland finish, and it's very good for both ChasMac and Big, depending on how each other engage on this fight. It's definitely in towards the advantage of Big because ChasMac are a lot more heavily separated, and I gotta give credit to Big because I feel on these kind of northern circles, even when it involves a bit of the Alpha Island, they've been a bit slow to rotate onto the mainland or really commit to that mainland position, but they've been around this north coastline position for quite a while in this game.
And this fight is very important. If B can actually hold that, as it seems that ChasMac is withdrawing from the situation, and that northern location, the hill on the north, I mean, that's a perfect place for this circle.
It is.
Nobody should be rotating on the backside, but TSC, he's gonna come inside, and the spray finally falls down though. But Tam got 2 knocks there before, and now we can see Vitoni, and the nade that's gonna be sent. Let's see where it's gonna be landing. He's gonna be, well, taking his time. Jazza's getting that spray before that one, and that's actually the whole team Doom taken down at the same time as well. So that's the end of them, and they can still revive Tam. So TSC getting those kills. They have 8 already, so they are doing fine.
A mistake from Tam pushing in on your own like that. Don't be too greedy. It could easily have been a flush. However, a great fight, and the fact that they've got 8 kills in this game alone shows that they know how to play Sanhok, and they've learned from their mistakes throughout this PMPL and really are capitalizing on it. Xtreme Slayers are going close by to them. Out of the blue, out of the frying pan into the fire, you could say. But TSC not wanting to take this fight just yet based on the circle shifting. They have to move in. They'll play the edge of the circle. Tam is gatekeeping Xtreme Slayers, but he's on his own.
I think that they're trying to play this situation. Why they leave Tam here completely alone? I think they want to have a shooter on the backside. But we'll see. I mean, that kind of like would make sense. Leave Tam on behind and then move the 3 other guys to hold it. And then when the Xtreme Slayer is going to start moving right now, then TSC is going to stop them down and Tam will come from the backside. That would make some sense. But you never know what's the strategy. And it seems that all the players will be just leaving. Extreme Eastern Stars, they are also, by the way, at the same time coming on the backside of the whole situation. So as we can see, they are right here. And they made the rotation all the way through those bridges to the Bravo Island and exactly using the same method as the Unicorns of Love.
It's simple things like I really want to highlight this that so many teams don't do. Eastern Star did not rotate into the circle on vehicles. They rotated and stopped outside of the edge of the circle, got out, are doing scouting before they hit the inside area. So many teams do not do that, and that was a big moment in my eyes to highlight as the next circle goes once again up north. Big. They're looking for their 3rd chicken dinner of the day. They went the whole of the PMPL so far. All 5 of the PMPL Super Weekend days without a chicken dinner. They come into the final day. They've got 2 already. Can they grab their 3rd?
Yeah, this is the location they were fighting earlier, and we pointed out that it's a very important place, and now especially when the circle's going to be shifting that way, we can see LMV, they want to come there. The biggest problem for Big is the compounds on the backside. Do they want to hold the compounds as well? I think they kind of like need to hold them, because otherwise somebody might be shooting on the back, but then they have to split the people between the hill.
Yes.
Now we have a crash from Xtreme Slayers.
Extreme Slayers have nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They just have to go in hard or go home. There's SKP, potentially 3rd party from the cow compound. Another knock on the hulls. The revive trying to be laid down. It's just the side of the warehouse buildings. Eastern Stars avoiding all of these and just going, yeah, I'm full sending it into the circle. Gonna make it on towards the outside of the Tapmock area. The other warehouse that is inside the circle is theirs, and they've taken it.
Yeah, I mean, they just drive by. Oh, yep. No, we're stopping. We're not stopping there at all. I mean, we hear the gunshots, and they will just take the position where they can gatekeep who's going to be leaving out of this fight. So it's going to be still standing, and now we can see that they're going to get closer, going to be more personal as well. The sprays will be happening from Xtreme Slayers, and that's connecting. Great defending, by the way, from ChasMac, but now it's going to be time for them to fall as well. We can see MZ, Shadowman, they are down. Shadowman going to be flat down as well, and that's going to be a great knock on the other side as well as Puppy will be taken down. So ChasMac, they get some return damage as well. But yeah, I feel that the Xtreme Slayers, they have the advantage.
I kind of disagree, because Trazen's still alive and he can do a wonderful amount of work. Azer is there. He's through the smoke. The sprays come through. Bardo prones on down, gets a drop shot on board. Trazen's the last player up, but he's going to be taken down. And Xtreme Slayers win out on that fight with a little bit of help from a sneaky 3rd partying Eastern Stars.
True. true. TSC, they are not yet inside of the zone. We can see that they're battling with the SKP, and we do have a team that's also watching the whole situation. Vitoni spray finals gonna connect to Erangel, taken down, and Vitoni just, you know, tries to get a better angle. They still have 3 guys remaining, by the way, and now it's gonna be Exquisite Décode. They are trying to come from the same direction, and it's gonna be a battle who's gonna be actually getting out of this place, because the I think it's the same. Only one can get away, and it's either TSC or Exquisite Décode.
10 kills for TSC. Does it really matter if they go out at this stage of the game? They've already gotten the same amount of points as a 3rd place finish. Vitoni goes in, gonna go for the shot, and that's gonna connect. He has no first aids. He's gonna get knocked. Bujo, the last player up, he's having his own fight against SKP. Luckily, Tam is in around the same area. Will that revive be played out? Hamoud finds Hamodi. That's very positive, but by no way, shape, or form is Bujo out of the woods just yet.
That is so nadeable. That is so nadeable. TSC, can they go for the revival? SKP, they have their revival done, so maybe they can now put those utilities, but they don't know the exact location. Bujo's gonna be staying on the blue zone and needs to kind of flank because the SKP utilities thrown in the different place, so they don't have the information. Now they will spot him down and they will just hunt it like dogs. The spray will come, and in the end, will they get it? Yes, they will. That's TSC Legends falling.
Hunting the last player, TSC like Floof hunts a treat. And now, excuse me, onto LMV. I questioned LMV's push onto this hillside as early as they did in the game, but they've done a good job of controlling, and boom, excuse me, go out. LMV pick up 4 kills. They're still up as a full squad. Now they have to move down the hill into the circle, bigger in the center. You have teams wrapping around them. Lose knocked down. Eastern Stars are still there to take something from this game.
I mean, big, they have all the buildings, they have all the cover, and everybody needs to get down from that hill. I see only one ending for this game, because the guys are battling for Romanian Boys. We'll try to deal the damage towards LMV, and that's a lot of damage, by the way. Only one person running, and that's gonna be Perks. Tries to find a proning place, but for Romanian Boys, they can maybe still get that revival done, and yes, they will exactly start it right away, so they should be wiping out LMV, but the other battle and the eyes, they should be on the eastern side. Who's gonna be the challenger? It's gonna be Eastern Stars or SKP. That's gonna be serving from the eastern hill.
Perks really saved LMV's game by getting that knock on the 4 Romanian Boys. I don't agree with 4 Romanian Boys going for the revive, but they still pulled it out. Eastern Stars just going full ham, saying, hey, we've done it before once already, we're going to do it again. And big cook up the pre-nade and knock on to Bazzi. Athos is the last player up as far as I know. Well, Kapahala is going for the heel strat in the blue, so I do appreciate that variability from Eastern Stars. As Athos stands up, he does get 1 knock, but Times says it's clobbering Times in this game and gets the return knock.
And meanwhile, on the southern side, actually, LMV wiped down 4 Romanian Boys. It was like 1 versus 3 situation, if I didn't get completely wrong. So great performance happening on that side. So they will get a lot of points, placement points as well. The SKP, they want to time it at the same time with Big. And if ever we can actually jump these guys at the same time, then they have a chance.
Oh my god!
He's getting 1.
Oh my god, that's so close. Hamud nearly pulled out a massive big brain play. Perks, as you pointed out, got the 1v3 against 4 Romanian Boys. The firecracker of Unicorns of Love is still standing tall. Unicorns of Love, by the way, Rokas, last player up, is healing in the blue, so it doesn't really matter. He can get himself 2nd place for his team. Hey ho, let's go. But really, it's all down to Perks.
Yeah.
Germany against Portugal. I know he's representing a German team, but Perks is from Portugal. Let's see what he can do. All the members of Big are in one shack. I don't know if Perks is aware of that. Big presume they've won the game. They have that 4th player on the off-angle swave. And this is kind of one and done. Beast doesn't realize. Perks stands up, gets 1 knock, looks for the 2nd on the me, but doesn't find it. And Big get their 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
Yeah, as long as as soon as the Unicorns of Law player was dying on the blue, the only thing what Perks was able to do, try to get some kills. And I was kind of like hoping that the guys will actually leave from that shack and go more towards the western side, where they had a different location, because they were not inside of the zone. But that could have been a chance for Perks to get that big spray on point and get some maybe some kill points as well. But yeah, of course, when you have 1 versus 4 situation, it's a it's usually a situation that you cannot that easily win, and he knew that as well. So he just wanted to stay hiding and wait for the Unicorns of Floor player to finally die on the blue, and then that's pretty much everything from there. You have been just a plus to get any more points.
And that's why I really highlighted Big's earlier rotation, what seems at least earlier rotation in towards that mainland area, coastline or not, in towards that main island, because they have really been punished in the past by not rotating as quickly and sticking to that northwest island. But man, I don't know what Big have done. Have they eaten their Weetabix? Have they had their spinach? Because they are just they're a different team today. I know they've been performing amazingly, Copter, but they are still clearly a different team today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, next time we have an interview with those guys, I think we have to ask what is their breakfast first of all. Do they take like oatmeal or something like that? What's the change on the breakfast menu? That could be doing a lot of things. But yeah, still on the last game, I mean, the northern location, fighting from that hill with ChasMac earlier, that made all the difference. And ChasMac can only think that what if we would have won that fight and wouldn't have leave from the scene? But that is what if. You can never know. But still, I mean, it was a very important fight. And Big, they played it the right way. For a while, we didn't know if it's going to be coming on the hills, or the circle going to include the compounds in the end. And then Big, they made a decision that they will split on the hill to kind of like hold the teams coming from the south, and then, you know, hold the buildings that nobody will be coming from the eastern side either, because the battle's happening on the east side. Somebody could have been able to sneak in the compounds, but they hold both of the locations, and now we just saw how important it actually was.
It wasn't a pretty third place, but it was a third place nonetheless for Unicorns of Love. And to just real quickly highlight LMV, they're still having a stonker of a day. Yes, they're overshadowed by Big's 3 chicken dinners in this one day, but they still had pretty consistent results. So still a good run in this second Super Weekend for LMV. Well, it's a good run for this final game of the day. We have one more to go. The analysts are going to break this game down after this break.
Well, if I can count correctly, that's the third chicken dinner coming in for Big, and $3,000 in one day. They struggled to get a chicken dinner throughout the first Super Weekend. They struggled in day 1 and 2, but it seems like they're just making up for all those lost times, and they're able to take and catapult themselves into the first place position overall within our standings. Guys, this was pretty damn ridiculous, and Big have been playing stellar today.
Yeah. I have the impression at the start of the day I said that it just doesn't seem like they want wins, and now it's like the reverse curse, and I thought they would not be able to get a win, but now they got 3. So I can actually use it for good, apparently. That's great to see. But 23 points, Big looking absolutely fantastic throughout today. 3 wins out of 4 games. Still got 1 remaining. See if they can potentially get himself a 4th, but Big, I'll definitely change their approach into the late game. They make it as a 2, 3, or 4-man crew, and they take so much control. It's just so hard to deny the wins in those games.
Someone get Limp Bizkit on the phone, because they are rolling right now. I cannot believe the fact that they get 3 out of the 4 games here from this. Although, that being said, I mean, we said, you know, after their first win, I wouldn't be surprised if they get a second. Turns out that momentum carries even further. They didn't have many trials and tribulations to actually go through in this game. On Sanhok, a lot of the teams that kind of killed themselves after they come in. The one biggest threat that they had, of course, was that Eastern Stars crash onto them, but they greeted that with major gusto. It's Big Sunday, Jason. Big Sunday.
I mean, someone called Coring, so we got some freaks on a leash here. Big. They're just constantly doing it, constantly picking up the points. I mean, LMV, again, it seems like whenever we see, one team do well, LMV's always going to be there. But for me, it's more about SKP repeating the performance they had in the last round, and also Eastern Stars finally having a good round in what feels like over a day.
I think myself and Kalaris have a lot to say about Eastern Stars. Sure, they gave themselves some decent amount of points towards the end of that game, but you have what we said, like a very aggressive and ballsy split, right? You have a 4-man spread very early, 3 players on a northwestern island, and you have Kapahala inside boot camp. The reason why Kapahala is there is to facilitate a rotation over to the eastern mainland. And yet they're like, let's regroup on the northwestern island, and then the circle crosses back over, and they're forced to go for a big wide rotate next to Paradise Resort towards Mongnai into Tapmok. I think that here they could have been maybe a bit better executed on their side of things. It worked out at the end, but I think that when you have a spread like that, you have better usage of the position of Kapahala in boot camp than what they actually did.
Agreed.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our top players now. And I'm assuming Mihi's going to be there in some aspect, or maybe not at all, actually. Maybe it's just going to be Eastern Stars because Athos and Kapahala together, putting down 1,200 damage, also 9 kills as well. An extra fragger, I feel like we see Doran normally from Romanian Boys, but I feel like we haven't seen him in quite a long time.
The hilarious thing about this Eastern Star situation is they've done so much damage in this game because they kind of like force themselves to have to do that. Like, again, as Max is saying here, if they use that linchpin of Kapahala and they rotate east, they're called Eastern Stars. Surely they'd like to rotate east, but apparently not for this one. But I mean, the kudos to them for salvaging the situation that they kind of put themselves in. I mean, it goes to show that they're still extremely powerful regardless of what situation you put them in.
Wow, TSC.
Ooh, not Sanhok numbers.
Yeah, I was expecting like a nice curve, about 1,000 damage for most teams, but 200 damage, 11 kills. They kind of went under the radar for me. I mean, obviously we did see them on the front page when it came to the results, but not bad. And TSC, if I'm not mistaken, got their first chicken dinner yesterday in match 3, which is an Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, they were fighting. I recall pretty much early in this game, so that it would allow them to, of course, to ramp up the numbers pretty significantly because of that. But really good conversion rate actually from that damage, and then this team has been fighting relatively early. Sure, didn't get himself the win or even close to the potential win towards the end. But yeah, TSC Legends, this Super Weekend is definitely where they have been rising up to the occasions. Once again, this team coming in, played the PMNC UK, playing the UK PMCO, so this is their first PMPL, and I think that this second Super Weekend, they found themselves a little bit more here, Jason, so they're feeling a lot more comfortable in this type of lobby.
Usually I need to go on a vacation to a beach to find myself, but they're doing it right here within the PMPL. Let's take a look, though, at 2 teams in particular. The reason why, I'll tell you, is because we had LMV have one of our best days, not the best day, when it came to day 1 in the Super Weekend with 92 points. But I want to see how are their stats doing up against Big, who are on track to, I think, match or pass them at this rate. We can see actually Big have more average damage. The kills are the same survival time, though. I guess is where they're really hurting.
23 minutes is really good in terms of average survival time. And when you're about an average survival time of 26 minutes for LMV Gaming on their best day, that is absolutely insane. The German powerhouses are looking so strong in this tournament. And I said it, we had an interview, we had a little bit of a media day happening with a player of Big, and they did say their intention here is to become the best German team in PUBG Mobile eSport right now. And LMV Gaming are contesting
to be the best German.
Agreed.
Just be the best team in general.
Because they're both German teams, it's so close. I mean, I find that to be a really cool storyline, right? You want to be the best team in your own country, and yet it's so close competition between these 2 teams. I find that extremely interesting.
Oh, we can see here average placing relatively the same as well, and I actually don't know how many points Big has gotten today, but I'm really curious to see if they could pass them. I mean, even Jaja from TSC is asking like how many points have they taken over 100, but I don't think that's possible just yet. I think even Mihi doesn't know. He says around 78 he guesses. So I'm really curious to see if they could somehow pull off another chicken dinner. It'd be the most we've had in a single day. It'd probably be the most points we've had in a single day as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know probably who we're going to end up picking for the MVP of the day as well here, considering that the headlines have only read really one name throughout the day, and it has been Big with Mihi here sitting atop the pile. Despite, of course, I think that the cool thing about Big is that as much as, yes, Mihi might be racking up those numbers, it really has not been a singular effort coming out from Mihi. It has been an absolute team effort for them to be able to get to the positions that they've been in, and there is really no weak link, I think, in Big right now.
Yeah. When we look back at the start of this PMPL, the main issue I had was Team Big, and not really the issue I had, but what scared me with this team is you had such good synergy between all of the players back when they were all part of Destiny. I was like, I'm scared they're actually going to be breaking that synergy and go back to something a little bit more basic. I do not have those thoughts anymore. Here, this team, as you said, is looking like a very big threat to the rest of the lobby. They're playing so well together. Swave is assisting the position of Mihi a lot of the time. Beast, of course, being there as one of the big fraggers on top of it, and Times being there also as a more assistive role. But Mihi is just enabled by the rest of his team to do so well. And when you have 8 kills, 7 kills, 5 kills, it's not even bad. And you're all making it with an average survival time close to 23 minutes. That means you're making it towards the late game as a full stack. It's just making it even easier for you to convert those games into an actual win with a lot of kills. I mean, Big just transformed himself from week 1 into week 2. And this is the Big that we hope to see going into the finals and even maybe EMEA Championship.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Alicio and like his individual performance. I'm wondering if it's possible to get our top 10 players by kills of the Super Weekends, because Mihi had 10 yesterday, 12 now already with still another game to play. Like, I feel like he's been putting up such big numbers and so many kills. Maybe the damage isn't quite there, but he's been so damn consistent, which for me is funny because I felt like he was one of the not stars. Yeah, definitely not one of the stars in my head when it came to our first PMPL season when they were known as Destiny.
He's closed the gap significantly with Alicio and Narvala, who were very much so at the forefront and quite a far ahead of 3rd place. But Mihi, look at how that gap has shrank. It's very impressive considering, as you say, they weren't really on the radar for a little bit. Again, they were kind of flying under that radar considering that they had no chicken dinners, but extremely consistent results. So great damage, great numbers.
You talked about Mango actually a few times, Kalias, right? Those off angles he's been offering to Excuse Me have been stellar every single time that Excuse Me get themselves in a strong position. So feels good to see Mango actually rewarded with those kind of performances and actually being on the top 10 fraggers. So let's see if he can make it to top 5 at some point.
I mean, we might even see Mihi as well, by the way, just break number 1 at the end of this next round. Depends on how it goes. But let's take a look, though, at our overall standings. We've been talking about how GameLord have been number 1 ever since the very first week. We have seen them fall off a bit, or I guess we could say we've seen other teams step up quite big as they pass them. Not in points, but because they have an extra chicken dinner, they are in the lead.
Yeah, the wins make the difference. The chicken dinners make the difference here, and Big are just running away with it. Of course, it's down to the difference maker here is going to be the tiebreaker. 3 chicken dinners, so they're going to be above GameLord. They both have 304 points. It's absolutely insane to see. Once again, we mentioned this many times, but I think it's very important to mention once more. The level of competition this PMPL is so much higher. Even the middling teams could be a very close contender with these teams given the right circumstances into the finals. So even though Big, GameLord, Eastern Stars are running away with a really good amount of games these 2 Super Weekends, I think that even the teams at the bottom of this page should not be messed with.
Yeah, the skill disparity in our previous season was far more severe. And now it's great to see how many teams are here and present. As I said, you know, it went from 6 teams in our first Super Weekend to what I feasibly see about 8 or 9 teams right now that I think can quite happily, now I'm looking at it, maybe even 10 teams, can actually like challenge at the very, very top of this. And I think that's, what a step up for the region as a whole.
On that note, Claris, we have to really keep in mind, because we saw this effect at PMGC. League stage is a marathon. Finals is a sprint. We saw Nova struggle when it came to the marathon point where Foreign men were just running away with it. But then you get into the finals where it's just 4 days of action and you have to perform. Out of those teams, I don't know which ones I'd put my money on, actually.
It can get it can be a bit of a crapshoot at the very end with that marathon style as well. I mean, either you actually just float or you completely sink in that marathon kind of phase of all of it. So we'll see how it goes down in the final.
Yeah, I mean, as a famous clown does say, you'll float too. But let's see as we head over to our final round of the day with Erangel, bring Copter and Imperium back. Imperium, actually, you know what? Production, here's a challenge for you. We had Kalaris be photoshopped as it last time. Can we get Imperium photoshopped? Because he's got the beard color. Maybe we'll add a beard to it. I don't know. We'll see if we can get it done. Matt, it's on you. Copter and Imperium, welcome back to the virtual world. I love to just cause drama and to cause a mess. But take us into our final round of the day.
Like, Jason's stirring the pot and just walks away and goes, Mwahahahahahaha. Copter, final game of the day. We've had 3 chicken dinners from Big, and I just want to take a little bit of time to highlight this team and this roster, because this roster hasn't come out of nowhere, Copter. Swave, Beast, and Mihi have played together in other teams for the last year and a half. Yes, they may have separated here, they may have separated there, but this team and this set of players have known each other for an extremely strong amount of time. And Duxan, who's a sub in the team, has known Mihi for quite a while. I've met Mihi and Beast in person. Super cool guys, and this roster and this kind of form that they're showing in this PMPL is all a product of the work, the time, the effort that they've all put in, and I'm so happy to see it come together.
Yeah, true. I mean, in PUBG in general, I mean, PUBG esports in general, no matter the platform, the team's energy is very important. How the team, the communication works. It's not only about just fragging. It's about like knowing what the other guys are doing when it comes to bushes, for example, if you want to crash a compound, knowing that, yeah, I'm gonna take that one, you're gonna take that one, knowing how they approach those crash situations, for example. That's just one example. That is very important. So the synergy, of course, builds over time, and now, even though they have been playing in a different name in the past, and not having the completely same roster, but close to it, and having a fourth player that they're familiar with it, it's of course adding to that all. So it's a very good one, and now it starts to show. I mean, on the first weekend, like I said, they had good strategies, but they just wasn't able to execute those, I mean, all the way till the end. But now they have definitely unlocked the potential. I mean, if this would be a whatever gaming platform, I would have like our achievement unlocked on there somewhere on the screen. But yeah, I'm starting to be a believer, definitely. What about you?
Yeah, big time. I've always been a believer in this set of players over the many tournaments that I've commentated them on, 110%. But the Phase 1 circle is a bit of a pain in the ass compared to the plane path, so it's automatically going to be a lot more traffic on the eastern side of the map. Getting through all of it and really turning around the level of a dynamic rotation is, I think, going to be quite valuable if you're looking at the likes of TSC, Game Lord, Exquisite Décode.
Yeah, what I would like to see with this kind of a circle as the last game of the day, I would love to see an ending that is not on the field, first of all. We have seen a lot of field endings.
Fair.
And maybe somewhere like between Quarry and Primorsk area, that would be quite fun. Okay. But yeah, that is just my wishes. So definitely I don't think that the circle gods are listening me that carefully, to be honest. But yeah, you can always hope.
All you have to do is believe, you know? All you have to do is believe. You say what you wish for, and then you squeeze yourself really tight and go, yes, it's going to happen. And there's a much higher chance it's going to happen. Scientifically proven, no, it's not at all.
I mean, if Big is going to do the rotation on that area, then of course that's definitely a sign, because they have been quite okay with the circles. I mean, on the last Sanhok, they got the plays quite early. And I'm not going to say that they were lucky with the circles, but definitely the gameplay, which stated earlier, helped with those end circles, so I'm going to call that. But yeah, as we are watching Game Lord, they are looting Yasiana. There's nobody around. I mean, TSC is right there on the eastern side, but still like 500 meters away, so they're not having any kind of engagement going on. We can see LMV, they are starting the rotation. They are, well, not that far away. They actually are right there on the ferry pier area already, so they're actually taking that southern place. And you know, on the south you have buildings. The thing with this circle is that on the southern side there's a lot of buildings, and also on the northern side, and then just on the middle, west, east side, it's like some compounds here and there. There's still plenty of those, so all the teams, they should be able to get a compound. But still, the next circle gonna be most probably shifting those edge compounds away quite heavily, and that's when the problems start. But you have to be choosing actually what do you want to play.
LMV have done this before, but I do have to give a shout out for the awareness they showed on this drop from the plane path. So they dropped onto Military Island. The reason why is when you have that easterly plane path, there's a much bigger chance you're going to have that traffic in front of you, whether it's maybe SKP, a rogue for Romanian Boys player, and of course, more importantly, Nexus. So it made sense for them to drop on that northern side of the military island, grab 3 or 4 vehicles, make a really early rotate across that western bridge and go to Primorsk. Yeah, okay, their looting phase is going to be naturally slower than a couple of other teams, but when you're talking about that sensible early game play, keeping ourselves up as a full squad, props to LMV for that.
Yeah, one thing that I have been taking notice here is that, I mean, the military island team, so we have Xtreme Slayers, Deus Sirens, they always go there. We know that they are looting there. But nobody is looting the farm area. Nobody is looting the buildings on the southern highway towards the west from the farm area. Nobody's looting shark fin compound. I think that there's easily loot and landing spots for 2 teams that are actually on that area. And that kind of like surprises me because we haven't been having like a huge amount of military circles, so the teams would be actually benefiting from the military island location. So, and those places, they are not bad because they are on the southern side of the island. They are quite much on the middle, allow quite easy rotation to most of the circles, even on the military island as well. So that's what I'm wondering, that why some teams are so persistently dropping on the Sosnovka island.
This is the final game of the day, the final day of Super Weekend number 2, and I love what the desk was highlighting about how all of these teams, or so many of these teams, have really stepped up to the plate. We are seeing this kind of situation where any number of 5, 6, 7 teams can win a game, can pull out massive performances, can really show up, and it's going to make that build up, the evolution into the finals a lot more exciting. It's going to make that kind of fight for that kind of 16th, 15th spot a little bit more spicy. Thinking a little bit into the future, that I'm really looking forward to that. But as teams are starting to rotate into this phase 1 circle, there is that naturally more space now for Exquisite Décode and Eastern Stars because they've taken their time to move out of their normal drop spots.
True. Well, engagement with the TSC and SKP, a couple bullets fired, like just defending the location that they're currently having. We do have one Wanderer right there on the northern side of the TSC as well, but that's not going to be causing anything for now. We can see one player from the ChasMac, so that's 3 Shadowmen, by the way, quite close by on TSC. They're just rotating, I know, but still, you know, drive-bys and that kind of things can happen. SKP, they will take those west side warehouses from Pochinki. That's going to be completely fine. And yeah, teams are just, you know, getting inside, they're piling, trying to find that place what they can play. And I think at this stage, especially when we have such huge amount of fields on the circle, it is very important that you plan your rotation well. That's one thing, that you keep the form and stack alive. I mean, I would imagine that if I would be playing and if I would be rotating on those fields and somebody would shoot me down from the fields, I would be so mad about myself.
Nobody's taken Everest for the time being. SYR didn't go there. I understand Unicorns Love don't rotate early, so I wasn't expecting them to go there. But to me, Everest is a pretty good spot to control in this first circle.
True, it's fine. I mean, you get a lot of information. That's the biggest factor. It could be, of course, in the circle. Sometimes we see end circles going there as well. But now Nexus Gaming, they were just holding these plays. And one player from Xtreme Slayers, I think it was Papi, who actually just drive through. They opened fire, and then the rest of the Xtreme Slayers, they were right on the backside. And instead of engaging, you know, getting like a full-fledged fight going on, they will decide to go around. So they want to get those 4 players, and the circle will be closing soon. So then kind of like the timing isn't the perfect for opening a new fight.
Next circle shifts up. It does go over to the east, a little bit north. It's the perfect time now for Deus Sirens to, if they want to go over the Western Bridge, to go over the Western Bridge and go onto that compound that Doom at times can hold on to, or if they want to, go back into the eastern side of Military Island and go across the Eastern Bridge. The more time they take, the more they hesitate, the harder it's going to be if they want to go over the Western Bridge.
I think they just want to scout it. Let's see what they will do. I mean, for example, the Ukrainian blue buildings right there on the eastern side of the bridge, that would be one place to go. But yeah, we're going to figure it out, and they're going to figure it out, and we're going to see what they will do. Meanwhile, for Romanian Boys and ChasMac, they are having a battle.
Well, a little bit of a battle. There's also Doran that got a cheeky kill onto Big as well from the underside of the hill. So SW2D3 trying to deal with 4 Romanian Boys. That's a good start. Getting a knock on the Exo Machina trays and opens up into Sarah. That's a second knock in the favor of ChasMac Royal. Just pinched behind a tree. Doran is far away. Unlikely that he's going to be able to get to his teammate. And ChasMac, who at times have played somewhat separated in this game, will have full control. They get the third knock. They're going to get the third kill. And team-wise, that's a lot better from ChasMac.
Yeah, there was Royal was holding that place right behind that tree outside of the building, and it's a good place when you have crashes coming on top of that hill. Usually the people will park the vehicles and just rise up and kind of like have a peek what's going to be visible from the windows. But usually that to be successful, you need a second player that's going to be having an off angle from the distance. But this time they just didn't have any more players on the scene, so they will lose 3. And I think one player, Doran, which you pointed out on the northern side, is going to keep his life, so he can try to get salvage some points from this game. But it's complicated for him, but he's pretty much on the middle of the circle, so it should be fine for now. But it could be that the 4 Romanian Boys will just not get that kind of result they were hoping for.
Not at all. LMV have a fantastic hillside position. It's a bit of a risky hill because it's still at risk of, as I say the word risk twice, there's that opportunity for Xtreme Slayers to stab them in the back from that quarry hill area, so they do still have to be aware of that. But when you're talking about getting that elevated information onto TSC, onto potentially ChasMac on that phase 3 shift, if it continues down in that area, LMV are looking good.
Yeah, they have a good place because you can't really go more towards the eastern side, then you will be out there in the open. So it's all about the next circle, how it's going to lay down. We can see Deus Sirens still holding a place on the Sosnovka Island. Game Lord and Exquisite Décode right between the school and the ruins. I mean, there might be something going on because we can see Game Lord that they are moving one player. Navalov is going to go there on the blue. Maybe they're trying to find a way around it. But yeah, I think something's going to start there. And we can see some indicators as well on the map. But now the circle's going to close and we'll finally see where it's going to be popping. And it's a field circle, to be honest. Of course, there's a lot of options, but this is going to be a hard one.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one indeed. Pachinki Hill, unoccupied, open for the taking by Eastern Stars. Now they'll start to move, and I still think it's too reactive. It's not proactive. They should have made that push across the Western Bridge. But luckily, because it shifts more up towards the northeast, less teams are going to be looking in their direction, so they'll be able to get away with it. But can they find a position inside the circle? Can they find any kind of control? They are going to be going in blind. TSC react and are going to go onto one of the hills towards the center of the circle. Getting there for ChasMac is incredibly important, but one of the ChasMac players is forward while the other 3 players are behind. SW2D3 a little bit isolated, a little bit at risk, but for the time being, he's staying alive.
Yeah, this is going to drive teams to locations that are quite hard, to be honest. I mean, some will get compounds, but some will have to settle just for a land cover. And I kind of like these quite narrow hills, I would say. Meanwhile, the Eastern Stars, which you pointed out, they have made their way on the Pochinki Hills. Great shots coming from the Game Lord, by the way, towards Exquisite Décode. Will and Resno falling down as Navalo will just open that fire. That was the situation between on the northern eastern side. But also SKP, they came for the Pochinki Hills. So now Eastern Stars and SKP, they're holding the hills together, and that's going to be a problem.
Oh, burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno, SW2D3 did get a knock onto the IGL. Bujo, Jaja, low in health, big on determination. Nade being cooked up in the direction of that tree. He knows exactly where he is. That's going to be not connecting. Tam and Vitoni trying to provide the support. The smokes are going to be thrown out. It is important that both of these teams don't use too much utility because this is still only phase 3, and if you barely win the fight and if you can barely loot up, you are going to struggle in the late game.
Yeah. What was SW2D3 doing there? I mean, he was sitting in a buggy for a minute and just going 1 meter forward and backwards.
I don't know.
I mean, all the other team members are quite far away, so he's completely alone on that situation. So kind of like leaving from that would make sense. But now Deus Sirens gonna lose Lino. They have made the jump from the east side. They have came to challenge the villa building on the southern side of the field, and they have spotted down Team Doom, and they're trying to build something around it. But clearly, it's not working the way they were hoping for because they lose one player.
Yeah, it was one person crash. I can, on one hand, appreciate it because I'll always kind of say that, you know, if you're going to scout as a solo, so it leaves you with 3 players up. But I did say they were going in blind, so they probably could have stopped more effectively at the top of the hill. But the next phase pops up. You didn't want to see it. You didn't squeeze hard enough, Copter, and we're having a field finish.
Yeah, well, Eastern Stars, they make the right call. They will just get down immediately from that hill because they saw that free compound and they have been able to scout that one. So they should be getting that one there, but they seems to be continuing. Bass is going to go all the way. So they will leave 2 players on the compounds and Bass is going to try to find something else.
I like that.
Octavian is still waiting for it. And now they will just, now they will welcome SKP coming from the north side because the LMV watching TSC on the middle. So they will try to find a place and that's going to be SKP. Eastern Stars. SKP will try to crash that building. Kapahala at his holding the place as the others will just try to, of course, take it from them.
I think that's perfect because I don't think this is a compound that you can really control as a full squad. Yes, there's risks involved and you technically have the body disadvantage, but if Eastern Stars can hover around the players they have supporting them from those off angles, is absolutely fantastic. I would question having a 2-1-1 split, of course, but we'll have to wait and see if it works out for them. A lovely nade from Kapahala picks off 2 of the players from SKP and he chucks in a lovely molly. Will that burn them too crispy? Yes, it will, of course. Rasho's down. Hamodi's down. Hamud's knocked down with a nade. This is just the Warlord himself. The Biddy Bad Legend, the Umpahala, the Crapahala, call him whatever you want. The man is an absolute beast. And down SKP goes.
And at the same time, we have Game Lord actually coming on the northern side. They will try to do the rotation from the same direction, and they should be third-partying on this one. And this is the moment when the one player which Eastern Stars left there on the northern side, that came very helpful, of course.
Exactly.
There's been no casualties, but he was like stopping the rotation down. So the guy from the hill, now Bass is going to be spotted down. Victor with that spray, going to be connecting the second part of the spray. Unfortunately, will not get that damage, and Bass is going to be keeping his life. He's a little bit more away from those compounds on the southern side. But Game Lord and Octavius gonna spot them down as well. So Game Lord, they will still have to move. They are not yet inside of the zone, so they will have to come up with some kind of a plan, and they just might find themselves, you know, playing the fields in the end.
Unicorns of Love have played this area of the map absolutely perfectly in the past. It's pretty much the exact same area where they got their chicken dinner in yesterday's last game of the day, so they should be pretty familiar. It is a different team. GK gets knocked. Nice play by Muzzy. Steps on up. Is going to have to prone back down. Lean onto Halls. Is going to be that return fire. Fresh. The Beast Legend is going to get stabbed in the back lane. Is supporting in line. But that's going to be a knock at the bar, though. Muzzy is one of the 2 players left up. Pappy is trying to cover in front of him, and that knock onto Rokas is important as Fresh is going to get taken down, and Unicorns of Love, they don't survive this one.
Yeah, Deus Sirens, they're just watching it from the distance. They have split it there on the eastern side. They have 3 players, they have a compound, they do have, well, the compound is not great because it's on the wrong side of the hill, but still they have players on the scene, so they could try to do something, but instead, Xtreme Slayers, they seems to be able to get that revival done. We can see 1 player from Big also here on the south because the rest of the team is quite far away. We can see Beast on the middle, so 1 player who tried to rotate on the middle was caught on the action on the crossfire and is down, and now we can see the utilities coming from the Deus Sirens towards the Extreme Slayers. Team Doom, they're just waiting as the circle shifts, by the way, straight towards their compound. They are waiting what's going to be coming from the southern side, and then they will just try to welcome them with the proper welcome.
LMV, they're down to 2-3 players, but they have a 2-1 split, so that's really good. And you can see the replay of Talon picking that kill up onto TSC, and that was the squad wipe. So great resistance from Talon to keep the dream alive for his team, as well as get a couple of kills on board. Excuse me, Mango, after the chicken dinner, said he won that to make Imperium proud. Honestly, man, like him and every single one of these teams in PMPL, you're constantly making me proud, win, lose, or draw, so to speak. It's an honor to see these teams play in the PMPL and the evolution we're seeing across the way. This kind of circle is very tricky though, Copter.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the Northern teams, they have a huge problem. And what Game Lord actually did, that they didn't stop on that fight on the Northern compound. That might be helpful now. Nexus Gaming is trying to connect everything that they can find from those fields because Eastern Stars, Game Lord big. They will try to get inside. ChasMac having a battle as well. And that's going to be Rana just holding up places behind that building. That Molly's going to be, should be connecting. And now the guy should be burning. Rana, let's get the flushes on the board. That's going to be G. Bam! Taken down. And also Azure in the end will lose his life together with Shadowman and ChasMac. They seems to be in a lot of trouble. They can't get the people inside and they will just lose their lives. They are eliminated.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? I could argue ChasMac maybe could have rotated a lot more together in a tighter way and just had the crash at the same time, but that's easier said than done. I know that for a fact. The circle shifting towards Doom's compound is absolutely perfect because not only do they have the safety of the building, but they even have the elevated position where they can get onto one of the roofs if they want to and really cover that northern side. The only fear is that they don't want to get stabbed for the teams in the south.
Yeah, true. I'm just wondering about the northern side because the Eastern Stars, they're just waiting that something bad's gonna happen. LMV is gonna be taken down in the end. Xtreme is gonna find those guys. Rana, the last player from Nexus, they're trying to spray. I mean, at one point he was like 1 HP, but he's still alive at least for now. But how long that's gonna last, that's a completely different story. Team Doom, they have the elevated position, just like you said. They have a lot of visibility. So, I mean, Deus Sirens holding that southern side is a good thing. And we do remember that they got the chicken dinner earlier, and it was exactly from that same location, well, a similar location.
Oh, Beast steps up as the last player, big and says, anything he can do, I can do just as good, and no doubt about it. He's looking to shut down the players from Eastern Stars. Nobody on that previous circle outside of, was in the center of the circle. They were all on the edge, and this next shift goes against Doom. They have to move out of the comfort of their buildings while Beast continues to fire, suppress, slow down, shut down, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3, that's Beast!
Yeah, I mean, this end zone is going to be a complete massacre for most of the teams. This season is going to be holding, but there's no telling who's going to be winning these fights in the end because it's just an open field. So it's all about the utilities, all about the smokes, having the angles and having the patience and the timings. So there's so many teams, so nobody can say that some team actually has a hugely better advantage from the position, for example. And now Eastern Stars, they have been holding on the northern side. They still do have a huge amount of players remaining compared to the many other teams. So they're just holding that northern side, and if they can deal with Beast, then Game Lord as well, then I think they have all the keys for the victory.
Yeah, that's fair. I like the point you bring up. I will say that Doom technically have the advantage because they haven't had vehicles being blown up. They haven't had to use that much utility. So moving into the circle has definitely been a lot easier. You can see they've sent 3 players in. They just made it onto the eastern side of the hill, but Xtreme Slayers trying to pick them off one by one, and Deus are down to 2. Octavian makes it into the side of the shack, looking for Albert. Mango's there trying to support them, but that's going to be a knock in towards one of the players. Albert is knocked down. Mango's nade hits the side of the car. Deus Sirens are eliminated at the hands of Xtreme Slayers.
Yeah, Mango's definitely in trouble. Eastern Stars, they just destroyed, by the way, Game Lord. They just took all of them down. So Game Lord is gone. Still Beast is there on the northern side. And if they can deal with Mango, then they of course have to engage the battle with the Team Doom. I don't know what's the utility situation, but now we can see the Team Doom, they're going to be trying to put those nades towards the Eastern Stars, but that's going to be way too short. And actually they're trying to find that last player from the that is taken down just before the nade.
Can't believe the work that Beast has done as a solo player for Big. It's been insane. Single-handedly took down Super Young roster. They've got a hell of a journey in front of them. Eastern Stars being able to hold on as a 3-person team. 9 kills already in this game. I like the fact that Xtreme Slayers pushed in on Deus Sirens and took them out. They knew they had the body advantage early on before they crashed it.
Yeah, now it's just a waiting game. Well, not a waiting game, but it's a patience game that when to trigger. You might see some kills available, but then you have to think about what's going to happen. You have to be able to count that domino effect that's going to happen when you start standing. Somebody's going to spot you down. You might get something done, but somebody else might get you knocked down as well. So there's so many things that you have to think about. And Beast, of course, he knows all these tricks. He's just holding that place, wants to make sure that he's going to be getting some placement points and maybe some kills as well on the way. But yeah, well, I mean, there's no way that he couldn't get a chicken dinner, but it's going to be quite far-stretched, to be honest.
One threat to Doom that I was looking at was Xtreme Slayers. So by Zero getting a knock and a kill is very good, but still, they have to be aware of the Romanian Giants Eastern Stars encroaching on their space. One of the players from Eastern Stars goes into the vehicle. That's Kapahala being taken down by one of the Doom players, Beast. Still able to hold on, still able to survive. He does have to start moving. This is very quickly starting to look like a massive chicken dinner from Team Doom, but Octavian has other things to say about that and gets a knock onto Unreal.
Yeah, definitely Team Doom have the advantage for now, but Beast is going to be doing some proning on the backside of Eastern Stars, and this could be the end. Beast is going to be waiting for it, got to be having the patience. Now he's going to go standing. Who'll spot that Octavian? The spray is going to be connecting as well, but no! Beast is going to find Octavian. It's going to happen, and at the same time, Bassi is going to get a trade, and they can still go for the rest. So Eastern Stars, they survive this huge attack from Big.
It's still been a hell of a day from Big. Not 4 chicken dinners, but 3. And a gigantic amount of points. Great effort, Beast, in the end. There's nothing really more you could do than shoot your shot. But now, we 3 teams left up. Xtreme Slayers, Team Doom, and Eastern Stars. Like I said, pretty impressed with Xtreme Slayers in this final game, but Octavian gets a knock on the Muzi, being pinched by 2 of the remaining teams in this lobby. Now, it's Papi and Bardot. Make that Papi the only one standing tall, the only one able to do anything for Xtreme Slayers in this final moments of the game. The spread from Doom is perfect.
Yeah, Xtreme Slayers, they lose 2 members. Oh, that's a good shot come nade actually from Octavian. So Zero's gonna fall down. And now this might help the situation, but the Eastern Stars only have 2 remaining. So of course we have to be thinking about that as well. But it's a proning game definitely on the middle. And Xtreme Slayers, they had 3 members, so they're now down to 1. Nade's gonna be used. That's gonna go straight towards Team Doom. Octavian's gonna take that damage though. Zero's gonna be quite low on HP as well. Let's see Octavian's nade. Let's see, that's gonna be in the air, and that could be a big one. It's gonna do some damage, but no, the players are still keeping their lives.
I don't think Octavian knows that Unreal is flanking around to the side, and the more noise he makes, the more he is exposing himself. But Octavian, Octadaddy, call him whatever you want, he's Octa legend for this Eastern Stars side. Does get a knock into Zero with the nade. Unreal. I don't know if you see him. 1 pixel out of place, and Octavian is down to the ground. Slowly but surely, the ghillie suit is helping Octavian's ability to survive along with his teammate Bazzi. I'm waiting. This is the final moments. Xtreme Slayers are still alive. Papi has laid it down low, trying to be quiet into the dead of the night. We're getting into the final moments of this game. Doom players start to get closer and closer to blue zone of Phase 8, quickly moving into our final circle. My lord,
there we go.
It kicks things off. Papi finds a third party onto action. That's going to lay it down. Can Papi come through to get another couple of shots on board? He has 600 damage still. No, he gets taken down. Now it's just left with just Eastern Stars and Team Doom. But Doom, they are hurt. They are broken. The 2 Eastern Stars players have full health. They're going to step up. Bazzi on one side, Octavian on the other. Pre-fire shots here, pre-fire shots there. The double knock comes in, but it is going to be the man, the myth, the legend, the team themselves, Doom, that claimed the chicken dinner for the final game.
And there we had it. We had the Imperium's bedtime story for you boys. So that's Team Doom getting the chicken dinner, of course. And Eastern Stars, I mean, they had a great game, but unfortunately was they lost some members. They had, I think, 4 members when they get down from the Pochinki Hill, and they lost members like slowly but steadily while they were moving towards the southern side, and of course having only 2 members alive when you got on that final battle. But I gotta say, even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, they managed to do that damage towards the Xtreme Slayers, which actually finally got them down. So they managed to get some placement points and some kills as well. So that's I mean, they handled the end circle better than the Xtreme Slayers.
Yeah, but I also appreciate what Xtreme Slayers are doing, like I said, on that kind of south and then eastern side, and coming in. They took down Unicorn's Love, which isn't an easy job. They then took their time and they took out Deus Sirens, and in the end, Pappy did everything he could to pick up as many extra points as he could, and he ended up being taken out. I have to say, when we're thinking a little bit more about the race for PMGC, Eastern Stars honestly needed to end on a pretty big note, because their performances, I don't want to say their performances have been slipping, but it's a mix of their performances not hitting the right mark and other teams' performances really stepping up more heavily. Big Unicorns Love, LMV, for example, 3 teams just noted now have really stepped up massively. So that has put more pressure on Eastern Stars in the race of PMGC. So ending this game in second place with a heavy amount of kills, I think was quite important for their confidence.
Yeah, I think it's we haven't seen the same Eastern Stars which we saw in the first week. They haven't been able to get those same performances. This is the fluctuation on the performance that we see between the teams, and that, yeah, just like you said, it's nice to see that they actually still have it. They still know what is needed to get the chicken dinners, and just unfortunately wasn't able to get the the final dot on the I as they were hoping for. But still, showing themselves, not just the viewers, but themselves as well, that they still have it, and that's definitely a thing that you can build for the next week.
That 3-piece from Beast was phenomenal. I think the 3rd kill was a tiny bit lucky because it happened to be in the exact same direction as the 2nd player from Super Young roster that he had knocked. But when you get those hit markers and you're able to hone in on them, that's perfect. So well played by Beast. But as the final moment saw, there's nothing really much Eastern Stars could do. The wall, the hay bales, the burnt out vehicle played into the favor of Doom, and they grab the final chicken dinner of the day. And it's been a very German heavy dominated day. 3 chicken dinners from the German team Big, 1 chicken dinner from the German team Doom. Like, a lot has been invested in that region over the past year and a half of PMCOs, and some people scoffed at it. Some people questioned why there needed to be a German PMCO. To me, Copter, that is what you see. That's the result of what you see from the effort that's been put into the German region.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Big is definitely showing who's the king of Germany currently, at least for now. But yeah, like pointed out by somebody else, why settle down to being just the best of Germany? But anyways, I think our time here on the lovely cast today.
Code's first Copter.
We're gonna be, of course, moving forward.
Code's first Copter. You want to give some stuff away, man. You want to give some stuff away. You want to get yourself a free parachute? Enter the code in. The first 1,000 people that put the code in game are able to redeem themselves a free parachute. Do you want the free parachute, Copter?
Yeah, I do.
There you go. And you can also get yourself a free t-shirt as well. Once again, the code, you redeem it in game. The first 1,000 people to redeem it, you get yourself a free t-shirt. You watch PMPL, you get free t-shirts, you get free parachutes. What more is there to want from this PMPL EU West? Well, we are finished for the day, but the broadcast is far from over. After the break, the desk is going to break down the final game and the day as a whole.
Not a bad way for Team Doom to finish off their super weekend here, the second super weekend overall with a nice overall with a nice chicken dinner, an extra $1,000 in their pocket. I wonder what they might. Yeah, well, it's early in the day for me. What they might buy with that money? Maybe a 1+9. Who knows? But anyways, we should take a look at the rankings from the last round and get an idea of how many points some other teams did accumulate. Again, big, putting up some pretty big numbers. You heard Copter Imperium talking about them having a really, really good day here today. But also, finally, Eastern Stars having 2 decent games, I believe, back to back.
Yeah, I think it's just down to the fact Eastern Stars needed to have some good games to close off today. This Super Weekend, they've been pretty much invisible from time to time. Of course, got himself a win at one point, but Game Lord was starting to run away with a huge lead, and now also you look at the fact that Big has overtaken that spot earlier, actually, towards the top. So Eastern Stars actually finishing off the day with a really strong 23-pointer is really good for them. But yeah, Team Doom, able to see them every once in a while. They get himself a win every single day, it seems. So Team Doom able to close it off properly, but one nade, Kularis could have changed everything there, but luckily enough for them, Kapahale didn't have any.
That's the thankful situation for some of these teams that are clumping up in these field finishes where so much utility has already been expended to get themselves or other teams into those positions, right? As opposed to Team Doom, who, for the most part, should have won this game given the position that they had in those buildings to then have to transition out of there into the fields, because they should, in theory, have had more resources than everybody else scrambling about there trying to survive like field mice.
Like field mice. Okay, all right. ChasMac 11 points as well. Excuse me, 9 points. You got Deus Sirens in there with 6, and LMV as well at 5. I feel like that's maybe LMV's worst performance, or like a round worst performance, which is actually a compliment to them because of how many points they've been getting so consistently. Game Lord, I feel like it's been a long time since we've seen them in like the top 3, or obviously taking a chicken dinner. But you got Nexus in there. Unicorns 11, fortunately having a quiet end to their super weekend, the first one. Exquisite Décode as well, down on 0 points.
The thing that when I look back at this entire second Super Weekend that really stands out to me in these rankings, and especially in the overall rankings that we'll look at later on, is Romanian Boys are just fell off, it seems. We have not seen too much. Of course, you have a specific game or two that maybe goes well for them throughout the Super Weekend and a few extra kills, but man, this was the team that we built up as to potentially be the newcomer team that will contest with the teams at the top. But no, you have teams like LMV Gaming that have been doing extremely well, teams like Excuse Me that's been getting really good points, super young roster, and Romanian Boys are just not there anymore. I don't know if this is just a bad Super Weekend for them. We'll see if they come back next Super Weekend, but they've just not been playing on par of what they showed in week 1.
Yeah, I mean, night and day, right? I think this roster still holds the damage record for our games in the tournaments with something like 3.8k, I think it was, coming out in that Yasnaya finish that they were able to blast with. So it really is night and day. To think about how they were performing in that first couple of days of gameplay compared to recently, where have they gone?
I'm sorry, I just got distracted by production doing a phenomenal Photoshop of Imperium looking like it.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That was haunting. I swear you could sneak that in on a graphic and no one would ever know, and then they'd spot it and have nightmares forever. Our top players, though, in the last round of play here. Octavian.
Whoa. Yeah, I mean, okay, so Octavian did great, but just to
come
back to... Yeah, that's actually very strange. What the hell? They have to show this picture.
That was a very genuine what the hell.
Yeah. Well, I'm in two minds. One, they have to show this picture of Imperium at some point before we finish this day. And then two, yeah, how the hell did this happen? I mean, the thing is that Octavian is constantly a standout player. And Imperium and the guy and Copter were kind of addressing this whilst this game was going on, right? Like, he constantly gets himself in decent positions. He's constantly trading. But to only get 1 kill is almost impressive. Considering the damage.
I mean, I wonder who's been stealing those kills away. I don't know if it's like his teammate able to snatch it away every time. If that's the case, then great. But if he's just other teams around them taking them away, then unfortunately a little bit sad for them. But Zero's been pretty consistently at the top here. When Doom gets some decent performances, Zero's always the very big outlier for the team. Of course, Action from time to time does join the mix, but I think Zero has been rising to the occasion a lot of these games, and I'm just really impressed by Zero's performances right now. So yeah, keep on going, homie.
Yeah, you talk about individual standouts, right? We talked about Alicio before, how he's MVP last season, how he's on track to be MVP again here in Season 2. But if you look at like individually, like Zero definitely has kind of that same effect within his team, same team. Let's take a look at our damage and Eastern Stars. I mean, you saw Octavian doing like 1,100 of that 2,900, but only gets 1 out of the 11 kills. Is unfortunate. But then you see Team Doom at 2,500. I feel like this is probably some of like the most damage we've had in our like top 2, top 3 teams in a match ever this season. That's like 7k between the 3 teams.
I think this is one of the games that's the most top-heavy in terms of overall damage done. Like 2,000 damage or so coming out from ChasMac Gaming, no big surprise. But Doom, a lot of the damage that they had this game is due to the fact that they were one of the teams going towards Longwood, and they had the compound right up north of that, the transitions into the fields. And their game plan was, we clear all of the south, and we just take control from the fields from those type of positions. So yeah, Team Doom did exactly the game plan that they had to make come together to actually get control of that field finisher. I think that the damage really speaks for itself, that they were trying to be as controlling as possible, and it worked out at the end.
Speaking of control, I'm going to do exactly that and take us into our next segment by taking a look at a recap of what all happened today with our victories. Now, I can tell you what 3 of them are going to be really easy at the top of my head because they're going to be big, as you see in round 1, 2, and 4. But excuse me, sneaking a win on round 3 and Team Doom, as you just saw on round 5. Now, we kind of mentioned these past couple of days, I feel like the Super Weekend hasn't been as explosive. We haven't seen many results with like 10 plus kills so consistently, but this one definitely was starting to get up there, especially with Big starting with 16 kills in their first chicken dinner ever in their Super Weekend.
Told you, man. Big Sunday. There we go. It's time. Let's see if that continues throughout the tournament. But Big Sunday is definitely here. I mean, even in this last game as well, after getting themselves 3 chicken dinners, we had, I think, a 3-piece coming out from one of their members as well in terms of an amazing spray transition coming out.
Beast, I believe.
I think, yeah, like they have actually dominated today, and rightfully so. It's about time. It's about time.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned Beast, because as we move on into our daily MVP, no, we have a little bit of time before that. Don't worry.
Oh.
I'll chill a little bit before getting into that. But yeah, I mean, Big in general, it's been good to see them kind of rise up. They knew that they had to try and convert wins. And the way they approach these circles seems very different from what we saw from them in the first Super Weekend, right? I think that this team able to find the best entry points every single time is definitely a thing that's been setting them up. And they don't have easy rotations. Don't go looking at this and say, oh, they had circle luck all the time. This team on the first game they dropped North Severny. It was a southern circle towards Melee Island. And they actually did one of the best transitions, one of the best positions to actually convert that into a win. So they're actually working hard for these wins. It's not really luck of the circles. They're actually putting a lot of effort for it.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, you know it is time to do our MVP. So, like always, we do our prediction from you two. Who are you predicting, Kalaris?
Mihi. Hands down, Mihi. That's going to be my choice.
You're wrong. It's
oh no!
Imperium.
Oh my god.
It's awful. Stop.
Best part about this is, you know how he uses like the paper boat to like lure in the kid? I bet Imperium's sitting there holding a 1+9. He's like, hey, you want to play some PUBG Mobile? And they reach for him, he grabs him. Yeah.
It's tempting. It's tempting. Max, I can't believe you didn't pick me here for this MVP.
I didn't have time to pick. What do you mean? I was going to go for me. I was going to that since the very start.
Took too long to answer, so you ran out of time.
Imperium like surprised me, okay? I was completely off my game right there, and I did not know how to respond. But yeah, Mihi, no big surprise, he's going to be the MVP today. Beast was very close. I would love to know exactly how close Beast actually was to being the MVP. It might be down to a kill or two, because Beast had a really strong last game, and that survival time does help quite a bit. But Mihi, we talked about this a few times, right? About how he was with Destiny, and I was maybe a little bit scared about the synergy not being there. But the team just plays so well around Mihi. He's set up every single time for these specific moments where he can just shine through every game. And if they keep going like this in the third Super Weekend, and once again the point reset into the finals, this could be the once again first place team in this event.
I mean, look at the accuracy coming in from every single one of these moments as well. Long range sprays, long range taps, sprays on moving targets going through smokes, kind of evaluating that exact movement into the smoke and then knowing how that's transitioning through. It's really well played by Mihi today.
Okay, well, you guys are talking about number ones. I feel like we haven't hidden the fact that Big have taken that number one position away from Game Lord. Let's see by how many points, to see if there's been any other movement here on any of our pages. We had Conqueror, who fell off the first page onto the second. We'll see if they've fallen farther down, as Eastern Stars have passed Game Lord as well here. So Big, now our new leader at 315 points with still one Super Weekend to go. That's pretty impressive.
6 points ahead of Eastern Star. Of course, Eastern Star's down to the fact that not their strongest Super Weekend by far, only having himself one chicken dinner, had himself 4 of those actually in the first Super Weekend. So definitely they're going to be looking at this, hoping to do better in the last one. But Game Lord also not the best performance, but you start to see a little bit of a big discrepancy between the teams. For example, 3rd to 4th is actually a pretty big lead that's starting to be created, 4th to 5th. So we had 6 teams starting to really be strongly at the top, but you're starting to have a pack of 3 teams that are starting to separate themselves from the rest. Can get dangerous as we move on forward.
Important to note that despite Big getting 3 chicken dinners today, they got themselves 89 points. They were on 226 before this, now they're on 315. That is extremely impressive, don't get me wrong, but it is, we should emphasize just how insane throughout the Super Weekend LMV Gaming's performance was in the previous day with that 94-pointer. What a day, what a Super Weekend it has been for those 2 teams considering their performances.
Oh my God, Conqueror, they went from
they dropped
7th place, 6th place down to 12th in just today alone.
Yeah, they should still be fine, of course, when you look at making it into the finals. But for that to happen, they need to qualify, right? They need to make it into the 3rd Super Weekend. If not,
be sweating.
Yeah, otherwise it's going to be GG for them. So Conqueror, they're going to have a lot of pressure this one.
This is what kind of worries me, though, is that, I mean, it doesn't worry me. I guess it makes it so they don't really need to worry, is that they're at almost 100 points ahead of Deus Sirens. And Deus Sirens haven't gotten 100 points in 30 games played. So realistically, I don't see Deus Sirens passing Conqueror at all for them to be knocked out of top 16.
Yeah, that would be difficult for sure. Speaking of like comparing numbers quite close here, look at Team Doom, 3 chicken dinners, 30 games played. Conqueror, 3 chicken dinners, 15 games played, and only 6 points between them. I think we're going to see a angry Conqueror come back in the next league days, and I expect them to be fully in the next Super Weekend.
We need to see a very angry Vodafone Giants coming into the next league play and Super Weekend if they qualify. Hopefully they will. We'll see how that's going to work out for them. So they have no option in the matter. They need to qualify 100%, otherwise their dreams of making it into the finals shall be shattered. And SKP team, though, definitely by far their best day in this entire PMPL season, showing that they can have some good moments and of course a few bad moments from time to time that happen. But SKP team, if they play like they did today in the 3rd Super Weekend, if they re-qualify, of course, so you know, just some extra prize pool from the finals would be always good to have for them.
Yeah, I'm trying to actually think, like, Destiny, like, even if ChasMac Gaming doesn't qualify, maybe Unicorns of Love. Realistically, do you think we could see those 2 teams drop out of top 16?
Unicorns, no. I don't know.
Yeah, given what we've seen from Unicorns,
a 10-point
especially
difference
these last 2 days.
Is
it?
You
mean if they didn't qualify?
Yeah. So if they don't qualify in this next week of league play, do you think realistically they could be knocked out?
I don't think they'll be taken out because I'm not going to lie, coming into this, I don't expect Champions Club to get into it. I mean, even if they do, they're not going to be able to do too much of a dent in the overall rankings. But, I mean, it's close. It's down to seeing which teams qualify. I do expect seeing the improvements from Unicorns of Love we've seen. I think that it goes without saying that we should normally see them qualify into the Super Weekend because they're playing a way different game from what we saw in week 1. But, I mean, it's close. It might be down once again to the tiebreak I mentioned earlier, right? It might be 1-2 point difference that makes the difference for these teams. So, we'll see. But it's definitely not as comfortable as you might think it is.
Yeah, honestly, I'm really excited to see this league play. It's probably one of my favorite actual subsections in this entire event is seeing the final league play and see which teams can qualify and which teams unfortunately don't qualify. Extremely scary. What a perfect time considering Halloween is right around the corner. But so is our next show. We have to end off today, but we have a break tomorrow. We'll be back on Tuesday, exact same time, though, to continue our action here at the PMPL. It's gonna be our final week of league play. It's our final chance for all teams to qualify into our last Super Weekend to try to get top 16 or maintain it to get into our Super Weekend. But that's all kicking off back on Tuesday, same time, and we'll see you guys then for some more PUBG Mobile action.